to the next. Now, I know, sir, that many of our previous leaders and representatives as well, from way back, had the focus of putting Barbados first. And in the light that she now is the very first female, it makes that tremendous difference. And it gives us, the females and our young girls, the opportunity to understand you can be an outstanding leader too. We can rub shoulders with the males, but we are all important in God's sight. And so today I am grateful for the privilege. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to say that we have had many outstanding leaders for many decades on both sides of the political fence. But this is the first time in my life, Mr. Speaker, that I have ever seen a leader of the opposition behave in the manner that we have witnessed only a few days ago. I know that the opposition leaders, sir, always get equal time to whoever is the Prime Minister or the presenter. And I want to thank the honourable member who did that presentation, a young, bright guy, sir, and you know, the up and on, former student. And I know the Attorney General is smiling as well. I know my grandson is smiling too because he has had an opportunity to go to up and on. But however, be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I think it is really very important that we who are members of Parliament and leaders in this society, whether it be in the schools, the constabulary, wherever we are, that we set the example of good discipline, tolerance, and everything else that goes with it, because the young people are watching us. Their eyes are on us, and if a leader of the opposition could come in, Mr. Speaker, defy every rule in the book, breach every rule, disrespectful, shouting, screaming, doing everything else, then what message is being sent to our youth? And I encourage all these honourable members on this side, and they don't know how to tolerate, they don't know how to stop and listen, because we are not passing it on in the way, and their eyes are on us, the leaders. And I can speak with a measure of authority because I'm the second oldest person in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for St. Michael East is a little ahead of me, not by too much. But if he and I don't set the examples, how can these other young distinguished members in this honourable chamber continue to do what they have to do? How can those other young people out there in the rest of Barbados who want to come to this level and to give Barbadians service with distinction, how will they then behave if we don't set the trend? Nobody must be pointing the finger at this chamber and saying, oh, those people in there are only big up, but they don't have any manners. Manners maketh man, and that is something that we should continue to work towards. But I'm not going to spend too much time, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the honourable member, except to say, the honourable member for Christchurch South, except to say that were I a resident of Christchurch South, he could never get my vote again. Because Barbadians need to know our leaders are leaders, and they do it with grace and distinction, and not to come into any institution, whether it be here or on the road or on a political platform or wherever, to criticize and to vilify and to insult people who have done them nothing. All the Honourable Prime Minister has done, Mr. Speaker, sir, is taken over the realms of this country and took us from 0, +1, +2, and we have risen. And everywhere you go in the world, and I travel in between with my own little pocket money, and everybody says, you are a member of that distinguished country with that most powerful woman. She's one of the most powerful women leaders in the world, and recognized because of her interest in climate change and resilience and all that. And if a small dot like Barbados is being recognized in that way, why should a Barbadian be treating us like this when we know that Barbadian is married though? That Barbadian would have had a mother though? That Barbadian would have had the free education. That Barbadian is working. And then all of a sudden, when that honourable member was finished speaking, got up and taken out all of his troops with him, that even made it worse, and I expected better of that honourable leader, the leader of the opposition. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, sir? The more you live and the more you observe, and my mother always used to say, may she rest in her grave, the more the monkey climb, the more you show his tail. And that is a Bajan saying. And I would not wish to make any more time on it because I understand what are the constraints of time, except to say I thank all those leaders, whether they were Barbados Labour Party leaders or they were Democratic Labour Party leaders. One thing I can say about all of them, they showed the public respect. They show that they can collaborate and work with the opposition or the government, whatever position they were in, and they never walked away, leaving an element of disgrace on their name, and the way that honorable member did. But I will see him face to face. I want to say too, how thankful I am to be able to continue to give service to my country, not only as a member of parliament, but a community worker. We are doing a gathering today, Mr. Speaker, and I can't go. You know why? I want to be here to represent my parish and my country as we deliberate a budget of 2025, where there are so many excellent things that have happened that people would have at one time considered impossible. And I want to refer, sir, to the area where I serve in the elderly department. And it is okay when people say, well, she's old enough, though she should be taken along home. They do not understand the role that we as members of parliament play in helping to shape and implement the policies and programs that at the end of it all, it reaches into the rest of the community and even beyond. And therefore, I want to speak to the projects not necessarily mentioned in the budget fully, but we know that are continuing when it comes to the seniors of this country who have given their blood, sweat, and tears to build this Barbados. And many of them are suffering in a way, Mr. Speaker, that if the Honourable Prime Minister and this Barbados Labour Party government did not determine, yes, this is an aging society, many of them are at home, they're suffering, many of them need care in an institution, many of them are being duped of their funds, many of them are being beaten and robbed and everything else. That hospital, that district hospital over at Waterford is an example of what this government can do. A 400-room geriatric hospital to facilitate those seniors. Sometimes they can do no better, and that they need to be there for the 24-hour care. But there's so many others, Mr. Speaker, in our communities that are being pushed in a corner. They're being robbed of every cent they have. They're being beaten. Up to recently, we heard of one being raped, an 84-year-old. It took away my heart, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the government for the vision of looking after the senior citizens. I want the government to look after that vision that is unfolding for the care of the disabled. And the legislation that was brought forth from the People Empowerment Ministry adds flavor to what we consider to be a good government that embraces everybody, the aged, the disabled, the poor, the working class, whoever they are. And that is what I call good governance of a society. I am happy to know that the funding will be extended, and of course, that funding will be increased as well for those among us who are disabled. We have families who have children who cannot speak. They have no resources because of the poverty environments they're in. But that funding that will be offered to them will make a difference in their lives and the quality of lives of the children who are suffering. I understand, sir, that by January 2026, there will be an introduction of an automatic increase for the national minimum wage by 2% annually. That too will help ordinary people to be able to enjoy life a little better. The one I was speaking earlier, sir, to do with the minors and the special needs who qualify for special needs grant, to be able to help those parents. Many families will be glad to go out to work, but they cannot because there's nobody to supervise those children with challenges, especially those who are disabled. They have to be there to feed them. The autistic children are suffering, and we need to continue to work with this government to bring up the various ideas and frame up the policy that will trickle down into the society and help to make the difference in their lives. There's nothing, sir, that touched me even more. There was the one with the challenged children and so on, but the one with the paternity and the maternity leave. And the honourable member, St. Philip North, was able to touch on it. And I believe, yes, nowadays we have women who have a little job, but because of the opportunity to give birth, and then the funding is not that much, so they still have to continue to go to work, that those families can get the maternity leave extension. Similarly, for the males, and the honourable member who is responsible for the Ministry of Labour, who's a part of that, the General Secretary there spoke about it, where men must be an integral part of their children's development. And we are seeing, Mr. Speaker, and it's my own idea, and my idea in the sense that I'm observing, too many of our boys are not being mentored by males, whether it be the granddaddy or the uncle or the father. And for me, this paternity leave helps to bond the fathers with children and give them an opportunity to develop a relationship and to help to guide them down a path that is correct and proper and make them the best citizens. We're losing too many of our males in this society, and I believe a lot of it is to do with the mentoring of males, and as I said, members of the family that are male, as well as fathers who are not around in the way, especially if the fathers and the mothers disagree. Sometimes they say, you can put the money there, but you're not seeing my child. Those boys need the mentoring, and almost every week we're hearing of them. The prison is not the place for our young people, or our old people either. And therefore, the paternity leave should, for me, in my understanding of it, help for our males to mentor the boys and the girls, and let them know you have two parents, you have grandparents. We are all one big family. And that leave, I believe, will help to make a tremendous difference in the lives of those persons. I want to commend the honourable member from Christchurch Central, a young man, come on here again, but not again, but it doesn't matter, for the delivery of this budget, Mr. Speaker. He has been able to make some tremendous strides. An ordinary working class boy he would have been, but he has been risen or raised to the level where he can stand in this honorable chamber and expound and elaborate and explain that the rest of Barbados can understand. And that is a message that the young men will get. If the honorable member for Christchurch East Central can do it, we can do it too at some point in time in our future lives. And I want to thank him sincerely. I am extremely proud of him, a humble, decent man, given the opportunity, and then that the leader of the opposition comes in with his unpatriotic manner, and he treats this honorable chamber in the way that it is. I want, Mr. Speaker, to indicate I am extremely proud of this Barbados Labour Party. That is all I know and all I have been. And the policies that have come through many, many years of Barbados Labour Party leadership that has made a difference in the lives of all of us who are here, as well as the rest of Barbados, to look at the funding that will be offered and the opportunities for persons living in St. Peter and St. Lucie with the challenges with the water, and for them to be able to access a water tank and to be able to do things with many opportunities that the costs will not impact on them in the way that it does in most people. I believe, sir, that is another way of us in Barbados getting the opportunity to work out how we can reach out to people and help to appease them. I also want, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, to give some praises to my Prime Minister. And I'm doing it as that leader who is the first female leader in this country. And the same way we big up the men, we're going to big up the women too, because collaboratively we make one big family, and all of what we do will filter in the community and into the arteries of this country to let people know partnerships are important. You do not
has 1 more minute.
Sorry, sir?
The honourable member has 1 more minute.
1 more minute, yes, sir. Well, let me conclude, sir, by saying that I am extremely proud to be a part of this distinguished chamber under the guidance of the Honourable Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, and I am happy to know that the seniors out there, the young people, the disabled, the homeless, everybody has gotten an opportunity, as recognized in this budget, to be able to improve their quality of life. And I trust that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition will return here, having given us the disrespect that was meted out to us, return here, tear a leaf out of not necessarily the Honourable Prime Minister's book, but tear a leaf out of one of the pages of the former people in the Democratic Labour Party, whom we know, Mr. Speaker, made a tremendous contribution to this country. I'm not going to call names, I didn't get your permission, but indeed I know there are ordinary former prime ministers of Barbados who were a part of the Democratic Labour Party. There are former prime ministers and other members of parliament and people in senior positions who are a part of the distinguished Labour Party. I would like to advise the honourable member for Christchurch South to change the attitude. A person who would have had free education that I did not have, and I believe others in here had, and we can let the young people understand this honorable chamber is a distinguished one, where we come in here, we learn, we entreat to others, we can make a difference, and for our young people to be able to want to emulate the goodness that is here so that we can carry on a safe Barbados where government will look after the needs of the people and we can work hand in hand to make it a safe and prosperous society. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the privilege.
Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am faced with a major challenge because I'm actually guided by notes. That kind of mechanical approach to conversation is always very challenging. But since I'm trying to avoid getting involved in any antagonistic kind of conversation, and I would like to play the role as an elder, I certainly have not reached the stage where I am compared with Nebuchadnezzar yet. And,
Your mic is on, honourable member?
hello?
Your mic is on?
Yes.
Okay.
And, but sir, you know, we live in a society who people make reference to the Bible and to the greatness of men of wisdom in the Bible. And some of these men, you can't even imagine that human beings can live on the face of the earth and still remain as fresh as I am. Sir, I would like to be able to say something constructive. And it is my voice, but unlike other persons who said that is the voice is not necessarily the voice of the person who is supposed to be perceived as the upfront orator. My voice is the voice of the people of St. Michael's East. And that's why I'm here. I am guided by the model of what was produced by Richard Wright and as well as James Baldwin when they wrote the text, Native Son. And there was a text which they produced called Notes of the Native Son. And I would like to add to that, Native Daughters. And when I say that, I am focusing exclusively on the purpose and the reason why I am here. You would expect me to speak on any aspect of ministerial responsibility. So I take my role here as the voice of my people from which I sprung. Sir, my mother, I have to say it, and I always look at my phone just to be refreshed in my memory about this black woman who could not scale 110 pounds. No doubt that she was an African woman, whether the nose, the lips, the hair, or the pigmentation. Anybody that see her would know who she is. And she was a hard-working woman who always wore a straw hat. And you know, that is symbolic of the traditions of that time. But she took the responsibility for me, 2 sisters, and a brother who were the offspring of that household of my father and my mother. It doesn't matter whether it was married or not, but they were married. And I have another brother who lives in Toronto, so I understand the ramifications of when one has to leave the land and go on a migration program in order to try to see if he can feed his family. That's my brother in Toronto. I have a brother who my father had a little, what do you call it, philandering spirit. And therefore, I have another brother from a different mother who also lives in Sandy Grande. But the unity that remains among us is an example of what this black family in struggle is. Early in the discussions, I did make mention in an informal conversation to most of our people having to leave these lands for Great Britain and for Panama, for Costa Rica and Cuba. That is who we are. And some of the concepts that emerge in the illogical minds of our own people are that some of us are illegitimate children. They can't understand the family concept that emerged out of the evolution of our history at all. When you migrate 60,000 people to the Panama Canal, and then you set off a whole set to England to work on the London transport. So somehow, with persons who hold an Afrocentric perception of the world, they don't even see us as their real family. They have a new definition of what is supposed to be a family law, a family relationship, which is very, very difficult for any sociological study to clearly explain. But sir, my views came from my community. And I am a product, Sandridge in the middle of the Pine Plantation lands. The lands of Haggett Hall. And I've been given the privilege, the lands of Waterford and the Bell and Welchers. I am Sandridge between all of those communities, and I am a product of all the dynamics that occur in those communities. I am shaped by what they instill in me at Belmont School and St. Giles School. And St. Giles School is grounded in a history of 1836, 2 years after emancipation. And that is the way, just as others today talk about secondary school, there are none for them. So in 1836, St. Giles Primary School was perceived as a school on the hill because it was on my Lord's hill. And St. Giles Primary School shaped many persons who became, although they don't give credit to the primary schools, they went on. I know how these people's brains work. They went on to become ambassadors, Supreme Court judges, I don't call it all the names, and they went on to become premiers of Barbados. Premiers of Barbados. But there was always the people on the ground who never had the opportunity to participate in the governance of themselves because of what we inherited as what governance must be. I'm asking, in this whole decentralization process, don't just talk it and then abandon it. I'm talking about creating models, small units around the central government as we decentralize it, so that when we begin to discuss a budget, the budget comes from the ground and reflect what are the desires of the people. So when a group of elite people don't sit down and say, this is your budget, I am respectful of what has been done in terms of giving an opportunity to a little bush hall boy to come here and deliver a budget. And within the context of the traditional central budget, he has done well. But I would love to see a system, especially since little of the discussion went on around the transition from an outdated traditional system of Westminster, which was imposed upon us. I am of the opinion that we are at a point now where we need to decentralize the system and create a more integrated environment so that we can get the feelings from on the ground. I got my feelings from on the ground because after the budget was delivered. But I would really love to see a system, not as archaic as the system underneath local government. Because I also know how man operates, finds himself into local government, and he becomes very enthusiastic about becoming part of central government, and then you have mischief makers in the central government, in the local government, that aspire to become part of central government. It's just like my feelings about a Senate. I will never be pleased with any government who can handpick somebody from around the garrison and put them in a Senate and then tell that person, come and see me tomorrow, you're going to be a minister. Not going to support it, not even if God tells me to support it. It's a system of politics, system of governance, a bilateral system that need to be suppressed and totally eradicated from this landscape. I know what I'm talking about because I am a victim of that. I am a victim of that. And rather than we having a system that gives an opportunity for the man or woman on the ground with all the creative talents, recreating a lot of top-down spin-offs from the days of the House of Lords. It is not even an institution that is equivalent to the House of Lords. Because at least people who believe in that aristocratic approach to governance felt that they were embracing people of some superior intellect. And sir, you know I'm constrained and trying to work what I have to do because
Of time.
I'm right, within the time
Correct.
you give to me, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I also would like to propose, because I don't even know what time, how long you will allow me to
You
speak.
start, I remember you started at 3:05.
Yes. And I got to make calculations. Anyhow, sir, look, the call for decentralization requires that we look and see what was done in Grenada and if it was working, not because of the abandonment of the revolution of Grenada, because the abandonment came as a result of treacherous individuals who don't want to see any decentralization of the system itself. But they had community councils. Look and see what they did in Cuba. And you see district councils. And see what comes from the ground. Look at the old model in Tanganyika or Tanzania, as it was called after the independence. Look at the model which was introduced by Julius Nyerere, and how these things were structured to give the majority class, and in most cases, the black working class people of those different sovereignties, the opportunity to participate in decision-making in the system itself. Tell us what are the challenges that you face. Because we have to extrapolate from the behavior of the United States of America that in the Caribbean and in Barbados, we respect each other in the Cuban relationship and all the rest of the relationships across the Caribbean. But there are people who would like you to break relationships with your own brothers and sisters in the region because they know that those relationships provide us with alternative relationships, or alternative forms of government. But I believe that we should spend some time, even when we spoke about local government or councils, community councils. I don't believe that we should abandon that idea. Too much discussion is going on the ground level without those voices being heard. They can't be heard in here with 30 members of parliament, whether it's government or opposition. So we have to put units in place to give those people an opportunity, especially in an educated society, an opportunity to be able to ask for what they want and not accept what they're given. So it's about philosophical principles. It is not about Hobbes. Hobbes is a racist, a man who believed in the principles of the philosopher kings of the time. So I quite agree. I quite agree with my brother from St. Michael's South. All of those who are conscious of our black history will see the condemnation of such people like Hobbes and even Locke. All were racists of the time. All of them was supportive of white supremacy. And I feel everybody here is dumpsy. And you have not reached the level of civilization where you can formulate any unit called a government. I can't support that. But what I hear from the ground, sir, from the sons and daughters of my community, is that they're still living in poverty. So after emancipation, when they discuss our freedom, they're still living in poverty. I am not against, I'm saying it again, I am not joining hands with anybody who can be so seriously backward that they can't understand the importance of the call in modern times for reparations for our people. I don't need to be struggling with no bureaucracy who serves as obstacles in the smooth flow of the campaign and the advocacy for reparation and economic enfranchisement.
Your Honor, member has 1 more minute.
Oh, sir. Could you let me just stretch this point?
Stretch the point.
No.
Stretch the point.
In my community, this party has built a geriatric hospital on a zone 1. I don't even know if it's zone 1 or zone A. They have built it on that pocket during the time that I served here as parliamentary representative of St. Michael's East. And whether you change it from zone 1 to zone A, which I have not been able to see any clear delineation of the area which constitutes zone A or zone 1. I believe that is a form of disrespect too. But you can build that hospital there, which is going to require sewage. And my people who work at the Bell and now live on the lands, the so-called rab lands at the time, squatting on the belt, and they don't have a water toilet. I appreciate what was said by the Prime Minister, that she went traveling and she now has the funds, but I don't want to hear it next year again for the budget. I don't want to hear it next year for the budget again. I have plans for you to resolve the challenges of pit toilets in St. Michael's East. I don't want to hear it, sir. I don't want to hear it, sir, that my people must live in an area where they are still stumping their toes and wringing their ankles because of the unpaved roads in an urban community. In an urban community. And when you walk the train line from almost, sir, adjacent to your constituency, there's a train line that comes from down the bottom of the Liquid Village area through the Belgady area up. But you know, all opportunities were provided for people to walk in the Hackett Hall area on the Barber Green Road for recreational purposes. I'm saying that if these discussions existed before this budget, those things would have to be on the agenda. Those are the things that my constituents are asking me about.
Honourable, understood.
Yeah.
You got to come on.
So, sir, I wish, and hopefully, I don't think I can say everything now. I understand that. But I hope, sir, that in the passionate way in which I've actually said it, don't even think that it's theatrical, or who all of a sudden know these words, all right? Don't even think it's theatrical. It's how I feel, because I have friends and family living on the belt. And if I go at them, and nature calls me, like how nature called other persons in here recent times, I can go in them toilets. You can't have a friend if you live in a house and you gotta go into them toilets at morning, noon, or night. So, sir, I hope that this synopsis at least capture the spirit of the feelings of the young men in Liquid Village, the young men in the Ivy, Hackett Hall, and all the surrounding areas, all the areas in the St. Michael's East constituency. Sorry that I could not speak on issues at a wide national level, but I hope that I have been able to make a contribution in which these people of St. Michael's East have sent me to make. Thank you very much.
Honourable St. Michael West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to join in the debate this afternoon in support of the budgetary proposals which the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central so eloquently delivered in this August chamber. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I have to congratulate the Honourable Member because he comes from, he originates from St. Michael West Central. In fact, for those who don't know, he comes from 4th Avenue, Long Yap. And therefore, the people of my constituency, and he's no stranger to the constituency and certainly the branch when he's presented, asked me to convey our thanks to him. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the constituents of St. Michael West Central, not only for returning me to Parliament, but for allowing me to contribute to this Barbados Labour Party government, and of course contributing to the overall development of Barbados. In fact, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central did say that tourism obviously the backbone of the Barbados economy, and it is with a sense of humility that I accept such a lofty commendation on behalf of the constituents of St. Michael West Central, and certainly all of those who are working within the tourism sector in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I know that there is a significant reliance on tourism, and as such, I'm also acutely aware of the weight that I carry on my shoulder as Minister of Tourism and International Transport for Barbados, recognizing that our society depends in no small measure on, of course, the continued development of Barbados, and in particular, brand Barbados, as it has been reaping substantial benefits within the economy. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to say that on behalf of all the players within the tourism sector, not only the ministry, the BTMI, of course, the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association, the Intimate Hotels of Barbados, and others, including all those associated agencies, for helping us to accomplish what we're accomplishing within the tourism sector. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I don't settle for numerical growth. I also believe that we have to pursue strategies not only for quantitative growth, but we also have to ensure that the quality of experience in Barbados is maintained and certainly exceeded, because I am convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that the expansion of the elements that cause us to understand and to build out tourism in Barbados is one that caters for a better life for all Barbadians. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I do not lose sight of the fact that what would commonly be referred to as trickling down, I am working hard to ensure that the benefits from the tourism sector, that those benefits are pouring through to the economic and contribute to economic and social gains for Barbados. And of course, such pouring through can largely be contributed to the fact and be achieved through the deliberate and targeted program of massive expansion of the linkages within the sector, because we have to hold through to our slogan that tourism is our business. And as I contemplate, Mr. Speaker, and all this that I've been doing in tourism, I look back and I'm very fortunate, and I thank God that I've been able to work within the tourism sector for the past 25 years. And that bringing that experience, not only managing, but also bringing the experience of strategy to the Ministry of Tourism, has helped and has caused me to make deliberate but very good decisions in respect of how we are progressing within the tourism sector. For us, Mr. Speaker, tourism remains the only economic activity from which we can get the fastest possible response. In fact, it's almost like a stimulus. And we saw it coming out of the post-COVID period, when we were able to put tourism back on track, get the airlift, and of course, what we are faced with today is nothing short of a spectacular performance coming from the industry. You know, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition said that we, in this debate, that we are a failed government. But Mr. Speaker, tourism is impressive and tourism is solid. And Mr. Speaker, let me explain why I'm telling you that tourism is impressive and it is solid. Since 2018, the tourism GDP has increased by 6%. 6%. Long-stay visitors increased since 2018 by 3.7%. And Barbados, Mr. Speaker, has experienced the largest expansion of airlift into Barbados, resulting in record air seat capacity in Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, in the United Kingdom, for example, Virgin commenced their double daily flights last October the 26th. October 26th last year. The year before that, it was November. And they operate 2 flights out of Heathrow into Barbados for the winter season. Mr. Speaker, there is no other destination in the Caribbean like Barbados that has 2 double daily flights coming from the same London Heathrow Airport, from the same airline during the winter season. None, Mr. Speaker. British Airways has 14 flights during the peak winter period, and they also add additional airlift during the Easter period. And Mr. Speaker, the record, the data, it shows that I have presided over the largest expansion of airlift out of the United States, out of United Kingdom, and certainly out of Latin America with Copa. But Mr. Speaker, let's look at Delta, for example. Delta commenced daily services from Atlanta November of 23rd last year. Delta, in the winter, both out of Atlanta and New York, increase and are bringing, I should tell you, that they're bringing approximately 33,800 seats. American Airlines out of New York, 30,272 seats. Out of Philadelphia, on the weekly service, 4,300 seats. And Boston with JetBlue contributing 4,669 seats. Mr. Speaker, the increased air seat capacity alone this winter is over 68,372 seats. That is additional capacity this winter in Barbados, Mr. Speaker. I might also tell you that the diaspora groups are coming because through Atlanta with Delta, they have a number of groups that are coming here, not only for regathering, but also to contribute in the philanthropic approaches and also initiatives that they're doing. But Mr. Speaker, there's more good news from the United States market. Beyond winter, Delta has already communicated that it will extend the daily service from Atlanta through the summer. And at the end of crop over, they will have a 3 times weekly service, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, until November 6th, and thereafter they go back to the daily schedule. American Airlines from JFK, so far, thanks be to God, no change. And the American Philadelphia service will continue weekly throughout August. Initially, they were going to cease at the end of winter. They are now continuing through August, and after that, they will break for fall and come back for the winter season. Mr. Speaker, I illustrated the contrast between this government, Barbados Labour Party, the ministers on this Barbados Labour Party's government side, and those within the Democratic Labour Party. And for quick reference, Delta operated into Barbados between 2006 and March of 2011. They had a scheduled service that fluctuated between 4 flights a week to weekly from Atlanta. What the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, didn't tell you is that in 2015, that Delta had an MRG in the winter season, Mr. Speaker, unheard of. So that when they're coming here, I want to give the impression that we are putting together MRGs, and may I add, Mr. Speaker, we have not given any MRGs to any American carrier coming into Barbados for the winter at all, Mr. Speaker. So when they're coming here to tell you otherwise, we have to present them with the facts. The Delta service was eventually terminated in 2011 under the Democratic Labour Party. We started it, and they ended it. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have a Delta passenger chart going back from 2006 to 2011. It started off when we were in government, 2006, 9,883 passengers. We took it to high at the time of 13,903. And when the Dems came to office, Mr. Speaker, look at 9,680 in 2008, 6,220 in 2009, 3,229 in 2010, and 1,224 in 2011. Mr. Speaker, I will make this a document in the House because the House must be aware of this. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is that what have we done? Enter Godinegel as a Minister of Tourism. I went to work with the officials, with the Director of Marketing in the United States and the PS and others. We went and we saw Delta because the only way you're going to grow airlift is if you have a strategy one, and if you decide to get more airlift into Barbados to drive the numbers forward, not only arrivals but spend. We went there, Mr. Speaker, and what is the end result? For the winter season alone, 30,000 seats, Mr. Speaker, that Barbados now enjoying. All it now, as I speak to, enjoying those seats coming into Barbados with no MRG, might I add. Mr. Speaker, and throughout the year, it is projected that we will have 50,000 seats from Delta alone. Mr. Speaker, air connectivity is critical, and therefore that is why we pursue a strategy of airlift. And as a result of that strategy, we have driven airlift capacity from the United States to a point where it surged, where we had a capacity of 11% higher, and obviously during the peak periods, obviously, Mr. Speaker, contributing to record-breaking areas. Mr. Speaker, let me briefly touch on those. Long-stay visitor arrivals rose by 10.7%. The U.S. market contributed 76% of the growth. Hotel occupancies
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a new record. You are not hearing the hoteliers and the workers complaining about work, lack of work, and you're not certainly hearing the hoteliers complain that they can't keep the hotels full. Mr. Speaker, to get a reservation into Barbados, even if you are bringing a major conference, is now very difficult, sir. And look at the arrivals, Mr. Speaker. I came in 2022, 539,746 arrivals to the destination. Last year, Mr. Speaker, 704,340, representing a growth of 10%, Mr. Speaker. And we want to talk about the earnings, Mr. Speaker. We know that tourism contributes 50% of the export sector. But look at the earnings, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic Labour Party gave them when we came into office, it was $2.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, 2022, just coming off of the pandemic, $1.869 billion. 2023, $2.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, 2024, $2.73, $2.6 billion, Mr. Speaker. And we've done this by expanding and driving more airlift to Barbados. And you know what that means? You would have heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central speaking about the number of new hotels coming on stream. 6 new properties, Mr. Speaker. And when I calculated the investment, those 6 are worth $1.7 billion in investment, never achieved, and never seen by the Democratic Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, 1,572 rooms and residences to be added to the hotel room inventory in Barbados, helping us to build out the case for airlift, more airlift to Barbados. Mr. Speaker, when you add Marriott's $300 million investment in the renovation of properties, we will have $2 billion being invested in renovated and new properties. Mr. Speaker, you drive more airlift to Barbados. You drive more airlift to Barbados when you have more hotel rooms, when you have more development, when you have more attractions. People get more work, more jobs, more money, and more economic activity. Mr. Speaker, and I heard the Leader of the Opposition talking about spend. Mr. I can just give you one quick insight. Mr. Speaker, I could beg you for another 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, the Visa cardholder report for 2024. Now, you got Visa credit cards, you got MasterCard, you have Amex, and you have a range of them. But I can give you one example in the interest of time.
Honourable Member, you can get the 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. In 2024, last year, for example, the spend, and this is spent by Visa credit cards with persons with foreign credit cards spending in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, $240 million spent in Barbados. An increase of 18% over the prior year, Mr. Speaker. And when you think about it, your report breaks down the categories, it can tell you, for example, restaurant and dining, US $53 million. That's $106 million Barbados dollars, Mr. Speaker. Restaurants and dining in Barbados. When you look at hotel and lodging, retail, even jewelry, Mr. Speaker, I didn't even know that we earn so much money from jewelry. 20 million Barbados dollars, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and time and against me, so I can't continue through the report. But I know, Mr. Speaker, that I have branch meetings to attend to and to speak at. And I will even expand even further. But look at the cruise season, Mr. Speaker. We have a situation where the cruise sector in Barbados, where we are growing it. Next year, Mr. Speaker, we anticipate we will have over 900,000 cruise ship passengers passing through Barbados. Mr. Speaker, the port is now too small to accommodate the ships that are lining to come to Barbados. It is a good problem to have, but it's also a problem that led by the Prime Minister that we are going to solve. And when we solve it, we will have more cruise ships coming here. The port taxi operators have not been left out, because one of the things that they will say, ensure that we secure a marketing officer for them to help them also build out this sector. And Mr. Speaker, shortly, I can be talking about summer cruise in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, look at the Grand Liams International Airport. Grand Liams International Airport, soon for now can't cope with the airlift that coming into Barbados. You have approximately 2.3 million passengers, inbound, outbound transfers, and transit passengers. coming through Grandlands, that passed through Grandlands International Airport last year. And Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition asked about the length of stay in the United States, trying to give the impression that the length of stay is not going, you're getting more airlift, but they're not staying longer. Mr. Speaker, let me debunk that myth very early. There's growth in all categories of stay except the one-day stay. Let me break it down quickly. Length of stay one day moved in 2003 from 11,447 to 8,687, a decline of 2760. And that's a good problem to have because I explain why later. 2 to 3 days grew by 2,256. 4 to 6 days, 934. 11 to 14 days, 9,334. Mr. Speaker, and if the leader of the opposition is in any doubt whatsoever, between 15 to 21 days, it moved from 2023, 58,416 to 91,993, represented a growth absolute change of 33,577. And then when you think about the 22 plus days for length of stay, it moved from 58,703 in 2023 to 71,459 in 2024, Mr. Speaker. And they want to talk about over-reliance on tourism. But, Mr. Speaker, the strength in tourism has always been the ability to rebound. And tourism, Mr. Speaker, is the fastest sector to rebound coming out of any shock or any crisis. And that is a matter of record, Mr. Speaker. And he talked about the former BTMI Chief Executive Officer. I dealt with that already. I don't know why the leader of the opposition will come here and raise it again. But what I can tell him, I came and I found Jens. No, shouldn't call his name, Mr. Speaker. I called and I saw the former CEO. I replaced him with a Barbadian. And now, Mr. Speaker, that chapter has been closed and he has flown like a bird. Madam, Mr. Speaker, the leading opposition made the point that we share flights with Antigua and St. Lucia. Not at all, Mr. Speaker. We entered an arrangement with a tagging of flights, one of them with Virgin coming out to the UK, and that was as a direct request from the governments of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. What is wrong with helping our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean? They're not taking market share from us, and at no time I can tell this chamber that we don't have anything greater, anything less, on those type flights of 65%. They come here to Barbados, Mr. Speaker, but we did so to help them. So that when they talk about tourism and numbers, but Mr. Speaker, you know, the leader of the opposition really should not be listening to his advisors. And if he wants to answer a question, he should really come in here or call me and ask me, because I have a duty, because he's a leader of the opposition. And if he asks questions, I have a duty to respond to him. That's how we do things in the Barbados Party, respectfully, Mr. Speaker. But I want to tell him, if he wants to ask any questions, don't stop listening to those who are advising him and ask him, Mr. Speaker. Because like I did last year in the budget, when I showed all the airlift that they lost in Barbados, I don't have time to repeat it, so I won't go there. But, Mr. Speaker, to the budgetary measures very quickly. When you look at what we've done with the reduction in the air travel development fee, we reduced it from 35 to 20 again until 2026 in order to spur and to drive more traffic from the Caribbean market. We removed the duties on commercial equipment, Mr. Speaker, and when you talk about rum shops, when you talk about community tourism, Mr. Speaker, but the budgetary measures stated very clearly the removal of all duties and VAT for commercial equipment for restaurants and cook shops, Mr. Speaker. So if a rum shop is a cook shop, they can apply, Mr. Speaker. And when you talk about concessions, and we get concessions here, there, and everywhere, Mr. Speaker, we don't talk the talk, we walk the talk. They have opportunities now to get kitchen equipment. So the people in Baxter's Road, in the constituency in Oystons, and throughout my constituency, all of them who have cook shops can apply for this concession. Mr. Speaker, and the leader of opposition should be acutely aware that is also a special development legislation that would also speak, if you were aware and had researched it, to the whole issue of development. Mr. Speaker, look at the restaurants. The Prime Minister has allowed, and the Minister in the Ministry has allowed for those restaurants who were not benefit on the TDA because they were not on a hotel compound to come forward. Mr. Speaker, you know what that will do for restaurants on the South Coast like Champers and Tapas? Oh, Mr. Speaker. But I can't begin to imagine what that will do, unlock even more economic activity for Barbados, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, forgive me if it sounds as though I am batting solidly, but I'm also telling you, as a former member for the city DM, Billy Miller said, if you don't sing your song, nobody can sing it for you. Mr. Speaker, but a bit of caution. We have a geopolitical world that is moving in a direction, Mr. Speaker. And we also have, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central made the point, that we have Marriott hotels closed. They're making this $300 million investment. They have kept the workers on a short time. You will have workers involved in the construction site. But the reality is this. Colony Club and Tamarind, with a combined 202 rooms, will mean that 73,730 available room nights would be lost during the closure of construction, Mr. Speaker. But the hotels are still full in Barbados. Planes are still coming. The impact of these hotels, yes, will be significant on the airlift too. But what I can also say to you, that when you add Crystal, increasing more occupancy, but you also have the summer accommodation, the other rentals, the A&B, Airbnb and others, who will now pick up and benefit from this. But I thought it necessary to make that point. Mr. Speaker, we have appointed within the BTMI European Director. It was a little bit late, but we got the European Director. There's a new European strategy, which I'm going to further flesh out. The strategic goal is to drive airlift from that side of the continent. We are going in there. We're going to relocate the BTMI's office from Brussels. We're going into Frankfurt, Mr. Speaker, to drive more business. We're going in heavily into France, into Germany, into Italy, and we're getting into the Scandinavian countries, Mr. Speaker. And with the Cabinet's approval, I am going to those markets to drum up additional business for Barbados and also to secure airlift coming out to those destinations. And I will speak to that later. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the tariffs as it relates to Canada and the United States is one that will have us also observe some caution, Mr. Speaker. Because you can't have a situation whereby, with all these tariffs and so on coming in, and the strength, and we sell hotel rooms in US dollars here, Canadians will purchase it in Canadian dollars. So that is something that we have to keep top of mind. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, there are opportunities for Barbados that we've started exploiting, even from last year, last November, when I was there. And what we're doing now is we looked at travel patterns, and as a result of what is happening in Canada, we believe we have the ideal opportunity to move even more business that would have otherwise gone into Orlando and Florida, that we want to move that business to Barbados, and we are working diligently, and I will keep the country updated on that. With respect to the United States, I'm still going after lift out of the west coast of America. We're still thinking about Dallas, Houston, Chicago, and of course, Orlando, and I will keep the country important. But Mr. Speaker, I've only had 2 years and 4 months on this job. And you know, I always say I serve with the pleasure of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister can tell goodbye tomorrow. You never know. But for what I have accomplished, Mr. Speaker, along with the team, because it's not a one-man band, it is a team, Mr. Speaker. We have to say to Barbadians that we are very, very happy and proud. But there's still a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. And I go to work every day thinking, how best can we improve the arrivals into Barbados? How best can we make this destination even more spectacular? But Mr. Speaker, before I close, we've had some successes, and I want to make the point. Sugar Bay in Barbados was named the #1 rated hotel globally in January of this year, Mr. Speaker, achieving an extraordinary net promoter score, securing its place as Virgin's #1 holidays for the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, what an outstanding achievement, and I congratulate the management and the staff at Sugar Bay for all that they have done. Mr. Speaker, talking about quality as well, Oceans 2 Beach Club and Spa has just gained acceptance into the Global Luxury Travel Group Virtuoso. Congratulations to the managing director and all of her team members who continue to remain focused. But like I said, there are some geopolitical issues that we're going to have to monitor, I have decided that it is absolutely necessary that we put in place a monitoring unit and a response team so that we can respond to these challenges as we see fit. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that despite all the critics had to say, despite all that they said about us, we are paving the way for a wonderful opportunity for Barbados to remain focused on tourism.
Honourable member has 1 more minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the pillars of tourism and the growth plan, Mr. Speaker, but when I came to the ministry, they said, well, we have to get a growth plan. And here are the pillars: airlift, new tourism product, modernization of the hotel plan, training, management, development, and of course, succession planning is what we want to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the both permanent secretaries in the ministry, and the ministry staff, the BTM management team and staff for everything that they do. We have done a lot of work. Like I say, we have a lot to do, but we will remain, Mr. Speaker, on guard to closely monitor the international situation, to swiftly and effectively respond to situations that are likely to impact Barbados' tourism industry. And to this end, like I said, I will set up a tourism situation special response unit, because we have to be nimble, Mr. Speaker, to deal with situations through consultation, and we are going to have a variety of stakeholders involved within the sector. So that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to this honourable chamber and to give this chamber the assurance that as long as I continue to serve as a Minister of Tourism, I am going to continue, and the team know that I work them hard, to work hard on behalf of Barbados. And our story, Mr. Speaker, will be one of continued growth and success. We will have a few hiccups along the way. We will have a few challenges, like I indicated, in respect to hotel closures. And it may have an impact maybe on some of the numbers that we may see later on. But, Mr. Speaker, rest assured that we are going to go from strength to strength. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable member St. Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the honourable member from St. Michael West Central has been laser-like in the way he has shown Barbados how one of the major engines of growth for us in the last several years has truly performed under the successive leadership of a number of different ministers of tourism, and certainly under his tenure. And sir, going forward, this budget, which was so ably delivered by the honourable member from Christchurch East Central, who I have great admiration for, this budget going forward speaks to us now that as we have started to grow, let us continue to grow, but do it inclusively. Inclusive growth is the priority that this particular budget provides. And what that means in simple terms is as we grow, we carry along everyone. Barbados is moving forward, and we want every single citizen to share in that journey. We have certainly navigated some challenges in the past. We have stabilized the economy for the most part, and we now are willing to build a strong foundation for inclusive growth. And sir, I know that the time is short, and so I will jump very quickly. You know, when we talk about inclusive growth, it only happens if people start to feel as if they can be a part of what is going on in the future. And I want to say to you, sir, as we talk about including people, within the first 24 hours of the budget having been delivered, the budgetary proposals haven't been delivered, there were calls in St. Philip West, that constituency I have the honor to represent, where persons were calling very quickly to say, how do I get access to that $300, which is part of the solidarity allowance. Sir, I had a conversation with the minister responsible for finance today to find out exactly how they will get access to it. And he has said that really and truly, let everybody know, those people who were calling and not sure, pensioners who weren't sure if they would be eligible, to remind them of what was said in the budget, that indeed anybody over the age of 18 years old who are legally resident here and who have paid into the national insurance over the last 12 months, that they are all eligible. That means, sir, that the postman is eligible. It means that the policeman is eligible. It means that you, sir, Mr. Speaker, you are you are eligible as well. It means that pensioners are eligible. It means that the eligibility extends in a wide way, and this speaks directly to the Prime Minister's position, which has always been from the beginning, that if we share in the burden, we will share in the bounty. And there are those on the other side, sir, who would want to nay and trivialize the $300. But sir, that $300 is the minimum payment. And one lady who called, it's the minimum payment for her to get her electricity turned back on. It is also that $300 is for that lady who also called yesterday, who indicated that she was behind in some payments on a loan, and that is enough for them to actually put her back in decent standing so that she can show goodwill. So for some $300 might not seem like a lot, but for the residents and the constituents of St. Philip West, and I know the constituents of all of our members, that $300 is going to be significant. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we talk about carrying along, everyone, you would have heard in the budgetary proposals that the credit unions, we are lifting the ceiling on the amount of money under the management of the credit unions that they can now invest in real estate, invest in energy projects, invest in the very same tourism development. But sir, that might sound very lofty, that this is something being given to credit unions, but if you, like my mother, she had a credit union account before she ever had a bank account. And what happens now is that when you are a shareholder of the cooperative credit union, what happens now is that they take some of the monies that you have put in there and they put it towards these additional investments, which means you are going to earn some dividends on the shares that you have in those co-ops. What this has the potential to do is not only improve the capacity of credit unions to participate in the inclusive growth as investors, but it also has the potential to allow ordinary Barbadians to become another class of shareholders that are able to share in the wealth. Sir, I also have to say to you that something that has been exciting for the constituents of St. Philip West has been the arrangement that is now being made with regards to fathers being also able to get paternity leave to help take care of their children. I will say to you that this, in fact, is not just about the measure that is in the budgetary proposals, but it is also a part of showing Barbados where our values are. We believe in active co-parenting, where man and woman together, or parents together, are able to raise those children. This is part of implanting that value in the way that we do things in terms of paternity leave. It is also important for us to understand that for too long, and I will say this and I will probably get some licks for it, some of the men have been disrespected in this country with regards to the role that they are allowed to play, many who want to play that role in the lives of our children. And I think that this is an opportunity to say we have to elevate our mindset to understand that men, those who want to participate, those who want to step up and want to lean into parenting and fatherhood, that we need to create space for them too, to be able to participate in the rearing of the child. So I therefore commend this government, of which I have the privilege to be a part, for having the kind of foresight to do this. Another area that we have had, we in St. Philip West, where we have received some calls in, again, to the constituency office, and I see, sir, my constituency assistant is here and can verify such, that indeed there are a number of cook shops that were calling to find out whether or not they would be eligible. Again, I spoke to the Minister of Finance earlier today, and he was explaining, look, let them know, and I believe the constituents from across this country, all the residents can understand, those who have cook shops, as long as you are registered with the Commerce Department, with Commerce, that is going to be one of the areas. So those of you who are not yet registered, go and get yourself registered. And once you are able to have your status verified, the privilege that is being offered in this regard would be extended to you. Sir, I had the opportunity on the day after the budget to go to a breakfast meeting with the members of the Chamber of Commerce and to sit on a panel with them as we discussed the budgetary proposals. And sir, I am happy to say that the Chamber of Commerce in general, they said that they were pleased as business people who are part of the economic engine of this country, that they were generally pleased with the provisions of this of this budget. There were, however, some concerns raised, and I think they're legitimate ones, sir. One was that to make sure that with all of the good that this budget seeks to do, that we are also able to implement those measures in a manner that is timely, that we can deal with the implementation deficit that we all know has existed not just in this government, but before. And again, conversations with the minister in the Ministry of Finance have indicated that they're seeking to put a stronger framework together for implementation that looks at how they will be able to deal with projects, to look at how they'll be able to deal with accountability, and how they will definitely be able to deal with how they are effectively collaborating to do this. And so I would wish also to commit to the members of the business community here in Barbados, with whom I liaise in my new assignment with responsibility for economic affairs and investment, that we will continue the dialogue, we will continue the collaboration, and indeed they have asked also that we meet with them and provide some additional information on the new national insurance arrangements, and we have committed to do that again. The minister in the Ministry of Finance has committed for us to continue to do that. One of the areas that was also raised at that time was that perhaps the 2% raise increase, as well as the fact that companies now will be required to match the contribution of their employees with regards to the catastrophe resilience and regenerative fund, that they said, well, you know what, that could add additional costs. And you know what? It might very well do so. However, part of what we have said is you have to share the burden as well as the bounty. And when it comes to the catastrophe resilience and regenerative fund, the bottom line is if there's a catastrophe, all of us, businesses, households, we are all impacted. And the same way that the employees must now contribute a percentage, the same way government has agreed to give 1/4% of GDP to this fund, the same way to the business community. Also, we invite them to be a part of that collective that will ensure that this country has some type of security, or we've built in some resilience through that catastrophe fund and others. Sir, I know that my time is coming to an end. However, sir, there were some issues or some concerns or some accusations, as the term was also used yesterday by the Honourable member from Christchurch South, with regards to education. It is not a portfolio that I hold any longer, but you know, I think I have a responsibility as the current minister now resides in another place that I am able to share with you. You know, I do not know why some members of the opposition party don't leave Alma Paris alone and leave the children of Alma Paris alone. A question was raised and the impression could have been taken that the children from Alma Paris were not being properly served because they may not have been tested, and therefore the intervention that is being made on their behalf or in their interest may not necessarily be one that is being properly attended to by the ministry. And let me, Mr. Speaker, through you, make it very clear. I spoke with the principal, the current acting principal of the school, as well as other members within the Ministry of Education. And they have reassured me, as I was assured before I left that portfolio, that every single child has been diagnostically tested. And that, in fact, it is what we said we would do. It was one of the conditions that was important before we opened that school, sir. And in fact, it has indeed been done. The particular plans for those children have been developed, and they're now being assisted with an alternate curriculum that is being properly monitored to ensure that they are getting value and quality out of that experience. Sir, another question that was raised was that of whether or not the Ministry of Education had consulted sufficiently with the public. Sir, let me tell you. Certainly since I joined that ministry way back when, from mid-2022, the conversations with regards to education transformation moved ahead in earnest, with the unions responsible for teachers, the associations responsible for principals at all levels, with teachers, with students, with the Parent Teachers Association, with all many others. And it was based on those conversations, plus subsequent conversations throughout that time, that the proposals that came out in October of 2023 came from that. In fact, very shortly before the proposals were brought to the people of Barbados, and these were just the proposals that came out of those consultations with stakeholders ahead. There were proposals. The document was titled Proposals. So it was for us to bring to the public, these are things that are being considered. Then subsequently, Mr. Speaker, you will recall that there were public consultations at several different locations across Barbados in terms of town hall meetings from October to November of that year, sir. That was followed up again by technical consultations with people who are technocrats, who are the experts in education. It was followed up, sir, by a number of focus groups that included a number of organizations, including non-governmental organizations, conversations with the faith-based community, and many others about what was being proposed, sir. There was also a consultation, several of them internally with the members of the education officers. Sir, I share this because as recently as a couple weeks ago, sir, you heard the Prime Minister speak about it, but what she did not tell you is that when the Democratic Labour Party was under another leader, the Ministry of Education invited them to a consultation, and they showed up and made a contribution so that we could come forward with better proposals. However, when a couple weeks ago, under the current leader, the Prime Minister herself invited the leader of the opposition and his team, they opted out. And so the intention, if we were to draw such an inference, is that they're interested more in picking apart what there is than in coming to the table in a timely manner to contribute to what will be. And that just tells you where the head of people are. Because rather than come in and be a part of building up, there are those who would prefer to tear down. But what we don't recognize, what we do not recognize, is if we do not come together and come up with an approach that makes sense for as many of us as we can, there are going to be people who are going to be happy and people who are not going to be happy in every system there is. But we have to solve for the greater good. And sir, the bottom line is that even if your children are already grown, it is your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, your godchildren who have to live in this system. Who have to live in this system. And unless we decide that we are going to come and make the changes that are for good, we are going to do a disservice to them, sir. The bottom line is, sir, those who left Barbados, who left primary school back in the 1970s and 1960s and 1980s, it is a very different world in 2025. We cannot continue, sir, to do things in the way that we have always done them. And therefore, there needs to be a change, and it can't be a little change as is being recommended. Simply tweak the curriculum was one of the suggestions that was made. But sir, let us just use some common sense for a minute. Even if, not that that's what we're doing or what we propose to do, even if you only tweak the curriculum, sir, when you have a new curriculum, don't you then have to go and train people to be able to deliver the same curriculum? Do you not also, sir, need to adjust the teaching methods to a 21st century teaching methods? I'll give you an example, sir, with regards to that. We know for years, not just now, that we were having problems in Barbados with mathematics. You know what we have discovered, sir? That the problem with regards to mathematics was not necessarily that the children can't learn it. The problem was how we were teaching it. As a result, significant resources have now been put in place to help teachers be able to teach math better. Because a child will not learn if a teacher cannot teach it in the right way and in a suitable way. That is just one example, so you can't just tweak curriculum. You also have to adjust teaching methods. You have to look at how you assess children, sir. We recognize, sir, that just an exam is not the only way. There are children who choke on an exam. Some of us in here have admitted that we were never good at exams. But if someone were to bring us aside and have a conversation with us, they will realize that we really know the work. There are other techniques and ways of assessing that does not only include pencil and paper tests. And that, in fact, when you change curriculum, that is also a part of what you have to adjust, sir. You also have to adjust the school structures, sir. Because, in fact, as we are now seeking and learning from world experience, that project-based learning is a better way to teach children. In other words, you don't just give them a book and say, read it and memorize. You also give them projects in which they have to apply the knowledge that they learn, and you will see different students coming to the top of that experience in a significant way. So, sir, this thought that you can only tweak a curriculum, and that is all that it takes, it is a myth. And it is not broad thinking, and is not deep thinking, and it is representative of what we have seen in these areas. Sir, I know that my time is short, but give me 5 more minutes, sir.
No, you honestly.
Thank you very much, sir.
5 more minutes is a practical impossibility.
A practical impossibility?
At this point in time.
Okay, sir. Well, let me tell you something, sir. Another thing that was raised was that of the teaching commission. And it was said that we said we would bring a teaching commission, and we didn't. You know what? On the face of it, sir, that is correct. However, I just want to let this country know that the teaching commission, all of the foundational work has been put in place for the teaching commission. And it is now just a matter of being able to appoint those commissioners and to make sure that the proper heads are organized at the financial level and through the Ministry of Finance. But we have done at the Ministry of Education all the foundational work for it. Another thing that was raised, Mr. Speaker, was that of the master teachers. Sir, that process of recruiting master teachers took a little bit longer than we had thought. Why? Because there are a couple of layers. When it comes to choosing master teachers, sir, you don't just go in and interview and sit down and talk. You have to go and assess those teachers as they are teaching. You have to, sir, make sure that through that observation, you're able to assess their competence, that you're able to look at the portfolios that they have put together, that they're able to go through certain workshops, sir. And it is after that is done that you have assessed the competence through the observation, through the workshops, through the portfolios, and the other methods that you use. Then you get into interviews, sir. And so the process is a little bit longer. And that is the reason why. So I'm telling you, however, sir, that process has already begun. I will also say to you, sir, that the work that has to be done has to do with the infrastructure. We talk about the pop-down facilities that we have in some schools, facilities that are just not up to the level and the standards. Sir, we took the time last year in 2024 to put the call out to architects of this country to ensure that they were able to come up with 21st century designs that will suit the kinds of environments that we need to create now, environments that are climate resilient, environments that are water smart, environments that use the indoor and outdoors, environments that that allow us in significant ways to do more collaboration and working together. Sir, you went to school and you know that you had the chairs and tables in a row. If you are now going to do more project-based learning and more collaborative work, helping children to develop the ability to communicate and collaborate and to work as teams and to think critically, you need to organize the classrooms very differently. Part of the design, sir, of the new future-focused classrooms and schools and environments have to be a part of how we do infrastructure, not just how we repair them, but how we actually build them from scratch. And there is currently, the Prime Minister referred to, there is currently on Bay Street, not far from here, the Oceanics campus that will be the blue-green campus here for Barbados as we start to look at project-based learning and to do education differently in this country, focused on climate resilience and other aspects of what we're doing. Sir, I
You haven't
could go on, but I will now, sir. Pardon me, sir?
I gave you 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. And I thank you very much for it. As I wrap up, sir, I want to say that you have to, I was an athlete. I was a track and field athlete for Barbados, used to run for Barbados. And one of the things that I learned when you're taking a longer race is sometimes you have to start more slowly so that you can go faster at the end. And if anybody in here has ever built a house, you know that you need to build a solid foundation. So before you see the pretty windows and the doors and the paint and the roof and all that going on, you have to deal with the foundational issues. And so the Ministry of Education over the last several years have been dealing with a number of the foundational issues. We have been dealing with curriculum review. We currently have a curriculum review consultant on board who is reviewing the curriculum with a view to making the curriculum more future focused. And by the way, sir, it is a Bajan company that is part of that consultancy. Also, sir, you have to deal with the Education Act. If you read the Education, sir, you are a lawyer. You know, sir, that the Education Act is out to tune with money.
I gave you 5 minutes.
Okay,
15.
so now that is it. I am in my final minute.
No, the 5 minutes are going.
Okay, thank you. You have the Education Act now that has to be dealt with, and we have those consultants on board. Sir, there's a whole lot more foundational work. And I want to say, sir, I want to thank...
Hold on a minute, Honourable. You are reminiscent of the Honourable Member from St. Michael East.
And sir, I don't want that.
So please hold on.
I don't want that, sir.
Just please hold on.
Okay, sir. And
Hold on. Oftentimes, I have to beseech the Honourable Member for St. Michael East to land his helicopter. Your time for landing your helicopter has expired.
And I want to thank you, sir, and thank the constituents of St. Philip West for the opportunity to serve in this honourable house.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Sir, I, for one, have never seen the Honourable Member so animated. And if this is what budgets do for her, sir, we should have budgets every week. Sir, allow me to start by saying I want to thank the good people of Christchurch East, many of whom contacted me to weigh in on the budget as presented by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, who presented what can only be called a masterful budget out of the top drawer. And the worst part of that, sir, is having been party and sitting and listening to a well-thought-out, well-structured presentation of the policies of the government for the upcoming year and the budgetary proposals, we then immediately came crashing down from that height to the presentation by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. So I actually timed it And I like horror movies, sir, and I thought to myself that if I had watched 7 horror movies back to back, I still would have had time left over to hear the end of the Leader Opposition's speech. And his was reminiscent to me, sir, of actually, sir, a horror movie on slow-mo, where you watch it painfully and in detail, and you rewind at parts to watch it over. Sir, the Leader Opposition effectively had nothing constructive to say, and he took 10 hours in which to say that. He extensively quoted from the play Julius Caesar, and he gave a full expedition on the role of Julius Caesar, Brutus, Mark Antony, whoever was in it, that I actually wondered, what are we doing here? He spent the first hour and a half talking alternatively about himself, talking about himself and talking about Julius Caesar and other philosophers. And he ended with et tu, Brute, that famous quote. Sir, and to be honest, I thought he should have abandoned Julius Caesar and gone to the Bible. And he might have found a more apt reference to start his speech with and perhaps adapt it to be et tu, Judas. But, sir, he insists on quoting Shakespeare. And as almost everybody has, they've come back with a quote for him. And this must be a learning experience, because I learned a lot from the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central on what to do and how to present. I equally learned a lot more from the Honourable Leader of Opposition in what not to do and how not to present. So I'm going to give him something, a quote, sir, that I hope he takes it to heart and learns from it, because it may guide him going forward. And it is that famous quote from Macbeth, sir. Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his time upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. I just give the quote and the lines, and I invite anybody to read between them. What was painfully apparent, sir, was that the Honourable Leader of Opposition came with nothing new. There was nothing that he said in his 10 hours that we had not heard before. He cut and pasted and pulled from almost every other speech where his sole purpose is to attack what is being said as opposed to contributing anything significant. His cut and paste, sir, was so effective that at one point in time, he actually referred to the Honourable Member for St. Michael South as the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. And I thought to myself, that is particularly telling, because I might mistake other people's constituency, but I will never call anybody else in here the member for Christchurch East, because I know exactly where I ran, where I plan to run, and who it is I represent. But sir, I will not be like him. In practical terms, sir, his contribution was probably as useful as feathers on a fish. But I will actually go straight to some of what he said. I will refer, sir, some of what was said in the budget by way of explanation, and also debunk some of what was said by the Leader of Opposition, and I will get there briefly. He started, sir, with regathering, and the Honourable Leader lambasted regathering. It was a waste of money. It was a failed concept. It did nothing to generate any income. It did nothing at all. And he said it was so much a BLP party event that he was surprised people were not in red, and he realized that the BLP took a decision to camouflage itself, and persons at the first 2 events had on green, right? But obviously it was a ploy, because we all had on green. So obviously he has not even bothered to find out what regathering is. He does not even know that parishes have colors, and that St. Lucy's color was dark green, jade green, and St. Peter's color was a lighter green. So the fact that he saw persons from the parishes, B's, D's, nobodies, tourists, everybody repping the greens, was not a ploy on our part. We're proud of who we are. We're proud of our party color. But persons came out repping their parish. Sir, St. Lucy, the first one, it was fantastic. It was amazing. It was an It was at what I now call the Archers Bay Amphitheater, because It was a concert second almost to none. It was well put on, well organized. Persons from St. Lucie came out at their market event. They sold, they operated the bars, they got commerce. And then we shifted from there and went on to St. Peter. And the market event was in Spikestown. Spikestown was burst. I have never seen that many people in Spikestown. The Honourable Member for St. Peter said he's never seen that many people in Spikestown. You couldn't find a park, you couldn't walk. People came out to participate in the Spikestown market event. I do not know what collision of confusion could cause him to call the big gathering a failure. But you know what? If you don't go, you will never know. I leave that right there. If the Honourable Leader does not walk among his people, sir, then they're not his people. And just helping him out in the future. I just want him to know that the color for Christ Church is orange, and that the color for St. John, I believe, is gold. So he could pick which one he wants to rep. Allow me, sir, to touch on some of the aspects that were raised as well that are practical implication for people, because I believe that a budget must have practical consequences for people. I will go to the deed of gift, the situation with the deed of gifts, the removal of the property transfer tax. A lot of us, sir, have heard people saying, you know, I want to put my daughter on the deed. I want to put my son on the deed. Or they come to you as a lawyer and they say, look, put them down on the paper. And they don't understand it's not as simple as that a deed of gift, the process by which you convey your property to your child, is the same as a conveyance except no money passes. It attracts the same duties, it attracts property transfer tax, it attracts all of that. And when people hear that, invariably they stop. Because if you're honest with them and tell them, well, when you die, your son, if you want to leave it for him, he will get it without having to pay any taxes. And people invariably stop at that point, but they're not quiet because they want to see the boy benefit from it while you're alive. They want to see do something with it. They want to see put on a little house on it. Well, sir, this is of serious practical implication for all of those people in Barbados, especially the poor people in Barbados that want to put down the child on the deed while they're still alive. They can now do it without having to pay property transfer tax. So when you say nothing will happen, that is a big one. But then, if you don't talk to poor people, you will never know what concerns poor people. So the removal of VAT on certain items. I heard some people asking, like, you know, why mandarins and why Horlicks and why whatever. And I think a lot of people don't understand that these are not the only items that actually have VAT removed. When people go in the supermarket and they pull things off the shelf, they may not necessarily know what does or does not have VAT. Somebody specifically said to me, why mandarins are not oranges? I told them, but oranges have the VAT off already. They said, but why Horlicks and not Milo? Milo got the VAT off already. Then they went and said, but you know, mandarins and things is rich people food. Who's actually eat mandarins? But sir, to be honest, that person obviously don't go to football. If you go to village football, they got a fellow in yellow who sells fruit, grapes, mandarins. They sell mandarins as opposed to oranges because the mandarins easy to peel. You can peel them off real easy and eat them. So mandarins ain't poor people food no more. Mandarins ain't rich people fruit no more. Grapes are not rich people fruit no more. Bajans are eating, the average Bajan is eating grapes and mandarins. And you know what? If they're eating fruit at all, I'm happy. So let us make it cheaper and easier for them. That is a practical consideration, sir, for the average Barbadian. Sir, he then went on to CBC. And he accused me of presiding over the destruction of CBC, that I will go down in history as being the person that closed down CBC, and that the government has taken this decision to shut down CBC, and that CBC will be no more. Sir, obviously, he did not listen at all to what was said. Everybody accepted that CBC could not continue being run as it was before. The last government accepted it. From the time we came in, the Prime Minister made it clear in the manifesto we talk about restructuring state-owned entities. CBC was one identified from the very beginning. The intention was to restructure CBC. From the very beginning, it was there. Everybody said it should be done, it should be done, it should be done. Well, we're doing it. We are doing it now. And sir, if ever there was an example of walking hand in hand with the union and walking hand in hand with the workers, it was done in this exercise. You did not even hear the announcement of it. The announcement didn't come from government. The announcement that a deal had been struck and what the arrangements were didn't come from us in government. It didn't come from me as a minister. It didn't come from CBC as a board or as a corporation. That announcement was made by the union because the union was satisfied in themselves that they got the best deal for the workers. And the workers were satisfied in themselves that they got the best deal. Sir, I say this. My conscience is clear. At every step we walked and we heard the concerns, we were honest, we leveled, we showed the balance sheet, we showed how much it is that it costs us, we showed where the expenses are, we showed all of that. We exposed everything. There was no subterfuge because we didn't have to. The case was plain. Everybody in Barbados knew it could not go on like that. Yeah. A joint statement was issued, sir. A joint statement was issued. This is no political anything. CBC's management and the union put out the joint statement. And you have heard nothing. You ain't hearing nobody going out there and saying we are disadvantaged, how the government could do this. Actually, sir, the bulk of the PR in relation to this was coming from the union. The union's social media. The union actually had a number of workers of CBC up on their social media. Persons saying, you know what, I can't hold this much money. Or I am happy, I knew it was going to come. I am happy and satisfied with how it played out. I am happy with how my union represented us. And some of them said they're happy with how CBC treated them. CBC is not shutting down. It is being restructured. It is being streamlined. It's coming back leaner, meaner, cleaner, more resilient. And it is going to be digital. It is going to give the people of Barbados what they want in the way that they expect it. It is coming back bigger and better. Sir, and then the irony of ironies, sir, is that when the Honourable Leader of the Opposition embarked upon his laborious, nauseating, ad nauseum, disjointed ramblings, the exact same CBC carried all. They carried every painful, torturous minute of it, all. We know, sir, that the position from time was that the presenter of the budget gets unlimited time and unlimited broadcast time. CBC has to carry all of them. And then in the response, the person responding gets the exact same amount of time as the person presenting, and then they're cut off. Everybody, up till this year, that has always been the case. Always been the case. The decision was taken. You know what? The man always quarreling, we unfair him. We don't want anybody to think we unfair him. We are comfortable in the sterling budget delivered by the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance. Let him have his whole say on it. We want to hear what his analysis of it is. We want him to pick it apart, because if he points out flaws in the budget that we can rectify, then the Honourable Member still has time to come back and rectify them, to give the people what they want. For those reasons, we decided to carry all. Sir, I have probably never regretted anything more in my life. We gave him the oxygen, sir, to perpetrate upon us the most horrendous torture since Nazi Germany. His speech, apparently from the clerks of Parliament, was the longest reply to a budget in living memory. Nobody in the history of Barbados has ever taken that long to reply to a budget. Nobody has taken that much time to say absolutely nothing. Nothing. And you know what the joke is, sir? After he put all of us through that, you were here too, sir. We sat down here on Wednesday, on Tuesday night. We sat down here Tuesday night saying, you know what, he got finished because the rest of us got to speak. He running it late, but some of us got to speak. We had 4 people scheduled to speak after him. And then the message came on saying, all right, reduce to 3, reduce to 2, reduce to 1. We can slide in 1 when he finished. But the man wouldn't finish. The house had to break. The house had to break. He had no consideration for the person doing sign language. I don't know if the equivalent, sir, in sign language, sore throat is cramped fingers. But whatever it is, he had no consideration for anybody else. And then he came back the next day. We figured, all right, you know, an hour. So we adjusted everybody's time. Everybody know, you know what we can do? We can shorten everybody from the half hour they're supposed to get down to 20 minutes and try to fit everybody in a marathon session. And he went on and on and on with no conscience whatsoever, ignoring the pain in our faces. He went on. To the point, sir, where I don't even know if there's a record. I don't even know if it ever had to happen before. But we had to suspend these standing orders and carry on for another day. And the worst part of it, sir, the worst part, after he went through 10 hours and he finished, what did he do? He promptly got up with all his crew and left. This has not been seen from, I'm not saying whether or not he's here. I'm saying I did not see him since he left. Right? Since he left. Sir, that is disrespect to the honorable members. And I will tell you this. He cannot even comment on anything said after. And I'm not surprised that he didn't actually want to hear what anybody else had to say, because he clearly did not even want to hear what the person presenting the budget had to say, because his reply had no reference at all to anything contained in the budget, and that budget was ripe for the picking. It had something for everybody. They had plenty detail in that budget. Not once did his speech and his ramblings collide with the substance of the budget. Sir, the other thing that bothered me and that has thrown Barbados into a little bit of confusion is his position on the dormant accounts. His position on the dormant accounts. And, sir, and let me not say it smacked of intellectual dishonesty. The honorable member made a point of saying that he's the lawyer with the most experience in this entire chamber, that he's a good lawyer, the most experienced. He knows the law. He beat himself on his breast and he pat himself on his back. Sir, obviously, he does not know the position in Barbados in relation to dormant accounts. I'm going to summarize it in short form. As between persons who hold bank accounts or do business with banks and banks, that is governed by the Financial Institutions Act, Cap 324A. With respect to persons who have money unclaimed in a government institution, so that would be the registry, that would be BRA, that would be customs, whatever, that is dealt with by the Unclaimed and Undistributed Monies Act. And in both of them, the nutshell provision is this. Both pretty much boil down to the same thing. If you have money in a bank and you don't do any transactions with that money in that bank for 10 years, it is deemed to be abandoned property. The bank will then publish a notice in the newspapers and the Gazette saying persons with these account or these deposit boxes, whatnot, contact the bank. After they publish that, they turn the money over to the Central Bank of Barbados. and it goes from there, and the Central Bank of Barbados, sir, has the authority, if it is property, like jewelry in a deposit box or whatnot, they can auction that off within a certain period of time, and the proceeds from that are then passed to the consolidated fund. It's the same thing if the registry has money for you for judgment and you don't collect it within 10 years, they go through the same process, they advertise it, they then turn it over to the accountant general, right? And then on to the consolidated fund. At any point in this process, the person who owns that property, and by say property, I mean money or money's worth. The person who owns that property can claim it, at which point the government has to pay it back to you. Even when it goes into the consolidated account, you have a total of 6 years from the first publication in the newspaper or the gazettes to claim your money. After that 6 years is gone, technically speaking, you can't claim the money. That is how it exists now. That's what it is. All we are saying, from the time that money hits the consolidated account, the government's free to do with it what they want. They're free to do with it what they want. They could go and buy electric vehicles, they could go and buy buses, they can do roads, whatever. What the honourable member did in his budget was say that, you know what? We have this sustainability, resilience and sustainability fund, replacing the catastrophe fund. What we're going to do in order to help capitalize that and ensure that it gets a steady source of money when the year comes, up to 50% of the unclaimed monies, up to 50% of those unclaimed deposits or anything that went through that process, we can put in that fund, take from the consolidated fund and put into that fund. That does not mean that you can't get it back if before your 6 years has expired, you come forward and make a claim. It doesn't matter, ain't that I taking up Ryan Strong money, ain't that I taking up Dale Marshall money, ain't that I taking up Indarware money. We taking out of the consolidated fund an amount that represents up to 50% of that. If somebody in that point in time realizes, oh shoot, I had a bank account at Scotia, I ain't hearing nothing about it, and realize it has been declared dormant and the money has gone into the consolidated fund, you can still apply for your money. And if for some reason you're not satisfied with your application to the minister, then you can apply to a court on appeal. The money is not lost, ain't that the government is taking away something belonging to people and they can't get it back. Once you claim your money within that limitation period that the law says, then if you can establish a right to it, then you can get it back. There ain't a highway robbery, there ain't a bank robbery. All it is that instead of the money being at large for the government to use for anything, we are saying, as a discipline, we are going to guarantee that we use half of that in order to capitalize the fund for the benefit of all Bajans. I don't know if I could be any more clear than that. If the honourable leader of the opposition, as the most senior lawyer in Parliament, did not understand that, then, sir, I don't know what to say. Then I don't know what to say. And in the same way, I could just go into the legislation and look for it, look for the terms, and try to explain to people. He could have as well. He had 24 hours. 24 hours to research and actually respond. But he picked at words and threw the fish and turned the whole of Barbados into a roar. But I say to the people of Barbados, hear me clearly. Nothing has changed for the people of Barbados. Nothing has changed for the account holders. You still have the exact same access and right to your money as you did before. All that has changed is internally within the government, that we've identified those funds to use towards the Resilience and Sustainability Fund. Now, sir, I just want to briefly say, sir, in relation to the Prime Ministerial travel, and I don't even need to say much in relation to that, because you go where the money is. That's the reality. If I want something from you, sir, I'm not going to expect you to come to me and offer it. I will go to you and say, sir, I would like you to make a donation and sign on for my donation sheet. You have to go where the money is. You cannot sit down in Barbados or in a country and expect donors to come to you and say, we got free money, you want some? You have to present yourself, show you are a serious government, show you have plans, show you have policies, show that you are worth investing in, and then people will say, let us help you. The problem is, sir, they don't understand that. Why? Because nobody want to lend them the money. At the end of their term, nobody local, nobody overseas, no institutions, no grant funders, nobody was willing to lend the last Democratic Labour Party government a red cent. So of course they do not understand how it plays in the money markets. Sir, I am cognizant of the time, and they said it was actually going to be really, really responsible, sir. Really, really, really disciplined. What I would say, the honourable member kept saying, show me a democracy, I will show you a tyranny in the making. I said, show me the honourable leader of opposition, sir, I will show you somebody who takes a 6 for a 9. Show me the honourable leader of opposition, sir, I was somebody who, you give them an inch and they take a mile. I am proud to have been here to hear the honourable minister in the Ministry of Finance deliver his first budget. I trust and hope it will not be his last budget. The Prime Minister said she reposed her confidence in him, but the reality, was it not for him? Was it not for the Honourable Member for Christchurch, East Central? The Prime Minister could not have the confidence to leave the country and go and do what it is she has to do to put Barbados on the map and to get us the funding. He is the person that handles the day-to-day financing aspects of Barbados. The fact that the honourable member thought it was disrespectful to him to hear a budget from the honourable member for Christchurch East Central. Well, sir, it was disrespectful to the honourable member for Christchurch East Central and all of us for him to sit down there, not listen to a word, and then come and talk absolute foolishness for 10 hours. Sir, it was a masterful budgetary presentation which factored growth, resilience, and humanity. The Honourable Leader of Opposition, having not troubled himself, sir, to address any specifics in the budget, then I am left to assume that the Honourable Leader of Opposition fully supports the budgetary provisions for 2025. And if that is the case, sir, then we actually finally agree on something. Because I fully support budgetary provisions as presented by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. I thank you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to weigh in on this excellent budgetary proposal. At the outset, I of course want to thank my constituents, the good people of the constituency of St. Joseph, and I remind my colleagues that the constituency of St. Joseph is made up of all of St. Joseph, a piece of St. John, a piece of St. George, a piece of St. Thomas, and a piece of St. Andrew. So when I thank the people of St. Joseph, I'm thanking the people of a very large geographical area and people with big hearts. Mr. Speaker, it is on them that anything that I do rests. And therefore, it is important for me to, and I do so now, express my gratitude for their continued support, prayers, and well wishes, especially at what is a difficult personal time for me. I have enjoyed the last 4 days in this chamber as we have had the benefit of some very erudite presentations, certainly from the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, the Minister of Finance in the Prime Minister's office. I've enjoyed a tremendous amount of camaraderie with him, obviously, in part due to the fact that we have an academic bond. But beyond that, I have come to respect his keen intellect. He is certainly one of the most down-to-earth and unassuming people I've ever met in politics. The Minister of Finance has absolutely no ears, is always approachable. He doesn't always return calls. But I believe that he was well prepared for the presentation that he made on Monday. And let me next, therefore, congratulate him. Who I cannot congratulate, however, is the Leader of the Opposition. Now, you normally congratulate people for making records, and he certainly has made a record. In fact, he's done what every strong athlete wants to do. He wants to break the record of his previous performance. The Leader of the Opposition has certainly done that. Last year's budget response was the longest budget response we'd had up to then in history. And now this one will probably be the longest budget response for all time. I did a little bit of Googling, and they said that in the UK Parliament, the longest speech lasted about 6 hours. For a person who is so anti-England, or so he pretends, I am more than disappointed that he should feel that he needed to beat a record set in the UK. Some people call it a filibuster. Filibuster, Mr. Speaker, is a verb that, if you check the dictionary, it says to act in an obstructive manner in a legislature, especially by speaking at inordinate length. It is usually done to delay a vote. So the honourable member has had his filibuster. He has created his record. He has delayed the vote by 1 day. So Winston Churchill said to a parliamentarian once, "Come to the point, my boy. Come to the point by all means, but do not camp on it." The Honourable Leader of the Opposition came to the point and encamped himself on it for a longer period than he should have. Another writer said a speech is like a love affair. Any fool can start one, but it takes a lot of skill to bring it to an end. So after the terrifyingly long speech of the Leader of the Opposition, a speech that was really properly 2 hours in length at best, but that he managed to dilute and dilate by another 8 hours, I feel that I'm obligated, through good sense and the goodwill of my colleagues, to be brief this evening. I'm reminded of a person who gave a long speech, and he said when he got home that it was moving, soothing, and satisfying. And when asked what he meant, he said, well, after the first 2 hours, people started to move out. After the next 10 minutes, he looked around and saw everybody sleeping. And as for satisfying, when he was finished, the guy walked up and said, I had a good rest. I think that sets out exactly what we were treated to over a 2-day period. I wouldn't dwell too much on the Leader of the Opposition. He did what he felt he had to do. One newspaper called it repetitive and rambling, and I don't think I can add any greater critique than that. But I must say that I have to set the record straight. You see, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition used his 10 hours to vilify this government, to lay charges of corruption against us. What gall. And one of the things that he highlighted when he said he was now going to focus on my ministry, well, if that was a focus, I'm really sorry, he should come back and do another 10 hours, because he was repetitive and rambling and said very little about the Office of the Attorney General. And what he did say was downright inaccurate. I wouldn't call it a lie, that would be unparliamentary. But he began in his critique of the Leader of the Office of the Attorney General, and he alleged that my ministry paid a consultant $1.7 million to do StartWise. And that this consultant was somebody who was already a consultant at government headquarters. Leader of the Opposition said that that person was already getting paid by government, that he received a private contract from government while getting a government salary. So essentially he was saying that there's an individual who is on the payroll of the Ministry of Finance, and in order to execute a program called StartWise, we paid that individual $1.8 million. If that were true, I would take my licks. I would give the Prime Minister my resignation, and I would move on. But it is so completely untrue that I really wondered whether I should bother to respond to it. But you see, the public has heard him say, and it has been repeated in one of the dailies. So I think it is important for me to set the record straight. He got the amount more or less right. Yes, this ministry, the Office of the Attorney General, did do a program called StartWise. Yes. And we paid the entity that did it $1.8 million. He also got right that this particular project, this particular program was to train individuals. But we paid no consultant who worked in the Ministry of Finance or who worked anywhere else for that matter. StartWise is a United States company that focuses on training individuals for the emerging job market. And back in 2023, the Honourable Prime Minister in a budget speech said that we were going to get into an arrangement with StartWise to train Barbadians, and they were expected to get jobs in the region of $5,000 a month working in the offshore market, but working domestically. Mr. Speaker, the StartWise program was originally intended to train 2,000 people, but as a prudent government, we said, well, hold on a minute, let's do a pilot first. That pilot did cost us $1.8 million, Mr. Speaker. But it trained 200 young Barbadians. Now let's do the math. Let's do the math. $1.8 million divided by 200 heads, 200 Barbadians, is $9,000 a person. That included equipping them with a proper laptop computer. And the rest of the money, therefore, was to have the individuals trained using overseas facilitators and so on. So there was a cost to this. Mr. Speaker, the young Barbadians who received the training, all of them have not got work, but some of them did. And anytime we are asked as a government to make an investment of $9,000 in a young Barbadian to put them on a good footing, Mr. Speaker, that is money well spent. $9,000 on a 6-month program, getting a computer, giving them the discipline, the skills that they need. And the honourable member wants to come in here, as he has, and try to suggest that there was some nasty arrangement and that some consultant in the Ministry of in the government headquarters got the money. Not a cent, sir. If you remember check, you will see StartWise registered. StartWise has its own website. It's an American company. He can see who the people in it are. Not one of them is a Barbadian. But it doesn't matter who they are or where they came from. What matters, Mr. Speaker, is what the project was for. But he wanted to suggest that we were up to some monkey business and putting money in a consultant's pocket. But Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition really must reflect on the history, the sordid history of the people that he's now gotten into bed with. One of them, a lawyer, sent the government a bill for $1.6 million for work that he never did. Had the gall to write me and tell me this is his fee. I said, well, did you collect a cent of the money? No. What did you do? He went to 2 meetings. Did not do a stitch of work. And what's worse is that he was only asked by the Minister of Finance of the time to serve on a committee to look at this thing. Can you imagine that? You ask a man to serve on a committee, and he sent a bill for $1.6 million. Suppose everybody in the committee sent a bill for $1.6 million. How absurd. That is the kind of thing that characterized 10 years of government under them. Characterized their administration. But he would want to sully the efforts, the legitimate efforts of this administration by spreading untruths. Mr. Speaker, that is his currency. And he heaps it with flowers and flowery speech. But at the end of the day, it is just plain untruth. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member also spoke about the Commissioner of Police and suggested that we did some pernicious deed by having the Commissioner of Police in the well. I don't know if it resonated with anybody, but I feel I have to explain what governance is about. Governance, Mr. Speaker, is in significant measure about accountability. And yes, Section 8 of the Police Act does say that the Commissioner is responsible to the President for the efficient administration and governance of the force, of the service. Yes, that's what it says. The Honourable Member's approach to governance is really very academic and formulaic. The Commissioner of Police keeps press conferences to tell the people of Barbados what he is doing and what his members are doing on I think once every 3 months or so. Why does he not tell the Commissioner, don't do that? You're only accountable to the President. You're not accountable to anybody else. What are you giving a press conference for? Can you imagine how absurd that could be? You know, the Honourable Member likes to talk about sheep. I do not represent black belly sheep. I represent approximately 7,700 human beings. And each of us in here represents human beings. We are the representatives of those individuals. And therefore, I can see absolutely nothing wrong with a police commissioner or any other member of the police I command making himself available to this chamber to discuss general policing matters. Nobody asked about there were no details sought. Nothing that he was asked to reveal went into the inner workings of the police service. Nothing of the sort. There were simply questions dealing with general approaches to policing as it relates to our respective ministries and our constituencies. And that is being accountable to the people through their representatives. But instead, he would like the Commissioner to say, no, I'm not coming. Well, you know, the Commissioner came here to answer any questions that we might have on crime. The Honourable Member didn't ask him any. Didn't ask him a single question. He didn't ask me any questions. He didn't ask the Commissioner any questions through me. So he had a perfect opportunity to get all the information that he needed. He wouldn't get details, of course not, but he had the opportunity to talk about policing generally. There's so many things that he could have talked about. But instead, he did not seize the opportunity and seeks to castigate us here. We are a government that has prided ourselves on accountability and on transparency. The Commissioner of Police did not object to being here on the basis of some strict technical interpretation of an act. I believe he welcomed the opportunity to engage. If the Honourable Member, the Leader of the Opposition, did think it was wrong, well, he would really have to show me what about it was wrong. But I don't think that there's anything that we could consider inappropriate or unlawful about the exercise. Our views differ as they do on most things. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that his criticism was empty. He also alleged that the government has lost the support of the police service. You know, this caused me to lose a lot of sleep last night. And I want us in this chamber to reflect on what the Honourable Member says. The government has lost the support of the police service. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is so worrisome. As far as I'm concerned, the Barbados Police Service has to be independent. It cannot, in the operation of it, in its operations, have any regard for who is the government or who is not the government. In fact, we say that there is one government. There's a continuity of government. It can't have any regard for which political party is in or out. That's not how our system works. But his comment reminded me, Mr. Speaker, of the attitude that his administration had back in the early part of their 10-year period. Because in 2013, and the opposition should know this well, in 2013 they sent the then Commissioner of Police on administrative leave. The then Commissioner of Police had given recommendations for promotions, and his deputy gave another set of names, and they took the deputy's names. The Barbados Police Service was in a state of chaos because the last administration felt we need to have the police supporting us. That's what they felt. And therefore, they reached their grimy hands into the bubbles of the police service and started to pull about people and push about people and double promote here and double promote there and do all kinds of things because a certain individual and others would frequent George Street. That was how they saw the police service. They saw it as an extension of the Democratic Labour Party and that it should be the puppet of the Democratic Labour Party. In fact, the chairman of the police, was it the chairman or one of the influential members, was the general secretary of the Democratic Labour Party at the time. That is how they wanted to run the Barbados Police Service. Now, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member should know it well, because at that time, during what was the Night of the Long Knives, the honourable member was engaged by about 15 senior police officers who said, what they have done to me is wrong. I want you to put them in court. He took the brief. He took the brief. He won. The individuals got damages. The honourable member challenged the politicization of the police service back then and won in court. But no one wants to come in here and suggest that we should somehow be trying to curry favor with the police service. Mr. Chairman, our job, our responsibility as an administration is to pass laws for the peace, order, and good government of Barbados. It is not about getting the support of the teachers' union or the teachers, or getting the support of the nurses, or getting the support of the sanitation. We have to run an entire country. Yes, we want individuals to support the things that we stand for. We want individuals to support the measures that we take on their behalf. That's what we want. But your member seems concerned that any particular government department should support the government. But that's not what this, that is a perversion, an absolute perversion of what governance is. This administration has kept faith with the police service. They have a budget now that is the largest ever in its history. There is nothing that they have asked for that we have not given. And in fact, in this budget, we have sought to make extraordinary arrangements through the advancement, the personal advancement of the special constables. And I don't know who talks to him, but certainly by Monday night, I was getting WhatsApp messages from several police officers, some at the junior level and some at the senior level, who said, AG, I apologize for messaging you on your phone. I got your number from so-and-so. I'm a member of the force. They still call it the force, you know that. They'll get over it in time. And I want you to know that the transitioning of special constables is a wonderful thing. That is what we've come and committed to today. We've also agreed to increase the number of special constables by another 60. That is a significant injection into the police service. And Mr. Speaker, the entry requirements for a police officer is a certain number of CXCs. A special constable, lower entry requirements, okay? But there are men and women who want to serve but may not be able to get into the service as a police officer, but they'll get in as a special constable. And we say that after 3 years of work, you should transition. Is it novel? Our approach is novel. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Police Act today, the Police Act says that you can become a police officer, no matter, you may have 0 CXCs, but if you have served as a special constable for 3 years. That's what we've said. But you know what? The law permitted it, but we never did anything about it. We never put any arrangements in place. What we are saying, sir, is that at 3 years service as a special constable, you are able to transition, if you wish, automatically. That's the word, you know, Mr. Speaker. That the transition is automatic. Because under the existing arrangements, you can apply to join the service, but then you gotta go to training school. Now, a special constable who's worked in the trenches day and night, rainfall, sunshine, mud or sand, for 3 years, why should that individual have to go back to training school? You've had the best training in the world. You've had on-the-job training. And we admit that there are going to be some areas that you may not have had. You may just need to have a little bit of tuning, and we're going to make provision for that further training of you. But the difference between what exists now and what we're proposing is we're saying that so long as you agree, your transition into being a member of the regular constabulary will be automatic, sir. Now, let me tell you why this makes a difference. Special constables are hired on contract. They're police officers. They're members of the service, but they're hired on contract. So for those of us, the leader opposition wouldn't know, but you're paid from what is called professional services. Okay? You know, it's not a statutory emolument. So if special constable gets a particular salary and they stay at that salary band till they don't work, till they don't work 30 years later or 40 years later. Everybody else will be getting increments and all kind of thing and getting promotions, not special constables. So it will happen in this instance, Mr. Speaker, that an individual who has been in the service for 10 or 12 or 15 years as a special constable, when he transitions, he will not be getting $28 a month anymore. His salary may actually double. That is what a government that cares about people makes available to them. Opportunities for permanency, opportunities for self-advancement, opportunities for self-respect, and to hold your head up high and be able to walk in the bank and say, that is my appointment letter. This is my paycheck. In the last budget, and it was covered in the press, we committed to put in certain arrangements in place. We have already paid all the detectives their allowances. Putting the additional individuals on the public officers loan scheme, what is called the POLTA. That has not happened yet. I'm assured by the public service that cabinet paper will go this week. The matter of the senior constables, there have been some complications and that is being resolved. I anticipate that will be resolved shortly. But Mr. Speaker, we have committed to it. We've already completed one of the measures. The other one will be before Parliament when we next sit, I expect. And thereafter that will be settled and there will just be that one last one to do. This government is holding faith, not because we're trying to get the support of any particular service. Barbados is not the kind of place where you got to worry about coups and you got to keep these people happy or those people happy. That is not us. That's not who we are. We want the support of every Barbadian on the basis that what we are doing is beneficial for them, on the basis that what we're doing is the right thing. Mr. Speaker, we have already started the construction of dorms at the Regional Police Training College to allow us to bring in more police officers. And, you know, we are looking to improve the conditions of the police service in every measure. We're looking to improve their physical conditions. And therefore, we've bought the Geddes Grant building and it is being gutted as we speak, so that a significant section of the police will go into fully modern conditions. And there are other initiatives like that. We are committed to that. And one of the members from St. Philip, don't remember which one it was, but I heard somebody speak earlier about crime in St. Philip. Let me say to you that you are going to get a proper new police facility in the Six Roads area. It has been long in coming. Yes, I admit that. But recognizing the significant population base in St. Philip, we accept that the existing District C police station cannot service that constituency or the other areas that it might, part of St. John and so on. So a new facility is needed. And very early in the coming financial year, my ministry intends to go by way of a competition to select a design so that we can get cracking on building that facility. Soon and very soon, I expect you'll be able to see significant progress being made, and I hope that the 3 members for St. Philip will be satisfied. But, I'm being prompted. It wouldn't just be a police station. It is going to be a civic facility reminiscent, to use the speaker's word, of what is currently the Airholder complex in Horse Hill. Okay, so you're going to have a fire station, you're going to have a post office. In fact, I expect that because the Ministry of Home Affairs will take up so much of it that he will gladly help to pay the bill and take some of it off of my shoulders. But Mr. Speaker, it is being done because we are concerned about the conditions under which people work. We are concerned about their ability to service the public. And both the public and the officers need proper accommodation. But you see, the Honourable Member leader of the opposition sees the police as something that should be partisan. Well, I will rail against that every day of my life with every breath that I have. A police service is to protect and serve. It is supposed to serve all of Barbados. When a gunman shooting, he don't ask if you're wearing a red shirt or blue and yellow shirt. When somebody going to rob an enterprise, they don't first walk in and ask, are you a B or are you a D? Crime doesn't work like that. It affects everyone. And therefore, I'm very disappointed in the way in which the Honourable Member has suggested that there's some issue of support, but again, I think he's completely misled himself on these matters. He's alleged that we have relationships with the criminal element. I've never heard anything so laughable in my life. Never heard anything so laughable in my life. But I would first urge your own member, before he points his finger at us, to remember that the other 3 fingers are pointing back at him. The other 3 fingers are pointing back at the Democratic Labour Party. It wasn't this Prime Minister who got searched by the police coming out of a dub one night. They have a long history of the very thing that they want to accuse us of because it is convenient for them to accuse us of it. They can't say that we are not putting resources and putting effort and energy and novel ideas into the issue of crime fighting. So what he wants to say that we're in bed with the criminals. It is laughable, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine that this is the administration that has made the life of the criminal element in Barbados so miserable? None like this one. And we could be in bed with the criminals. Talking about garrison constituencies. Mr. Speaker, we have tightened up all of the criminal legislation. We have passed a new bail act to make it harder for the criminal element to get bail. New Sexual Offences Act to increase the fines. The Firearms Act, we've tightened up that in a significant degree. We've brought faster trials, more judges. Does this sound like an administration that is in bed with criminals? Well, I hear that there's a hit out of me. You behave. Mr. Speaker, this is a place for serious debate. There's no point coming into this chamber and spending 10 hours and hurling things and hoping that something will stick. That is not what this parliament is for. He alleged also that we are in a constitutional deficit? Well, he says he's the best lawyer in Parliament. Well, that's all right. That's all right. That fella must blow his own trumpet. He just happened to blow his for real long. No, Mr. Speaker, there is no constitutional deficit in Barbados. The honourable member is so hung up on this concept of a Republican constitution, but he's never taken the trouble to say to the chamber, what is it? What is it? Does it come in a green box with a ribbon? Does it have wheels? What is it? You know, the honourable member is so fixated on this concept of a Republican constitution that he really ought, when he had the opportunity, he ought to have engaged the Constitutional Reform Commission and spoken to them about it. I have inquired. You'll remember, Mr. Speaker, that when the honourable member became leader of the opposition, the work of the Constitutional Commission was about to be finished. It was wrapping up. The Reform Commission had already met with the Democratic Labour Party. But it was felt that a new leader of the opposition, since there was none at the time, should be done the courtesy of a meeting. They wrote, no response. They wrote again, no response. They called, no response. They called again, no response. Could not get a response from the leader of the opposition to the question of when can we meet with you. And then when they did reach him, he set a time and he put it off. Set another time and he put that off too. And eventually he had a meeting with them, and then reliably informed that he asked 2 questions. Not one of them had anything to do with the Republican Constitution. He didn't advance anything about the Republican Constitution. And had he done so, it would have been reflected in the report of the Commission. The report of the Commission is here. He had a perfect opportunity to advance these things, didn't take it, and wants to come in here and pillory this administration. There is no constitutional deficit. If you ask the honourable member, the opposition, to put 10 characteristics of Republican Constitution on the table now, no, in fact, 10 is too many, put 5, and see what he would say. A constitution has a Bill of Rights, ours does. A constitution deals with the structures of governance, ours does. It says, so who is Parliament? Who is the head of state? Who is in charge of the army? All of these things, ours does. If he had taken the trouble to look, he would have discovered that the Commonwealth of Dominica, which is a republic, sir, had its constitution in 1978. Trinidad and Tobago, not a republic, their constitution 1976. And when you look at them, they are remarkably similar to ours. Remarkably similar to ours. Because our governmental structures are essentially the same. They're basically the same. The Bill of Rights the same. But he wants to tell the people of Barbados that we need to have this thing called Republican Constitution as if it is the difference between a bicycle and a truck. All his trucks. But he's heaping this fallacy on the people of Barbados. Mr. Chairman, this government has worked hard since coming to office. We've had a few hiccups along the way. Everything that we did not work out the way we wanted on every occasion. But by and large, Mr. Speaker, this country is benefiting from the hard work of our Prime Minister, the hard work of our colleagues, but most of all from the hard work of Barbadians. The honourable member wants to spend 20 minutes talking about regathering. 20 minutes. Mr. Speaker, our economy is a $14 billion economy. You know what the budget for regathering is? $7 million. We have a $14 billion economy, and over a 2-day period, he wants to devote 20 minutes to talk about regathering, which costs $7 billion. Well, let me remind the honorable member, because he has to own these things, you see. In 2016, our economy was $9 billion. And the then administration decided they were going to spend $5 million to celebrate the 50th anniversary of our independence. See the math, sir? In 2016, the economy was $9 billion, and they spent $5 million to celebrate independence. Today, our economy is $14 billion. Little more, and it would have been twice what it had then. And we have committed $7 million on a year-long exercise to uplift Barbadians, to uplift our Barbadian communities, to bring about a sense of wholeness and belonging. That is, you know, this could well have been put in the National Peace Program. Because anytime you do activities to strengthen communities, to increase the feel-good value of our country, then you're talking really about crime prevention too. But you want to complain about we gathering? Well, we're gathering whether he comes with us or not. I'm going to wrap up shortly, Mr. Speaker. Let me say I support the exemption of property transfer tax in the instance where individuals are, by way of deed of gift, transferring land to their dependents. The Minister of Finance will confirm that while the text of his budget speech says for 3 years, he will confirm that that is in fact an error, that 3-year thing related to something else. And therefore, this exemption of property transfer tax will go on indefinitely. Mr. Speaker, this kind of initiative is very important because I know that you have clients who want to transfer a piece of real estate. It ain't got to be big. You know, this helping poor people and rich people, you know. Because it is the transfer tax, that 2.5% of the value, that makes the exercise of giving land, giving title to land so that a child or a grandchild or other dependent can go to the bank. It is that transfer tax that often prevents the transaction from going through. In one simple measure, we are going to be able to unlock the beneficence that is found in the hearts of many Barbadians, every family, and allow them now to do something to benefit a future generation. Well, they say that, you know, a country is developing when its elders plant trees under which they will not get to sit. Reflect on that, colleagues. You know, a country is developing when its elders plant trees under which they will not get to sit. That describes, Mr. Speaker, individuals who are looking not for today, but who are looking for generations to come, who are looking to the future. These initiatives that we have put in place, Mr. Speaker, are going to trigger a series of benefits that will last generation after generation. Other generations, future generations of Barbadians will get to sit under these trees in the same way that all of us in here sat under the tree of free school meals, in the same way we sat under the tree of free school books, in the same way we sat under the tree of free university education. And that's what this administration is about, sir. Resilience for us is not just a today thing. When we seek to protect our coastlines, you can't go down there with a shovel and protect it tomorrow. You're looking at a series of multi-year, sometimes multi-generational activities in order to secure a future for another generation of Barbadians. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be in this party, and I recognize that I may not get to sit under many of these trees. But, Mr. Speaker, I will use every ounce of my energy to help plant them. And that's the exercise that we are engaged about in this chamber. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to begin by saying to you that I sincerely enjoyed the contribution just now of the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, who I believe has kept the passion concealed into these very late stages of his political career. Mr. Speaker, sir, I feel a sense of compulsion to congratulate the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, sir, on what really was an exceptional innings. I have seen at least 20 odd of these budgetary presentations and proposals during the course of my tenure in this place, sir. And I do not think that my recollection of history can tell me that there has been any other occasion when either side, replying or government side, has called up a substitute opening batsman and the substitute opener has scored a maiden test century. And I feel compelled to congratulate him for that. I also feel, Mr. Speaker, sir, that my recollection of history does not take me to a place where I can recall at any time a Prime Minister being so enthusiastic and satisfied with a financial statement on the part of a member that that Prime Minister has indicated that they would, in short order, fire themselves so that that member can assume the portfolio of the Ministry of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to speak truth because that young man had distinguished himself exceptionally well on the floor of this House. I also feel, Mr. Speaker, that I must, as I now speak last in this procession, that I can confidently say that the government benches as a whole distinguished themselves in their contributions in this place. And I want to congratulate all honourable members on this side. Now, sir, on the other side, I really do not know what to make of it. Never before do I recall in the history of the time that I have been here, sir, seeing any leader of the opposition behave in such an ill-mannered and offensive way. Because it has been the tradition of this Parliament, sir, that while we may be robust in our confrontation from time to time, there are courtesies that are applied, and one such courtesy, sir, is that you don't just stand and make charges, but you sit and hear the response. So, in that regard, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South has been an abject failure and has departed from all of the established traditions of this Parliament. Let us be clear on that. The unfortunate thing beyond that, sir, is that that which he subjected us to was really an awful and monotonous, rambling diatribe. And I'm being as charitable as I can, Mr. Speaker, sir, in that. And I know that it angered some of my colleagues. I distinctly recall my friend, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, expressing his own anger, and I believe the Honourable Member for Christchurch is as well. And I say to them that they must be calm, sir, because if it is one thing I've learned in these 20-plus years around this place, is that one ought not to ascribe to malice those things that are perhaps best described as rancid and unapologetic ignorance. The Honourable Member, sir, washed this place with that type of ignorance. And as I said, sir, I feel that one ought not to become enangered by it, but rather to become a little bit sorry. It is the book of Luke that teaches us, sir, that while Christ hung from the cross and looked down on men gambling for his clothing, hung from a cross and watched men jeer and cheer, he said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." And the Honourable Member for Christchurch South has made it abundantly clear, sir, that he knows not about public finances, he knows even less about public policy, and he is entirely unapologetic about that. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is a matter not for me. That becomes a matter for the Democratic Labour Party, because the Democratic Labour Party have chosen to embrace him and that which he carries with him. And therefore, sir, It is a matter for them now to decide whether they are satisfied that their party, the house that Errol Walton, the most excellent, the right excellent Errol Walton Barra built, is to be now desecrated in this way. It is for them to decide, sir, whether a man comes to the Parliament of Barbados dripping only with personal angst and malice against the Prime Minister and has nothing else to do for 10 hours than launch attack after attack after attack on one individual in Barbados, without connection at all with a single policy in a budgetary proposal, sir. The Democratic Labour Party has to decide whether that satisfies them. And equally, sir, they must decide whether that party is now to be reduced only to being a utensil. The equivalent, sir, the equivalent of a political potty, a paw, fit only to carry the verbal diarrhea of he who sits upon it. No, Mr. Speaker, for us, there is a duty to continue to govern. And Mr. Speaker, sir, as we extend ourselves in this duty of continuing to govern, we have to be mindful, sir, that there is a responsibility that we carry to be very candid with the people of Barbados about some of the things that were said in here, even though we may, as I come to this place, sir, be responding with a heart full of mercy and pity. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, and I told him this before, but I say it publicly, correctly, in my view, located a large part of what must be the response to this budget on the part of the member for Christchurch South. In the comments which he began with shortly after he left the first hour of rambling, he went to Thomas Hobbes. Mr. Speaker, I believe it would have been in 1588 that there was an English philosopher called Thomas Hobbes. And Hobbes, sir, had a very interesting, if not perverse, view of humanity. Hobbes felt, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it was his perspective that human beings outside of rigorous social construct and the application of force to keep them in line, sir, would function in what he called a state of nature, the natural state of mankind. And that natural state of mankind, sir, would be that people are predisposed to being vulgar, that they're predisposed to being incivil, that they're predisposed, Mr. Speaker, sir, to being uncouth and uncultured, violent, evil, beneath contempt. And then he went, sir, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, to say that that is the way in which he sees Barbados today. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, this Parliament has been around since 1639. And I want you to recognize, sir, that that which came from a man of black working class origin in this country reflected a philosophy that those who haunted these premises back in 1639, sir, well, not these premises, but nearby, because this was built after, they had the same philosophy about people who they enslaved, that they were not human, beneath contempt, predisposed to incivility, predisposed to vulgarity, predisposed to being uncouth and evil. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that I stood in this Parliament for the last month, and I saw some hangers-on come in here. Forgive me if I digress, sir, but it is relevant. I saw some hangers-on come in here, and I observed at the dining table on more than one occasion, Mr. Speaker, sir, people who come to your house as visitors to your house, sir. On one occasion, I saw one push you one side to grab 2 plates up from a dining table to serve themselves. Push you one side in your own house, at your house's dining table, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I believe that I understand incivility when I see it. I believe I understand it, Mr. Speaker, sir. And those hangers-on were guests. of the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. And if I misrepresent in any way, Mr. Speaker, haul me in like a pop kite. Haul me in. But Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't think I misrepresent that which I witness. No, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that I take exception to that characterization of the people, the young people in my constituency. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, I can say on your behalf that you would take exception of that characterization of the young people in your constituency, that they are predisposed, any foolishness about being predisposed to being uncivil and uncouth. And Mr. Speaker, we got to talk about this. Because, as I said to you, I believe that it is appropriately located in this question of what Barbados is today, what we see manifested with the young people in Barbados today, specifically the question of crime in this country today, and the society within which they live today. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the assertion was also made in the same breath that the interventions made on this side, and I was one of them, I confess, that the idea of solving the social problems of Barbados only by lick and lock up, as we have come to call it, is inappropriate. And he has a difficulty with that. So I can only assume, therefore, sir, that the social problems as prescribed and diagnosed now by the Democratic Labour Party must now be resolved by more locking up and more licking. And let us subject this to some scrutiny, Mr. Speaker, sir, because in many ways, Mr. Speaker, this House has carried a characteristic of being a lazy house. In 1989, a black boy from a Barbados ghetto invited this country to reflect on itself and on the way its young people were feeling and being treated and how they were behaving as a consequence, sir. In 1989, that's 36 odd years ago. This House has never investigated that. And let me therefore condescend now to some particulars. I'm talking about a young man that we've come to know and love called Lil Rick. I'm talking about a song, Mr. Speaker, sir, that was called Me Nah Know How the Youth Get So. I don't know if you remember it, Mr. Speaker. Me nah know, me nah know, me nah know how the youth get so. Me nah know, me nah know, me nah know how the youth get so. Look, the youth nowadays like they turn idiot, sniffing coke, hitting rock. You remember it, Mr. Speaker? This country laughed, this country danced, but this country did not investigate. And it is as relevant then as it is relevant now, Mr. Speaker. And I grow tired of this neo-colonial absurdity that the solution to the social issues facing us, and let me say earlier, Clark, I have no problem being tough on crime. But like the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, I share the philosophy that you've got to be tough on the consequences of crime. Yes, I am easily persuaded that you have to be tough on crime. But let's talk for 5 minutes about the need to be tough on the consequences of crime, Mr. Speaker, sir. And this neo-colonial construct that you beat down a black man or a black boy until he learns to love his blows, until he learns to raise his morale. Beat him until his morale improves. Beat him until he feels better about himself and those who beat him and those who beat him down. I consider that to be absurd, Mr. Speaker, sir. Equally absurd is that you lock him up until he learns to love the walls that confine his spirit. I have a difficulty, Mr. Speaker, sir, with a country and an approach in which that is the perspective that we are going to offer. But we offer that perspective, sir, because we have not invited ourselves to take the time to bend our minds, and I invite your house now, sir, to do that. Because I ain't come here, I ain't been around here long enough now, sir, that I could afford to offend and go on home. if those who I have offended feel I should go home. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 2018, and I'm grateful to the Ministry of Education for assisting the Cabinet of Barbados with this particular research that was shared with the Cabinet of Barbados by the Honourable Member for St. Philip West. In 2018, Mr. Speaker, sir, 2,984 young people sat the CSEC exams. 2,984, sir. And of those, sir, 161 got 0 passes. Not one subject pass, 161. 2,984 sat. But, Mr. Speaker, that 2,984 represented only 70% of the students who were the total cohort brought into the secondary school system 5 years before. 70%. So that means, sir, that 30%, Mr. Speaker, or 1,294 were lost in the system. Where were they? Some, you would say, may have stopped down once. Some may have stopped down twice. Some may have stopped down 3 times. Some may have been superannuated out of the system altogether. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that when the bulk of them came to the point of examination for CSEC, what we used to call the O-level exam, they were nowhere to be found. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, numerically, this country lost 1,294 that never arrived at examination, 161 that got 0 passes, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we got a total of 1,455 students. That nobody asked about them. What is the plight of those 1,455 living, breathing souls, Mr. Speaker? And does this parliament not know, this Republican parliament, don't come in here and wash down this place with nonsense about the Constitution. Tell us about the society around which a Constitution must be built, Mr. Speaker. What about those 1,455 people that are lost? And every year, tell me, sir, whether this country can afford 1,500 young people being thrown into the street. Because next year, we want 1,500 more, so we get 3,000. Put another 1,500 on it, you got 4,500. Put another 1,500 on it and go on, Mr. Speaker. You have an army of people who you have failed as a society. I will be damned if I will remain silent on it. I will not remain silent on it, sir. And we continue to come in this place and put on fine garment and forget that the fundamentals have to be addressed, sir. I want to be talking about the crime, but I want us to talk about the causes of crime, because where are they to be employed? How has this country reached out to ensure that these people can function as effective citizens in Barbados? And should they not be given that opportunity? What are the social interventions that this government has put on the table that were scorned in here? That is spend money now. The other parliaments did not vote to do some of the fundamentals. First of all, to emotionally heal those who are emotionally scarred by the view that they have been failures since they were 11 years old and consigned to the rubbish heap of history because they didn't get into a good school and life went downhill after that. So you have to do some emotional and wellness counseling. Then, Mr. Speaker, sir, you've got to do some guidance counseling as well, because nobody has been reaching out or working with them. They have been lost in the system, a statistic. They have a heart, they have blood, they have lungs, they breathe, they walk, they talk, but they are a statistic only in the eyes of this system, sir. A little black boy consigned to the rubbish heap of history at 11, and maybe even before. And then, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to talk about adult literacy programs, because many of them may not even have been able to functionally be literate. And then, sir, we got to teach them financial literacy so that they can effectively live in this society. And then, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to be in a position to make sure that they understand a little bit about small business development, because we know that in this country, sir, unless you come out of a Harrison College, Cormier, Queen's College, or the so-called elite with some paper in your hand, nobody is seeing you when you come through the door. And that, I would have thought, would occupy a Democratic Labour Party leader if he can talk for 10 hours. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, every cent in intervention of that type is money well spent. And I have no apology for saying that, sir. And we have a simple choice in this country now. Let us write off swaths of our humanity, according to the Democratic Labour Party and the Thorn, or let us reinvest in the young people of this country according to the Barbados Labour Party's philosophy. And I choose the latter, Mr. Speaker, and I make no apology for saying that. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I came here to talk straight talk today. A lot of long talk about travel. Let me tell the Leader of the Opposition that when we came to government in 2018, we found a state of affairs in which every minister of the Democratic Labour Party government, when he traveled overseas, sir, traveled first class. First class. There is not a member of this government who has been in cabinet since 2018 who has sat first class in an airline going anywhere in the world. All of that was put to an end. All of that squandermania was put to an end. There's no member of the government, including the Prime Minister, that travels first class. There was a thing called, Mr. Speaker, sir, spousal travel. And if you didn't have a spouse, I do not know how you managed to get a keep miss on the plane, but they used to have keep miss travel. Or keep man. No, I'm not laughing, sir, because it got to stop. It has to stop. It has to be brought to Christian understanding that there is a ruse, a game being played here. And if the Democratic Labour Party wants to be a plaything, it can be a plaything of the Leader of the Opposition if that is how they see themselves. But this government put a stop to all the spousal travel, all the first-class travel. So let us now talk about the travel that does take place, sir. For the first time in history, I saw a Prime Minister. I've been about here for over 20 years, Mr. Speaker, sir. There is no Prime Minister of Barbados that has ever come and laid before the House as the Prime Minister of Barbados did last night. The entire dossier of her travel and associated cost. 7 years. For 7 years. There is no other Prime Minister in the history of Barbados who has done it. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the benefits. You know that as she sought to defend herself, she shortchanged the calculation of what was earned because of travel. I don't even think the Minister of Finance in the ministry knows that, because the Prime Minister didn't talk about trips to China. And that with the buses arrangement that we have put in place, sir, that there was, what's the figure? That with the buses, sir, it is $15 million in grant money for these buses. The stadium is another $40 million in grant money towards the rebuilding of the National Stadium, which must take it up 40 and 15 is 55 million. So it is no 120 million that was saved, sir, or earned by way of grant money. It is now rather, sir, $175 million in grant money. We're telling me at all. Huh? A good return. No, Mr. Speaker, sir. There's also the question of the geopolitical issues that arise. And that's what I come here to talk about. Because we live in a world, sir, where this is the age of shifting values. This is an age, Mr. Speaker, sir, where global Goliaths are at trade war. As recently as today, Europe was told that they will be confronted with 200% tariffs on alcohol and wines and spirits and so on that they're selling into the United States of America. 200%. And I say to the rum producers in Barbados, move swiftly, and make sure you get into the market because when them carrying up the tariffs against one another, our little tralag and get sell faster and more foreign exchange for this country. Be nimble. That's the advice of the trade minister. Headlines, read all about it. Trade minister advises you to be nimble. When the Prime Minister of Canada says that Canadians don't fly to the United States for summer, be nimble. Barbados is open for business. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, these are the things that we got to talk about in a world now where the new rule is might is right, and reason has been removed from her throne. We have to look at the context of some things. And that's what this government has done. The Prime Minister, in association with the Foreign Ministry, sir, recognized that, for example, small and micro states were the ones most impacted by the supply chain disruptions in COVID. Nobody can argue that. In fact, these travel and trade-dependent economies of the Caribbean were among the 20 most negatively impacted countries in the world in terms of GDP decline as a result of COVID. And so, Mr. Speaker, so what was the strategy? The strategic response is to secure the presidency of UNCTAD, so that Barbados then, because we lived the experience, move fast to get in control of UNCTAD. And you know why? Because it allows us to be that thought leader, that voice on behalf of small and micro states like ours that says to the world, this is the difficulty that small countries are facing, and we have now to look at the way we do business and correct it in the interest of all these millions of people living in small states. That gives us influence, Mr. Speaker. You can't do it by sitting down here in Bridgetown. You have to go out there. Mr. Speaker, sir, I give you another example. The COVID experience was one where we would have lost access to medical supplies. We know that. We would have had difficulties in getting vaccines and so on. What is the strategic response by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in conjunction with the Prime Minister's office, sir? What is the strategic response? It is to secure the chair of the World Health Organization, One Health Global Initiative, to be a thought leader on these matters, to move the attention of the globe, the big powers, the manufacturers, sir, to let them know, look, you've got to deal with these small states differently next time there's a pandemic, the next time there's crisis. You can't do that, sir, by staying in Bridgetown, Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, sir, inheritance of the third most indebted economy while balancing debt. And at the same time, got to do hurricane preparedness and disaster preparedness, Mr. Speaker. And the strategic response you would have heard referred to last night when the Prime Minister let the country know that she is co-chair of the Development Committee of the World Bank and the IMF, and also chairman now of the V20, the vulnerable group of countries. They started with 20, it is now 70, Mr. Speaker. Barbados is the chair, and Barbados is leading the campaign of interrogation of these crisis issues against countries like Canada, the United States, Australia, Great Britain, Germany, etc. The thought leadership on behalf of the developing countries of the South is now being conducted by leadership from Bridgetown, Barbados. But Mr. Speaker, sir, you can't do that if you ain't prepared to get on an airplane and exercise yourself. But what is the benefit of that, you might ask, sir? The benefit of that, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I'll be honest with you, we're also at the same time chair of CARICOM. And for the second time in the last 7 years, Barbados is now chairman again for the second time in 7 years. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the benefits of these things, I can itemize them. Silicon Valley came here. We just had a heads of government conference at the Wyndham a couple of weeks ago. For the first time in the history of CARICOM, Silicon Valley had representatives at a CARICOM heads of government meeting. And they were there, sir, to discuss the use of AI, artificial intelligence, in helping leverage technology for the advancement of public health care in the region, working with the University of the West Indies and the regional government, sir. For the first time, the African Exim Bank is in the process of acquiring land in Barbados so that it can establish a trade center. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that means business for this region more particularly business for this country. Commitment to Barbados. You just heard one of the honorable members talk about CAF, the Latin American Development Bank. Sir, we are about to host the World Food Program Hub, the UN International Office of Migration. The Embassy of Panama opened here a few months ago. The Colombian ambassador would have presented her credentials here a couple of days ago to Her Excellency, the President of the Republic, sir. So they're about to open their embassy here. The Embassy of Mexico is about to open here, sir. And Interpol is opening an office, sir, at International Crime Prevention. It has already opened the office. And you have a leader of the opposition that stood in this parliament and drove a stake through the heart of this country's reputation. Drove a knife through the heart of this country's reputation, talking about how Barbados is corrupt. And Interpol, the leading crime-fighting agency of the globe, has chosen to open an office here. You think they'd be here, sir, if they felt that there was a smidgen of truth to that? No, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I feel we've come to the point now where the press has to hold this leader of the Democratic Labour Party accountable. Accountable, not just for walking out, because that's just bad manners. But you got to hold him accountable for the things that he is saying and the injurious nature of the things he is saying with respect to the well-being of this country. And Mr. Speaker, sir, you asked me to talk to this country about the missions. And I want to say to you, sir, we all know, I think we heard it very recently, that there are over 200 nurses that would have come here from Ghana. And so therefore it is self-evident that the Ghanaian mission is assisting us in terms of our public health delivery. Oh, Kenya, sir. You know, the first thing I did this morning, sir, was to have a conversation with the Labour Minister in Kenya on the matter of getting some assistance, human resource assistance. I talked about it when I was in the well of the House. I don't remember I spoke about this when I was in the well of the House, but the leader of the opposition did not show up. And I said then, and I was saying, no, sir, this country is redesigning our entire energy sector. The Minister of Energy and the Senior Minister responsible for infrastructure must have energy planning capacity. But there's no body in Barbados to do the generation planning. There are no engineers that specialize in that we know about here. The power planning, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we have to find those skill sets elsewhere. And through the Kenyan mission, we have the Ethiopians now assisting us. Mr. Speaker, the Kenyan mission has engaged their central bank in Kenya with the central bank in Barbados. And you would have seen in the budget that there is a payment platform that is about to start in Barbados next year, it is, huh? Or later this year. Later this year. Collaboration, sir. Collaboration. The port of Mombasa in Kenya, a logistical expertise an existing logistical specialty is what they possess. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we want our port to do a lot more by way of logistics. So there's a partnership there too. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the question of cultural exchanges and sports development, and we can go on. I don't understand what the angst of the leader of the opposition is about our relationship with Africa. Before I came to this seat to speak, sir, I left a meeting with the president of Sierra Leone, who is here as we speak. You heard the sirens outside, Mr. Speaker. That was the president of Sierra Leone arriving and then leaving as he was here to discuss matters of closer cooperation with Barbados. And then he talked about the UAE. This budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, refers to a data center, a tertiary data center. But we are working on this with the leadership and the cooperation, the expertise of the United Arab Emirates. And Mr. Speaker, sir, what is it that we're hoping to achieve with that? To have Barbados as a hub, sir, for the production and distribution of digital identification services, not only for here, but for countries outside, across this region, Mr. Speaker. And that, sir, there will be integrated data services so that the Minister of Home Affairs, sir, through customs and immigration, and any of the other agencies interested in those services will be able then, sir, to have access to the type of advanced passenger information and advanced cargo information and so on to ensure the better security of this country. What are we doing it for, sir? We are doing it to enhance our cybersecurity, sir. That is what the UAE's mission is working on, because the United Arab Emirates are specialists in this area. The Honourable Member for St. Philip South, the Minister of Agriculture, sir, we're working with him in order to make sure that we can get the assistance that he needs, sir, in order to deal with the chicken, the deaths of our chickens, sir, because of extreme heat. And the Saudis are specialists in that area, and we are working with him. Him is leading this house, sir. That is what the missions are doing. And it hurts that you can have a man who would want to lead Barbados, and all he can say about a mission is that he heard that they had a party there and somewhere in the UAE, and that some entertainer charged how much ever money he said the entertainer charged. Well, if a Barbadian entertainer went to the UAE, this minister does not know about it, but neither does this minister really care, because I do not involve myself in the minutiae. I do not descend into those little weeds. If there is a party there that is intended and designed to enhance the image of Barbados, I know how we got UNCTAD. I was the tourism minister who went to Geneva when we had to try to compete against the same UAE to be the chair of UNCTAD. And I know, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I organized for there to be a party in Geneva. And I organized, sir, for some young ladies to come up there dressed in their crop-over costumes. And I know that the men from the Middle East who were saying that they didn't want to vote for Barbados, when they hear the calypso strike up, when they start to drink the rum that was there, and they saw the ladies dancing, they came and said, Minister, everybody who is from the Middle East don't necessarily be Muslim. Minister, don't worry about it no more. The deal is settled. Be like Barbados. Be like what we see. You got to promote the country. You have to promote the country. And every country in the world uses its national assets. There are some who got enough money and they would buy the support that they want. We can't do that. So we have to creatively find that which we want. He talked about regathering, Mr. Speaker, so I'm not going to delay you much longer, because he asked me about the Cuban medical brigades, and I think the Prime Minister has answered that question. In fact, only to say that the partnership with the United States is vital to us. They are a critical trade partner. They're a critical source market for tourism. The partnership with Cuba is equally vital to us, Mr. Speaker. The Right Excellent Earl Barra made a speech that indicated that we are friends of all and satellites of none. Everybody know that. But what people fail to remember is that he also made the point that ours cannot and will never be a diplomacy of power. It is a diplomacy of development. And Cuba is a development partner for Barbados. When we were in our darkest hour in COVID, they had 223 nurses here, Mr. Speaker. They had them all across the Caribbean. And even though there are no more here, and we don't have any Cuban medical brigades here, we paid the Cubans the same amount of money as we pay anybody else. Nobody in Barbados can hold their passports or anything like that. And we will continue our discussions with the US. In fact, I have been notified, sir, by senior people in Homeland Security that when the statement was made, they did not have Barbados on the radar. And that is fine. I'm grateful for that. But let me also say that to the extent that they have other countries in the Caribbean on the radar, we still have a concern, because the public health infrastructure of this region is extremely fragile. And therefore, we have to stand together, and we have to make sure that we look after each other. Because if you have a collapse of public health in one country of the Caribbean, it will spread like contagion. Or there will be contagion. I think that is the correct way of putting it. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, regathering, and I will end here, because there's something wrong with a human being who come from a country and would tell people, don't support a national initiative. You should be unpatriotic. You should not support a national initiative of the country you come from. I don't think I would ever have heard a Jamaican utter that which was uttered in this house. I can't imagine, Mr. Speaker, any American citizen that would utter that which was uttered by the leader of the opposition in this house. I can't imagine it, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I'm going to make the flyer that he talked about, the inaugural Barbados Independence Gala flyer, a document of this house. It says, inaugural Barbados Independence Gala 2024, launch of the gathering 2025. It carries a tag at the bottom, sir, all the sponsors. You have Barbados, Mr. Speaker, BTMI. You've got British associations. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. These are different groupings from around, some in Nottingham, some in Manchester, Sussex, Essex, wherever they come from, Mr. Speaker. Barbadian associations in the UK that come together to help finance this Independence Gala launch, because they're all Barbadian men and women, good and true. And on it is the logo of the Barbados Labour Party UK branch, which is an entity up there too. Well, Mr. Speaker, what is missing is the Democratic Labour Party UK branch. So the question isn't why the Barbados Labour Party UK branch was involved. The question is, why was the Democratic Labour Party missing? And this is the problem. Because there's got to be a point at which we end this charade, this foolish game. And let us understand we are Barbadians together. And Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a gorillifant, but that is not a parliamentary word. There is a Napoleonic figure that has arisen in the North. And that Napoleonic figure in the North Atlantic does not care, Mr. Speaker, sir, if this little island disappears under the rock. That Napoleonic figure don't care if you're dead tomorrow, sir. But we must stand together as Barbadians and leave the political tit for tat at the water's edge. We are bigger than this. We are better than this. And we may have come to this point, Mr. Speaker, sir, from different destinations or locations around the island and in different boats. But we are now all in the same ship. And that ship, sir, is called the HMS Barbados First. So I always say to the honourable member, sir, is that if he really taking this thing serious, and I don't think he is, I think he's in here only to be a source of irritation for a lady he obviously has a deep degree of personal dislike for. And her very presence is the fact that she moves oxygen into carbon dioxide sticks in his craw. But Mr. Speaker, sir, I made this document a document of the House, and I thank you for your indulgence, sir. I'm obliged to you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that we do no suspend for a period of 10 minutes until 6:27, 6:30.
The question is, Honourable Chairman, be suspended until 6:30. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable Chairman stands suspended until 6:30.
so let me leave it. Can't see it.
This sitting is resumed. All member for Christchurch, East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I first off want to thank all the members of the government side, sir, for their contributions to this debate, and certainly, sir, for their many expressions of confidence. I also want to thank the members of the public, sir, who listened to the presentation and sent me quite a number of WhatsApps over the past few days, supporting the measures that I was able to announce, sir, on behalf of the government. And most of those messages, I can say to the members of the government, were very positive. I think I can attest, sir, that the people of Barbados are pleased with the work that the government has done in spite of the challenges, sir, that we have faced as a country. Now, at the outset, sir, let me just say that in my presentation on Monday, I indicated that at the end of June, sir, 2018, the reserves were $412 million, which represented, sir, 6 weeks of import cover. I think you may remember me making that particular point, sir. Sir, I must sincerely apologize to this chamber, sir, because that was, in fact, sir, a little bit of wrong information, and I apologize for that. Because, sir, at the end of May, you know, you know what happened on May 14th, sir. Sorry, 24th. At the end of May, sir, the reserves were in fact 436 million, 436.3 million, sir, and it represented 4.6 weeks of import cover. 4.6. So in my weariness, sir, to make sure that the numbers were prepared, my hand slipped and hit the 4 point, sir, to give the 6 weeks. So I apologize profusely, sir, and to members for giving the country the wrong impression, because that $412 million, which was right, sir, the absolute correct number is that we only really had 4.3 weeks of import cover, not 6, as I indicated then, sir. And I humbly apologize for potentially misleading the House, sir, but it's purely by accident. And I start there, sir, because I heard a lot, and I'll get to that a little later, so don't let me get distracted, sir. I start there because if we don't agree on what is factual and what is true, sir, then we potentially could be in danger, sir, of making the wrong decisions at the wrong time, especially at a time where a lot of our people are looking to us as leaders to be able to give them, sir, guidance in a world that is associating itself, sir, with mistruths, lies, of which I know we heard a lot in here, sir, subsequently. But the people of Barbados are relying on us, sir, to give them the facts and nothing but the facts. Let me also say, sir, that I was very conscious on Monday that as I was presenting the budget, sir, and as you know, sir, the interpreters were here doing their work, so as they were changing positions, sir, I was conscious that they were in my line of sight. And so I remember at one point I looked at my watch on the clock and I said, well, you know, these folks doing very fine work. So I chose at that time, sir, to skip a section in the document because it was purely administrative stuff that would be addressed. Because I recognized that the work that they were doing, sir, on behalf of the disabled community was important. And even though I didn't speak as long as I thought I was speaking, I was conscious, sir, very, 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 very conscious, that after a while, people may very well start to tune out. So I took a very conscious decision at that time, sir. You remember me saying that I was going to make a statement later. I will do so now because it's purely administrative in relation to some efficiency matters, but I felt it was important to recognize that the work that the two ladies were doing at that particular point in time, that this particular session was not or no less important than any other part of the speech. I made a decision that with respect to the time that we were going to spend here, that we could do something a little differently, sir. Now, unlike clearly what we then subsequently experienced. So I want to address a few matters in relation to the Revenue Authority and NIS, as I had indicated then, and also give an update to the House and to the country in relation to some matters relation to corporate tax filings before I get into my response to the Leader of the Opposition. So just give me a few minutes, sir. And so I will say, Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Revenue Authority has worked tirelessly to implement the corporate tax reform and recognizes the constraints of the technology infrastructure that there have been some delays with respect to implementation. And to accommodate these changes, sir, and pending changes in both the application of monthly corporation tax prepayments for income years 2024 and 25 and the filing of corporation tax returns for income year 2024, the following will apply. Firstly, sir, a remission of penalties and interest associated with the late payment of monthly corporation tax prepayments as prescribed under the Income Tax Amendment and Validation Act 2024-15 for the payment period January 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 will apply. Secondly, sir, to facilitate the application in the IT systems, interest and penalties applicable to the late payment of prepayments under the old regime for income year 2024, i.e., sir, March 15th, 2024, September 15th, 2024, December 15th, 2024, sir, and March 15th, 2025 are included, sir, in this remission of penalties and interest. And finally, there will be an extension, sir, of the March 15th, 2025, sir, corporate income tax filing date to March 31st, 2025 to ensure that all companies are able to file their tax returns in a timely manner. So we've had some development issues, sir, that went a little longer than was anticipated. So we're saying here that the companies that are expected to, that originally would be expected to complete their filing by Saturday, that we're extending that deadline from Saturday to the end of the month, March 31st. However, though, sir, final payments, which would normally be due on Saturday, final payments for income year 2024 shall be made by March 17th, 2025. So there's an extra day for Monday, sir, for companies to pay what they would ordinarily have to pay as they've prepared their accounts already. But because of the, as I said, the IT systems, they have the filing deadline until the end of March. But let me repeat, final payments for income year 2024 shall be made by March 17th, 2025, which is Monday, sir. Payments, sir, can be made in TAMIS, which is the regular administrative system, sir, or through the Global Relations Portal, as service providers will be aware of that specific information. And this relates, sir, to the companies who were in scope, but as I said, sir, the service providers would be well aware of those arrangements. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are of the view that this waiver, as we said, sir, with respect to the fact that the prepayments have started, we believe this is fair and reasonable, and having regard to the fact that the change for the corporation tax return and the prepayment cycle is new and requires, obviously, service providers to get familiar with the new process. So on Monday, sir, I said I will address some administrative bugs with respect to the BRA and the NIS, and I spoke about the 2,458 applications in relation to what we would do, what was approved on the portal, and so I proposed just to reiterate what I was going to say on Monday, at this time, given that it is purely administrative in nature. We will obviously amend the regulations to suit to make sure that these actions now take effect. And so as I had indicated, sir, we had a situation where because of the way that the system was, it just contributed to a lot of inefficiency. So to alleviate some of these issues, as I indicated then, sir, and to enhance efficiency and reduce the administrative burden on the Barbados Revenue Authority in this instance with respect to the Income Tax Act and Value-Added Tax Act, I propose that from April 1st, 2025 to 1, eliminate the late filing fee for 0 returns, which is consistent with international practice, sir. To reduce the late filing fee from $500 for personal income tax returns to $100, and for corporate tax returns, sir, to $250, with no future requests, sir, for amnesty, permitted, or rebating of these costs. And the reason for this, sir, is that we really want companies and individuals to comply rather than having to write to the ministry for relief. It takes up a lot of time and effort to do, and therefore we are making these arrangements in order to make sure that we encourage companies and individuals to do the right thing up front and to not have the penalties necessarily be a burden to individuals. Further, any penalties or interest applied to the taxpayer, sir, will be offset against any tax refund. So we're trying to make sure that the system is as efficient as possible and therefore just permit the process to run much smoother. We will also, sir, cap the total interest and penalties to no more than 25% of the tax payable for late filings and interest, which is consistent again, sir, with international best practice. Now, any companies, what we will do, sir, is that this will allow for a payment plan of up to 42 months to be agreed between the Barbados Revenue Authority and taxpayers without the need, sir, to waive penalties and interest. If full settlement is achieved, sir, within 12-month period of the outstanding principal taxes, the taxpayer will receive the full relief, sir, from the penalties and interest. Now, as it stands now, sir, we have had to go through a whole set of this wavering process, sir, doing all sorts of calculations and stuff, sir, which really and truly doesn't make sense. The government has been, since we came to office, sir, as I indicated then, we entered into an arrangement where we settled via Series F bonds first, sir, and then Series J over 42 months. We paid those persons who were owed by government over 42 months. And we're saying here, we're giving you 42 months to be able to do what you have to do, sir, and make sure then that it is settled clearly in order to make sure then that everything is good. You can do it sooner, but we are saying no more than 25%, and you enter in the arrangement to be able to settle. We'll also permit taxpayers, sir, a grace period of 5 business days to make payment after filing personal and corporate tax before any late filing fees, sir, or interests are applied. So again, sir, we're trying to accommodate persons once you file, and you encourage you to pay at the same time so you don't forget. But in the event, sir, that sometimes, you know, what may happen, sir, is that in the past, because we haven't quite yet hit the mark with respect to real-time payments, you might pay Friday evening, sir, but you know, as the bank was normally closed at 3 o'clock, the money clears on Monday. And therefore, the calculation should still recognize that it was paid on Friday. Because it's cleared into the account on Monday, sir, it might present as a late payment as opposed to things. So we're making these operational changes to make sure that instances like that, sir, don't occur in the future, in order to make sure then that this headache of penalties and interest, sir, no longer exists. With respect to the National Insurance Scheme, sir, for the purpose of settling outstanding national insurance contributions, I also propose to cap the interest to no more than 25% of the outstanding contributions effective April 1st. And this would allow for a payment plan of the same, up to the same 42 months, sir, to be agreed between NIS and the employers or self-employed persons without the need to request a waiver. So settlement again, sir, of all outstanding principal contributions will, within the 12-month period, employers and self-employed persons will receive the full relief from interest, because we want people to be able to bring themselves straight as soon as possible. The payment settlement framework outlined above, sir, between the BRA and the NIS relates to total outstanding principal amounts owed to each institution of up to $1 million. All requests for waivers above $1 million must still come to the Ministry of Finance for assessment to ensure that we understand broadly, sir, what is happening with respect to the business. Mr. Speaker, all taxpayers entering payment plans with the BRA or NIS for the settlement of arrears will be encouraged, sir, to set up a standing order or direct debit with the financial institution of their choice while staying current, sir, with respect to their statutory obligations going forward. The Revenue Authority and NIS will provide obviously relevant information to the taxpayer to ensure their account is up to date and reconciled appropriately. Now, this next section, sir, reflects the fact that there are a number of businesses in Barbados who do not participate with respect to the provision of data. And the government needs data in order to set the right policy. And so all we're saying is that anybody who is entering any arrangement here, sir, effective April 1st, all businesses entering into a payment arrangement with, to settle outstanding statutory obligations must participate, sir, in the balance of payment survey of the Central Bank of Barbados, in any business service, sir, conducted by the Barbados Statistical Service, any business service here, survey conducted by the ministries responsible for agriculture, culture, labor, and tourism, sir, or any other survey that the Minister responsible for finance may determine for a period of 5 years. Now, this is important, sir, because if we do not know what is happening in the economy, sir, and this is right across the board, we've done the same with respect to provision of those persons with concessions. All we're saying is that if you have to get into this arrangement, we need to get information from you in order, not information with respect to what's happening with your business activity in the survey. It is all anonymous anyway, sir, as provided to the entities, and therefore it is nothing that the Ministry of Finance is going to be looking at specifically, other than to know what is happening with respect to the economy more broadly. And so, sir, the BRA and NAS will report all information in relation to the compliance of entities to the Ministry of Finance on at least a monthly basis with respect to disseminating to the relevant ministries and agencies. Now, sir, let me turn to, with that aside, that business aside, sir. As you know, sir, Tuesday was March 11th. And it was really a sad day. It was a sad day for a couple of reasons, sir. Members on this side, sir, would know that the Right Honourable GM Tom Adams, sir, it would have been 40 years, sir, on Tuesday that the Right Honourable would have passed. And I know, sir, that I've never met him, but I've heard members regale tales about the Right Honourable Tom Adams, sir. And I know that he was rolling in his grave, sir, on Tuesday. On Tuesday. Because the type of response that he would have given to a budget, sir, the type of budget that he would have presented in this very place, sir, I know that he would have been full of shame, disgust, sir, at what was represented here on Tuesday. And whilst I know that the leader of the opposition likes to, and the truth is if the public could see the walls in here, by the time we finish on Tuesday night, sir, if the walls could tell the story, had we not done some wonderful industrial cleaning during COVID, sir, these walls, sir, were splattered for almost 10 hours, if not more, sir, with what could only be described, I think, by Barbadians as absolute nonsense, sir. And it is not something that this government takes lightly because, you know, he spent a lot of time talking about show me a democracy and show me tyranny or some whatever the phrase he was using, sir. He was making reference to tyranny. But at one point, sir, on Tuesday evening, I watched the screen very clearly. And I had to apologize, sir, on Wednesday morning to both the interpreters, because there was absolutely no consideration, sir. None. Not for the interpreters, not for the staff of Parliament, not even for the people who might be listening, sir. And furthermore, sir, there was absolutely no consideration for the fact that there are norms in this place, sir. There are norms. And was, sir, I made the point at the beginning, sir. I could have, sir, if I had more time, I could have written more stuff into the budget, sir. And I could, and my colleagues would tell you that, they think I like to talk. And I can talk, sir. But I would like to believe that if you're going to take time, sir, to talk, that somebody should at least have some appreciation of what it is you're saying. And it was a sad day, because as we, as a party, reflect on 40 years of the passing of the Right Honourable Tom Adams, sir, and that was the most disgraceful way, sir, that any parliament in this country, I feel, could pay homage to such a great Prime Minister of this country, sir. Now, I know that he's now taken on the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party wholeheartedly, sir. And I believe Barbadians understand from what they saw on Tuesday and part of Wednesday what tyranny looks like, sir. Because what masqueraded in here as a response to a budget, sir, was a clear indication, sir, as to how the Democratic Labour Party feels about the people of this country. Because the people of this country lived through 10 years. 10 years of tyranny, sir. To the point where we found ourselves with a Prime Minister who believes, sir, that it was 7 years, 7 months, 7 days, sir, before he would be able to call an election so that he could have these 3 sevens, sir. Well past the constitutional requirement for Parliament to be dissolved, sir. First time in the history of Barbados that Parliament was dissolved and not a word from the Prime Minister. And it's coincidental, sir, that he spoke for 10 hours. I want Barbados to know that those 10 hours is a continuation of the 10 years that this country suffered under the Democratic Labour Party, sir. And at one point, sir, as I watched him, I swear I was watching the former member for St. Michael South. I mean, I heard so much about Hobbes and all these philosophers and all these types of things. I swear it was the former member for St. Michael South. Now, sir, we come to this place. We are politicians. We are going to get into the cut and thrust. Let us debate policy. But don't come in here, sir, and just pelt everything at the wall and hope that something sticks, sir, to get media coverage when you've addressed nothing that concerns ordinary Barbadians in this country, sir. And come in here to pretend that you laid out a manifesto. Manifesto to do what, sir? To do what? To do what? To do what? I do not believe, sir, in my heart of hearts, that the Democratic Labour Party has taken the responsibility, sir, not once, for the suffering that this country endured for 10 years. He laid out all types of things that the Democratic Labour Party will do, sir. But not once did he say that the Democratic Labour Party will pay back the money that they carry from the people of this country, sir. Not once. That caused hardship to the people of this country. Not once. Not once. Not once, sir. So, I believe, sir, that what we were treated to is the utter contempt that the Democratic Labour Party has for all of the people of this country. They have not learnt from their behavior, sir. It was on full display in here on Tuesday and Wednesday. I know from the messages that I received, sir, from all types of people, the people see it. The people see it. All of us in here, we are committed, sir. We have been committed from May 24th, sir, to do our absolute best to turn the fortunes of this country around, sir. And we have done so. But in doing so, we don't believe, sir, that that is enough. We do not believe that that's enough. The honourable member called the government of Barbados bank robbers. Bank robbers, sir. Bank robbers. No, I don't get into nobody's professional accreditation or any of those things, sir. He called us bank robbers. I was very specific when I made the point, sir, about the dormant accounts. I was very specific because I saw him writing, sir, the honourable member, the leader of the opposition. I saw him writing, and I made it clear that ever so often, the banks in Barbados, sir, in the newspapers, they publish all of the dormant accounts that they have. And a dormant account, sir, is an account that's had no activity for 10 years. After 10 years, sir, those accounts are handed over to the central bank, sir. To the central bank. Now, I know that it is highly irregular, sir, because you wouldn't normally make a law, a document of the House, sir. It is highly unusual. But, sir, I'm not making it a document of the House. I'm just saying to the public, sir, that it is not normal for a member to bring an act, sir, for another member who, sir, calls himself a King's Counsel, which I assume, sir, that calling himself a King's Counsel suggests that he thinks of himself as being superior to any other council, senior or otherwise. But my point is here, sir, is that this act, to the public, it is called Unclaimed and Undistributed Monies. Cap 93, sir. Cap 93, sir. Cap 93. It was actually passed, I think I heard somebody mention it, sir. 7th of July, sir.
It was last amended in 2013, but he died.
1891, sir. Correct.
Last amended in terms of
last amended by the Democratic Labour Party in 2013, sir. Okay? Now, I'm not going to make it a document because it's already law, sir.
The honourable member is an act, so the act had to be passed in the House.
In the House, precisely. So I'm just making a basic point, sir, that it spells out the section, sir, that says what any officer who is required to hand over money to the Accountant General, what is the process? And they made it clear, sir, on Monday, that between the 10 years that in the bank, you could go and get the money from the bank. When the bank handed over to the central bank, sir, and you realize that you got some money, you could go to the central bank. And they also make it clear, sir, that when the central bank hands the money over to the Accountant General, it comes into the consolidated fund, sir, and we use the money. If you, sir, want to make a claim, you are allowed to make a claim as the act allows. So imagine, sir, the leader of the opposition, and I explained that. Now, at the time, I didn't call the act, but I explained the process, which is rooted in law, sir, in law. So I believe, sir, it is quite disingenuous for the leader of the opposition to come in here on Tuesday and to try to malign something that's been happening since 1891, sir. Since 1891. Whether it's right or wrong, it's been happening. But, sir, as I made it clear, the government will use the money, you make a claim, you can get it back. We're not confiscating anybody's money, sir. I want the record to reflect that the government of Barbados has never and will never confiscate anybody's money. We said we are planning to do resilience. Now, sir, at the end of December 2024, the dormant accounts at the central bank, $57,709,747, sir, and 50 cents. I made it clear that this country is going to supersize the work that we are doing to build resilience. I may also made it clear, sir, that anybody who after, because by the time, sir, you heard what I said, 10 years in the bank or credit union is passed to the central bank. After 3 years, they're really supposed to hand it over to us. But the point is, within the law, there's another 6 years. But we say no, because anybody, even though it says you after 6 years, sir, you really don't have a claim, there's still a process. You can still write to the minister, sir, and say, well, look, this money here really belongs to my grandmother. The estate now settled. And therefore, the money that she had in the account that went over there is mine. And any good minister of finance, sir, will say, well, sure, here. So I want the public to disavow themselves of any notion, sir, any notion that the government of Barbados or the Barbados Labour Party are bank robbers, sir. We are not. We are going to utilize assets that are not being utilized to the best possible way, sir, at the moment. And we're going to put those monies, sir, to good use to make sure that we can repair houses, sir, that we can improve the infrastructure, sir, in this country, so that when the storms come, sir, that we know that our people, sir, will feel a little more comfortable. The Honourable Attorney General used the phrase, planting trees that you know, sir, that you ain't gonna sit down under. I believe, sir, that is the good work that this Barbados Labour Party, sir, is doing to build resilience in this country, sir. The Honourable Member also made reference to the fact that he can't find a way in the record where the debt to GDP, sir, was the 178.9% of the GDP. Now, sir, this is a big document here. There's a big document here, look. A big document. I asked him to print it double-sided, but there's only half of it. But the document is called, and anybody who's listening online, sir, anybody who's listening online, go and do a Google search, IMF Country Report number CR 18290, sir. IMF CR 18290. And you will see a link come up that says October 2018, sir, Barbados. Request for an extended arrangement under the extended funding facility, press release, staff report, staff supplement, and statement by the Executive Director for Barbados, sir. Google search IMF Country Report, CR 18290, sir. This document will come up. And I'm going to make it a document in the House, sir. I will make it a document in the House. But I want anybody who may be interested in understanding what is and what isn't, sir. Table 3, on page 32, sir. Table 3, the name of Table 3, sir, is Barbados Public Debt, fiscal 2015 to 2024, sir. And that public debt table, sir, got two parts of the table. Two parts. First part speaks to the actual level of debt, and the bottom half of the table, sir, speaks to the percentages. You have public debt, you have arrears, sir, and you have central government guaranteed debt. The first part, sir, which is the public debt, 15.843 billion for 2017-18, sir. Arrears, 1.184 billion, sir. And central government guaranteed debt, $977 million, sir. Now, all told, that is actually 18.004 billion. So anybody who takes out a calculator, sir, and does those numbers, they will see that at the bottom of the table, sir, it has the nominal GDP of $10.070 billion, sir. So when you put the 18, sir, over the 10, you just get the 178% that it referred to. But if that is too difficult, sir, for the leader of the opposition, if that is too difficult for the leader of the opposition to do, the second half of the table, sir, has the percentages. The public debt percentage is 157.3. The arrears percentage, sir, 11.8. And the central government guaranteed debt percentage is 9.7. So whether you add the numbers at the top and divide by the GDP at the bottom, sir, or you simply add the three percentages, sir, it comes to the same thing. I want the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to understand that this government don't come here to tell lies or present nothing other than the facts, sir. Nothing other than the facts. The fact that we have had to settle those arrears, and you know what's interesting, sir? The part with the arrears, it gives the projections, because remember I told you that those arrears we pretty much virtually paid all. The reason that we ain't quite pay all because when we had done the reconciliation with the BRA, with all of the legacy systems, sir, when they completed the reconciliation, sir, in, I think, about 18 months ago, they found some additional monies that the government owed. That is the only reason, sir, that the zero that is at the end for 23-24 is zero. And I want the public sees it. I can circulate it to members so that they see and understand what it is that we're talking about here. We constructed this program, sir, to rescue this country, to repay the unpaid bills that the Democratic Party left in this country, sir, to individuals, to businesses, sir, all kinds of people, sir. At one point, sir, you know that had it not been for the owner of Saul at the time, sir, had it not been for the owner of Saul at the time, because Saul has since been sold to an overseas party, sir, had not for the owner of Saul, sir, ambulances in this country, sir, wouldn't be able to go and pick up the body. The fire service, sir, can respond to the fire in Waterhall land on the place by you, sir. The garbage trucks, the few that they had, sir, can collect the garbage from the body in this country, sir. And I will never, ever, ever forget, sir, because the country manager at the time, sir, at the time, is from Waterford, sir. From Waterford.
I'm very familiar.
At the time. And he would call me and say, Minister, I know that one of the things, but we need some money. We need some money. It was the fire service, sir. It was the police cars that was driving about the country, sir. Every single government vehicle, sir, had it not been for the owner of Saul at the time, a Barbadian. But you see these new fellas that I got now? You can't play with them. You can't play with them. So this government set about, sir, making sure we make things right for the people of this country, because I don't believe, sir, that we should be at the mercy of the favor of anybody, sir, not even a Bajan, who could turn off the spigot for the fire service, sir, for the ambulance service, for people to get home when the night comes, sir, after work, for the transport board at the time, sir. The country of Barbados should never, ever be placed in such a position, sir. Should never. Should never, sir. But we paid on these monies, sir. We paid on these monies. And I can say to the country and to my colleagues today, I no longer receive those calls, sir, frantically. Frantically, sir, because everybody, every day, people want to know how they can get paid. How they can get paid, sir. Anyhow, the honourable member, sir, spoke to a whole tongue, because I made a reference to the fact that I proposed the change to the lyrics to reflect 400 years. Now, sir, I had a different opening for the speech, because the truth is, sir, that the man that financed the olive blossom, sir, Sir William Courtine, I think is his name, sir. I think that's his name, sir. From all reports, sir, when John Powell, I think, went back to England, sir, to report this beautiful place called Barbados, sir, that was uninhabited, that's what was said, sir, uninhabited. It was reported that Sir William Courtine, a merchant, businessman, he said, this sounds like some place he can make a lot of money. And then 2 years later, sir, sank the other ship, John, the other ship is William and John? William and John, sir, William and John. And from that point, sir, a man that, for all reports, I don't think he ever come to Barbados, but he financed the colonization of Barbados. He financed the colonization of Barbados, sir. And I want Barbadians to understand that when somebody can finance the colonization of a country, you understand that they may check in for another week, because you know that we will be doing upside there, so when we move Lord Nelson from there. People used to get off the boat there, sir, and separate out. And say, sir, you look fitter than me, so you worth this. You remember for St. Michael North, he's a runner, so he can go by wherever it is. That's the kind of thing that happened out there, sir. Out there. So I say to the people who are protesting now, 400 years after, Barbados, sir, is the world's newest republic. And whilst we will commemorate, sir, the landing, we must now chart a future for Barbados, sir, that is inclusive, sir, and provide opportunities for people like we, sir. Not to exclude nobody, but we must set the course. And I want to say, sir, there's a difference between the Barbados Labour Party, sir, and the Democratic Labour Party. Fundamental difference, sir. Fundamental difference. Because I put it this way. The Democratic Labour Party, sir, is like a thermometer. It's badly in need in calibration, but it's a thermometer, nevertheless, sir. The wind blow, something turn on, sir, they can measure the circumstances around them. So it don't matter what happened, they can just come up with whatever is happening around them, sir. The Barbados Labour Party, sir, irrespective of what happened around us, sir, we're going to set the course, sir. A thermostat. You set the temperature. You chart the course. And therefore, as we move forward, sir, to take fresh guard, yes, there's history there, sir. And we have been preserving our history. Yes. But, sir, preserving the history is not going to pay the bills for the future. Not in the way that some people might want to suggest. And I come to this particular point, sir, because there's going to be more of these discussions with respect to what's happening around the country, sir. And I want to say this. We have to decide how we manage our assets. We have to decide how we manage our assets, sir. So whether it's Holtown, whether it's Oistins, whether it's St. Anne's Fort, wherever the case is, sir, as we're going to do next, sir, with respect to Bay Street there, we have to decide what we do for the next 400 years, sir, to build on our development. And I say let me pause here, sir, and say that during all of this time, sir, whilst I paid homage, sir, to the police, I want to pay homage, sir, to the rank and file, sir, of the Barbados Defense Force. The force, sir, has served Barbados extremely well, alongside the police service, providing support not just for Bajans, but support for what happens outside of Barbados, especially during disaster missions overseas, sir. And they do it, sir, without much fanfare. You know, the forces just do what they got to do. They're soldiers, sir. They're soldiers. And I want to thank the men and women of the Barbados Defense Force, sir, from the bottom of my heart. Whenever I drive into St. Anne's Fort and I give my regimental number, sir, the young recruits often look at me as if they look at me like this. 9621956, sir. And it's with a certain pride, sir, that, correct. But the point is, sir, we all serve our countries in different capacities. And the members of the force, as St. Anne, sir, has reached its mature. Let me put it that way, sir. It's mature. Whilst the drill hall is rich in history, sir, and we all can reminisce about the old days, my grandmother's time, about the dances at the drill hall and all that, sir. The reality is that the British, like Fort Denmark, sir, selected those sites at a time, sir, to defend Barbados. You see him, Sir William, Courtine with the finance, sir, St. Anne's Fort, and all of those forts around Barbados, to defend what he was putting money in Barbados, sir. This is now to 2025. We don't need sea defenses to see who coming out there. So we got radar for that. We got all kinds of things for that now. You don't need that, sir. And therefore, part of the discussion that we need to have as a country now, sir, is how do we put these assets now to the best value of the country? And I know that to defend the country economically, sir, in an area that is, defense is on many realms now. On many realms. So I'm not suggesting at all that the regular defense isn't important, but given all that is swirling, sir, from tariffs to sanctions to blacklists to whatever it takes, sir, we have to defend Barbados on all fronts. And the way that we deploy our assets, sir, nationally, is going to determine what happens to Barbados for the next 400 years, sir. And this government, we will have as much consultation as we need to have with the stakeholders, sir. But at some point, sir, you have to set a course. And in setting a course, sir, you must do so with certainty. And I believe, sir, that this government is able to show Barbadians what the future can look like in relation to moving, sir, to a transformational level. Now, sir, the other member leader of the opposition also spoke to education. And he said, don't touch the common entrance. This is the next, the third, sir, all kinds of things. I simply say to Barbados, you have had the example as to what the Democratic Labour Party believes about education, sir. And I come back, I always remember, sir, and you know, life is funny. I remember the first time the Prime Minister asked me to run, sir. And this is a roundabout story, but it's in what I got here. It was at the Garrison School, sir, in the back of Garrison School. The same Garrison, sir, that they said that we move into the front road at the Ursuline Convent, sir, that the government bought from the convent, sir. The same Garrison, sir, that once we moved to the front road, that the Honourable Member for St. James South, as we are working to do now, is to turn that Garrison campus now, sir, into a full training facility for the Vocational Training Board, sir, to make sure that Bajans being equipped for the future, sir, that we start to ramp up the ability of investment. You heard her today say that they turn away 2,000 people when the year come to do training. Well, we got to do better. So if I sat down and got all VPI, sir, and said, well, it's not the Garrison, sorry, Great and Sealy, no, sorry. Great and Sealy, sorry. And they got all nostalgic and said, well, it's Great and Sealy, so don't move the school, leave it as is, and all of that, sir. And there's nothing to do with any politics or the naming of an institution or anything. It is about how do we redeploy the assets that we have, sir, to make sure that we can serve the interests of Bajans. And I know that the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, he's been talking about the seafarers training, these types of things for ages, sir. And therefore, as we incorporate these things to make sure that Bajans, boys and girls, sir, whether they want to work on a cruise ship, and as I will come to, sir, as we're doing with SJPI, we can build a welding plant, sir, because the welders down in Ghana, sir, you can earn as much as $300 an hour, sir. Well, that's the minimum side. The top fellas earning $500 an hour. So if you want money, sir, good money, and you're brave, the SJPI, we're giving them money this year, sir, to build that welding plant, so that Bajans, sir, will learn not just welding, but open the opportunity, sir, to make sure that the work that Diana want to do, sir, that we can, or some more people get some of that. That's what we're doing with education, sir. So was he coming in here to talk about whether the common entrance, don't touch the common entrance, and all of that, sir? I want Barbados to know this. You see what I did with university education, sir. You heard me say it many times. My grandmother or my mother, sir, could not afford to send me to the university. I was able to go, sir, because the people of Barbados financed that. So if the Democratic Labour Party, sir, could damage, and I believe, sir, it really is going to take a lot for us to reverse it, because those 10 years, not 10, 13 to 5 years, meant that 20,000 people who would ordinarily have gone to the university did not go. So when we talk about skills deficit today, sir, we can't find them people now. We can't find them people now. So I can say to the people, whether there's a common entrance or not, or continuous assessment, sir, I know that this Barbados Labour Party, whoever form the education they got in primary or secondary, I know that, sir, we can pay for it. But I cannot guarantee the people of Barbados what the Democratic Labour Party will do, sir. I want people to understand that. I want people to understand that, sir. No, sir. We've been in some preliminary discussions with CAF, just very quickly, sir, because that tertiary education intervention will include the robotics at the Erdeston teachers training facility, sir. You heard me talk about the jobs that you need in tourism, sir. There will be an expansion of the BCC, the Gene and Norma Holder facility at BCC, sir, to ramp up the capacity to do training for tourism, not just for Barbados, but with all of them hotels and things that they got there, sir. I know that the Honourable Member for St. James South will make sure that we get that project on the way as quickly as possible, because it is important that we start to build the training capacity to respond, sir, to the very needs that we have in this country. And as I said, sir, with the Vocational Training Board going to the Greater City site once the convent facility is finished, sir, that is the plan, sir, to make sure that we give these young people that the Honourable Member for St. James Central spoke about, have been unattached, and give them hope, sir, in this country. Now, sir, I am told that the hotel that is going to be built in Haywards, which is part of the Sandals group, sir. I didn't think, but it's a public record, sir. That butlers, sir, butlers are paid $5,000 when the month comes, sir. I don't know how many young people in this country understand that the difference between giving good service, sir, and giving good service, well-trained, sir, can earn you significant amounts of money. And they're going to want 125 butlers, as I'm told, the honourable member for St. James South. Butlers. Now, I ain't saying that young ladies might not be a butler, but these are jobs, sir, that I recognize that young men have been doing in the tourism industry. Pay good money, sir. Good money. So we got to train these butlers now, sir, to make sure that when that hotel finish in the next, 2.5 years or so, maybe 3, that we got 125 Bajans, sir, ready to step in. To step in. So training, sir, is going to be important to make sure that we are able to provide for the future of this country, sir. And I promise not to speak too long, sir, but I have to say this thing here. You remember, sir, when I spoke on Monday, and I said, sir, that if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, sir, that it is a scam. Now, sir, I was sitting here this afternoon, and someone sent me what is an Instagram post, sir. And so forgive me, sir, because it's important, because it came out 2 days ago. It was posted 2 days ago, sir. There's a post on Instagram. It has the logo of the city of Bridgetown, sir. It has Sagicor Bank, sir. It has CIBC, and it has RBC on it, sir. I don't know if the camera could. Where is it? There? Yeah. May not be able to zoom. But the person, sir, is Crystal Tally, 447. And it says here, Tier 1 wallet investment, 300 Barbados, you get $12,050. 400 Barbados dollars, sir, you get $15,200, sir. 500 Barbados, you get $17,030, sir. 600 Barbados dollars, sir, you get $19,100. 700 Barbados dollars, sir, you get $22,150, sir. 800 Barbados dollars, and you get $24,300. Sir, I don't know what else to do or say, but I hope that Barbadians, sir, I plead a begging now, a begging, sir. Please, see these things and leave them, sir. See these things and leave them, sir. See these things and leave them. Because no matter, sir, what it is, I made the point, sir, there is no economic activity unless you're robbing people, sir. And that's not really economic activity. That's just theft. There's no business, sir, that allows you to make that kind of return in such a short space of time. Leave out these things. I know that COB ain't got nothing to do with it, sir. I know that Sagicor Bank ain't got nothing to do with it, sir. I know that CIBC ain't got nothing to do with it. And I know that RBC ain't got nothing to do with it, sir. And I can only urge the public, do not fall for these things, sir. Do not fall for these things. Because you've worked too hard for your money, sir. Worked too hard. And I don't want people to come crying to any of us saying, sir, oh Lord, I thought it was real because somebody tell me that they get through. There's always somebody that can tell you that they get through, sir. Please. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am not going to detain the House much longer because I believe that what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition did to this country was the worst kind of terrorism that could ever be placed on people, sir. Because everybody in this country wanted to stop. And he wouldn't stop, sir. And my grandmother always tell me, sir, when you ain't got nobody to tell you to come back, something is wrong, sir. And he came in here with a set of people to put on full display, sir, on full display what the Democratic Labour Party, sir, would do to you again. Again. So they get a chance, sir, to do it Tuesday and Wednesday. To torture the whole country. The whole country, sir. Old people trying to watch the CBC News when night come, sir. Come watch the CBC News when night come. People tuning in from overseas want to know what's going on in Barbados. And after all of that, sir, nothing that will give anyone in this country any comfort that they have an ounce of responsibility or acknowledgement, sir, for the pain and suffering that they inflicted on this country, sir, for 10 years. It is a reminder, sir, that nothing has changed with the heart of the Democratic Labour Party. And I know, sir, that as we continue to execute the mandate that the good people of Barbados gave to all of us to rescue this country, we rescued it, sir. We moved from rescue to survival, and now we are on a path to transformation, sir. And I am absolutely confident, sir, that the measures in this budget as presented on Monday, sir, will make a substantive difference to the lives of all Barbadians, sir, because this country, as managed by this Barbados Labour Party administration, sir, has made meaningful progress on a number of fronts, and we will continue, sir, to make sure we focus on delivering for all of our people, sir, to do the best possible job that we can do in the circumstances, but more than that, sir, that we will continue, sir, to set a clear path that will see Barbados solidify itself, sir, for the next 400 years of development. I'm obliged to you, sir. I beg to move, sir, that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that we take a short suspension for 10 minutes and that we therefore resume at 7:48.
The question is that this honourable chairman will be suspended for 10 minutes. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended for 10 minutes. This sitting is resumed. Honourable Member Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, just a few words before we recommit the heads. Honourable members, I should alert you that in the schedule to the appropriation bill passed in this committee on Wednesday, the 5th of March 2025, Head 34 was passed as the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and Investment, and Head 87, Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training. These two heads no longer exist, as stated then, and elements of Head 34 are now reflected in the new heads 14 and 94, and elements of Head 87 are now reflected in the new heads 95 and 96. These new heads are now listed in the schedule as Head 14, Ministry of Finance, Head 94, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment, Head 95, Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education, and Head 96, Ministry of Educational Transformation. These changes have been occasioned by the recent cabinet reshuffle and changes in ministerial portfolios and would not have been reflected in the earlier version of this bill passed in this committee. These new heads and amendments to heads previously passed by this committee now have to be agreed by this committee, as is the norm. So, Mr. Chairman, Head 11, recommitted, Ministry of the Public Service, in the amount of $4,768,338.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Head 11 stand part as amended.
The question is that Head 11 stand part as amended. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 12, Parliament as recommitted and amended in the amount of $19,359,269.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Head 12 stand part as amended.
The question is that Head 12 stand part as amended. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 13, Prime Minister's Office, recommitted and amended in the amount of $167,141,693.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Head 13 stand part as amended.
The question is that Head 13 stand part as amended. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Insertion of new head 14, Ministry of Finance, in the amount of $185,127,148.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 14 stand part.
The question is that head 14 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 30, recommitted and amended, Attorney General, $144,755,431.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 30 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 30 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 31, recommitted and amended, Ministry of Innovation, Industry, Science, and Technology, in the amount of $71,825,708.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 31 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 31 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 35, recommitted and amended, Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, in the amount of $125,216,307.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 35 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 35 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 40, recommitted and amended, Ministry of Transport and Works, in the amount of $127,366,450.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 40 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 40 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 86, recommitted and amended, Ministry of Health and Wellness, in the amount of $294,467,812.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 86 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 86 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 93, recommitted and amended, Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, in the amount of $97,310,945.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 93 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 93 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 94, new head, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment, in the amount of $60,765,720.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 94 stand part.
The question is that head 94 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 95, a new head, Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education, in the amount of $237,672,359.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 95 stand part.
The question is that head 95 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 96, a new head, Ministry of Educational Transformation, in the amount of $249,710,000 $557.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Head 96 stand part.
The question is that Head 96 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2 recommitted and amended.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 2 stand part as amended.
The question is that Clause 2 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule recommitted and amended.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill as amended.
The question is that the schedule will be the schedule to the bill as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee with amendment.
The question is that I do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill as amended in committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman of Committees has reported the passing of one bill as amended in committee. Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
Question is that this bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be not passed and cited as the Appropriations Act 2025.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited. That's correct.
Order number 16, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, to move the passing of a resolution to approve, in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the vesting in the African Export-Import Bank of a parcel of land situate at Gemmett's Lane in the parish of St. Michael in this island, the site of the old Barbados General Hospital, for the construction of the African Export-Import Bank, a Frexim Bank, African Trade Center.
Honourable St. George South.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce this, what I call simple resolution. Simple but very important resolution to this chamber, Mr. Speaker. The resolution before the House is proposing to vest a total of 2.037 hectares of state-owned land located at the corner of Bay Street and Gemmett's Lane in the African Export-Import Bank, will be referred to hereafter, Mr. Speaker, as Afrexim Bank. And we're proposing to vest this free of charge for the construction of the African Export-Import Bank Trade Center, hotel, and offices, corporate offices or business offices. Just a little bit of history, Mr. Speaker. The African Import-Export Bank is a Pan-American multilateral business financial institution. Pan-African, multilateral financial institution headquartered in Cairo, Egypt. Established in 1993, Mr. Speaker, the bank provides financial solutions and advisory services for the expansion, diversification, promotion, and development of intra and extra-Africa trade. Mr. Speaker, during the inaugural Africa-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum that was held in September of 2022 in Bridgetown, here, Mr. Speaker, the Afro-Exim Bank announced plans to collaborate with CARICOM government to establish a Caribbean Export-Import Bank. And this bank envisages committing, Mr. Speaker and members, an investment of some US $700 million to support this initiative to bolster trade, some would say boost trade, and investment flows between Africa and the Caribbean. But Mr. Speaker, it went further, and subsequently in August 2023, the Afro-Exim Bank expanded the reach by opening a Caribbean office in Bridgetown, Barbados. Again, the move was aimed to bring the bank's products and services, Mr. Speaker, closer to the Caribbean business community, aimed at, again, like I said previously, to boost regional trade and investment, and strengthening ties between Africa and the Caribbean, and supporting, Mr. Speaker, mutually identified priorities. This government, Mr. Speaker, stands proud tonight of the fact that it has been able and it continues to attract regional and international agencies to have their headquarters here in Barbados. But this is nothing novel and nothing new to successive governments, Mr. Speaker. Barbados, besides its ease of access and digital and air services connectivity, excellent infrastructure, is known for making hospitality and the safety of visitors of utmost importance. And you heard that in our 2025 budget delivery, and most of our speakers, Member for St. Michael West Central, he spoke about the importance of air services connectivity. And the government of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, if I can give you a little bit of history, we host a number of international and regional agencies. We host the United Nations, Pan American Health Organization, the World Health Organization, Caribbean Examination Council, and Caribbean Development Bank. In every case, Mr. Speaker, this government provides some aspect of accommodation to be made available to these regional and international agencies. But Mr. Speaker, this resolution to vest the land free without charge is based on an established precedent set by both administrations, Mr. Speaker. And I will give you some more history. One example of this is that by conveyances dated July 28, 1983, Mr. Speaker, and November 23rd, 2009. Remember the dates, 1983, this administration was in office. 2009, the Democratic Labour Party was in office. But here what happened. The two governments conveyed one time, first in 1983, the Barbados Labour Party government then conveyed two adjoining vacant parcels of land to CDB free of charge. And as recent as March 2021, the Parliament approved the vesting free of charge of 1.4 hectares of land at Wilde in CDB, a regional financial institution. In like manner, Mr. Speaker, it is supposed to vest this 2.073 hectares of land on which this Afro-Exim Bank will construct its headquarters, and this will bring substantial economic activity to Barbados and to an area, to Bridgetown, that is ripe for redevelopment. Mr. Speaker, a little bit more of history. The African Export-Import Bank has 53 participating African member states and 12 participating Caribbean states that were ratified under the partnership agreement with CARICOM. And there are 6 regional offices in Africa: North, Southern, East, West, and Central Africa, respectively, with Barbados being the only office outside of the African continent. That speaks volume to us. And Mr. Speaker, you heard in the debate, the whole lot of long talk about Prime Minister's travel. But bringing 150 million of investment to this country and 700 million of investment to the Caribbean and Latin America speaks volume. And who did that? The advocacy, Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, of our Prime Minister, supported by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, member for St. James Central, have seen the geopolitical strategy shifting from the west to the south. And why that is happening? You heard the member for St. James Central, he spoke tonight, and he talked about all of the geopolitical challenges that are occurring in the west and why we need to move to the south. But Mr. Speaker, let me quote Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican Pan-Africanist. And he said, Mr. Speaker, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, this quote by Marcus Garvey emphasizes that reconnecting with Africa culturally and economically is essential for Barbados' long-term stability and development. And we make no apology, Mr. Speaker. We heard from the member for Christchurch South during his marathon presentation day before into yesterday. He sort of criticized this vesting, and he's here tonight, Mr. Speaker. And I would say to him, the way he spoke tonight, the way he spoke yesterday, other than referring to me as Lepidus in Julius Caesar, I take great offense to it, and I'm going to deal with him in good time. Because, Mr. Speaker, Lepidus was a slight man, and he was only fit to run errands. And, Mr. Speaker, what I'm not afraid of my origins, where it came from. No one can say that this member for St. George South is a snob. Actually, this member for St. George South and the Democratic Labour Party has a way of trying to insult men from humble and poor origins who came up poor and who have reached success in several areas in their careers. My mother was a school meal server. My father was an artisan. I came up in Ellerton in humble and poor origins. I was the first graduate out of 3 boys. The first. But I was never afraid when Jack Frost, the most honorable who taught me at law school, drove from St. John when the rain was falling, took me to my home. I never told Jack Frost to drop me at the corner of Ellerton because I was afraid to show Jack Frost where I lived. And I was never afraid to tell anybody at all who took me home to Ellerton to drop me away from my home. They always took me to my home, and I introduced every single one of them to my parents. When I studied at St. Augustine, I brought friends of mine to stay at Ellerton, and it ain't no mansion in Wilcox Hill. It ain't no mansion. It is just like Grisette's that the government member is ashamed to tell people or show people where he grew up. That black man over there that don't like black people, Honorable Mr. Speaker, I took offense. I take offense to the Honorable Member for Christchurch South of referring to me as Lepidus and errand boy. That black doesn't like black. The member for Christchurch South, he was afraid to show his colleagues and friends at Harrison College where he lived in Quetex. They had to drop him home to the top of the street, and he walked to his house. And I have the evidence. He can challenge me. And you referring to me as Lepidus? He's ashamed. Other leaders, several leaders, Mr. Speaker, and I, Thomas Sankara, Haile Selassie, Kwame Nkrumah, Ibrahim Traore, that I shook hands with recently from Burkina Faso. These are all black men who have fought to ensure that black people were empowered. And I went to the gate of no return, Mr. Speaker. I journeyed there in Africa, Ghana, and I touched the waters and the sand where our ancestors got on that boat and came. They went to Brazil, they went to all places. And Ghanaians are closely, they said that we are of Ghanaian origin, the Africans. And for the member to get up in this chamber to question us vesting land free of charge in the African Export-Import Bank. If there's one class or race that we should be proud to vest lands in free of charge, it's the Africans and black people. Mr. Speaker, I come in here tonight not angry, but disappointed in the member. Disappointed in the black, the anti-black, because of his comments in this chamber about this vesting of 2.037 hectares of land in the African Export-Import Bank. But I go on further, Mr. Speaker, because he would get his chance to curse me more. The gloves are off. There are several strong historical, philosophical, economical, political arguments that the government can use, Mr. Speaker, to justify giving land to the African Export-Import Bank for construction of the trade center, hotel, and offices. Historically and culturally, I spoke about that. Barbados' deep African ancestry, the majority of Barbadians are of African descent, due to what? The transatlantic slave trade. That's why Barbados has long embraced Pan-Africanism. And this, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South should be ashamed to lead the Democratic Labour Party and criticize us vesting land for free to Africans. Because the late Earl Walton Barrow was a Pan-Africanist. Marcus Garvey's legacy. And he speaks about Marcus Garvey. He's read a lot of his books just because he loves to read. He reads Shakespeare and Julius Caesar. He referring to me as Lepidus. Garvey championed Africa economic, and he said, basically, he was a champion to ensure that African economic self-sufficiency and Caribbean African unity succeeded. That was his mantra. That was his mantra. Read it, but trust me, Lepidus had a role though. Lepidus had a key role too. He had a key role. Political and diplomatic ties. The whole aspect of strengthening and deepening diplomatic trade relations between Barbados and African nations. Reinforcing South-South cooperation. And I mentioned the whole global geopolitical strategy that we have. Hosting the African Trade Center can diversify Barbados' international partnership and less reliance on the Western economy or economic trade or economic systems. It is critical because of what is happening in the world. And when we look at economic and business justification for vesting this land free, new investments and job creations, the Africa Trade Center would attract businesses, create new jobs, stimulate economic activity in Barbados, especially in areas of construction, tourism, and trade sectors. It can give us the ties that we are forming, the South-South ties, and I can speak to it because even though I don't sleep it at night, communication has a way of keeping me connected with Ghana. Daily. And I know that the access to the African markets, the African Continental Free Trade Area is the largest free trade zone in the world. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and give you the reasons, but I'm going to allow some members to speak because I saw the honorable member returning here. Boosting exports for rum tourism, cultural products, fintech. You know, the whole aspect of tourism, high-end tourism. You know, when these businesses, you know, the executives come from Africa, these 52 countries, what they bring with them? Foreign exchange, Mr. Speaker. Foreign exchange. But this anti-black, the member for Christchurch South, he doesn't see anything like this. You know, what we call a dilapidated site. That site was there. You know, from the first hospital that was built in 1844 there. You know, hospital was closed somewhere back in the 2000s. It was there, left in shambles, nothing doing, no better opportunity than to recognize our ancestry and what we gained from the Atlantic slave trade, than to vest this land in the African Export-Import Bank. They'll build 3 facilities: a hotel, a trade center, and their office buildings. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be associated with this resolution as part of the government. I'm proud to lead it, Mr. Speaker, because I can say as Minister of Housing, I have led the resolution to vest a piece of Crown lands to support our ancestors and build greater ties, enhance South-South trade at a time when the world is faced with a number of uncertainties, particularly in the Western Hemisphere. Now, when you look at those West Africa countries, the small ones like Burkina Faso, and what they're doing to be self-sufficient and less reliant on Western imperialism, if you want to use that word. Less reliance. They're trying to be self-sufficient, and they're looking more to boosting trade within the African nations, uniting more, and then coming south to the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, I will pause here and say to you, again, I'm a proud member of this party, the work that we are doing to enhance investment, to boost our foreign exchange, to ensure that we attract businesses to this country. Because while some will poo-poo, the member for Christchurch South, and we use that word poo-poo to speak about 31 weeks of import cover and foreign reserves, because he doesn't understand that when something happened in the world, like COVID, what happened that impacted us significantly, when supermarkets, when I became the minister, the prime minister of the member for St. Michael Northwest, elected me as the Minister of Commerce.
Northeast.
And the supermarket,
Northeast.
Northeast, sorry, I said Northwest, Northeast. And the supermarket owners said to me, they could not get foreign exchange in this country prior to us coming to office. They had to wait 8 months, 6 months, sat down, waiting for foreign exchange to import goods in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to bring this resolution to vest. It's 2.037 hectares of land at the corner of Bay Street and Gemmids Lane in the African Export-Import Bank, free of cost, to facilitate the construction of 3 facilities: the African Trade Center, the African Export-Import Bank offices, and the hotel. And with those words, Mr. Speaker, I beg this resolution now pass.
I remember, brace yourself.
I'm obliged to you, sir. I am not sure, Your Honor, which of the honorable members' mischievous colleagues wound him up. But it is very amusing to hear an honorable member quarrel in the manner that the honorable member for St. George South just did. I found it hilarious. In the manner that he anticipates my opposition to this important work that he does here tonight. I've never seen a person quarrel with himself in the manner that the honorable member for St. George South did. It's a rather short order of business here tonight. The vesting for free of these state lands, formerly called Crown lands, state lands, if we're a republic, we call them state lands. And this entity, and I learned tonight, the entity's headquarters are in Cairo, in Egypt. And that gives good cause to the honorable member for St. George South to invoke political and more particularly geopolitical arguments. And that is quite admirable. Honestly, that is quite admirable that this cultural affirmation is met in this exercise. Of course, the honorable member, quite agitated. I don't understand it, really. Quite agitated. I've never seen him quarrel like this before. I've never seen him quarrel quite like this. I was saying, suppose I said nothing, what would he have done? But the honorable member quarrels because it may be a matter of conscience, and lots of people do things and they're troubled. I don't know how he manages to predict my opposition to what is being done here. And perhaps he predicts my opposition because he is not without intelligence. And being so imbued with intelligence, while he invokes political and cultural and even historical arguments in support of what he does here, perhaps he feels that what he does here is not beyond some condemnation And he may think that his cultural and historical arguments are compelling. And maybe they are quite compelling because for many years, the South-South dialogue has been an important dialogue. And he knows this, he now knows this. That has been an important dialogue that has countered imperialism. And imperialism, as he knows, and I think he may have reflected on this, is a North-South phenomenon. Modern imperialism would have had its birthplace, as the Honourable Member knows, in Western Europe, spreading itself to North America, again, North-North transactions, and colonizing southern hemispheres, and that has been the history of the globe, certainly the modern history, because the human civilization has existed for a long, long, long time, and modern colonialism, or colonialism as we know it, is a modern phenomenon. 1492, when the gentleman set sail. But a lot of people don't know that he set sail and had some Africans with him, so that the Africans were themselves all over the world. As far as China, there were Africans who settled in China. If you read Van Sertima, the African presence in China, there's the African presence in Europe as well, and there's the African presence in South America. So that the Honourable Member's arguments are not without some merit when one considers the cultural and historical events. But one notes that the member seems troubled, and one notes that he anticipates, the Honourable Member anticipates some opposition. Now, it is not so much opposition as between the Honourable Member and myself. I would ask the Honourable Member to shed some of his anger and make some appeal to national interest here. This is an interesting time in Barbados. This is a very interesting time, and not for the first time. Those of us who know our contemporary events, let's say dating back 1970 and coming forward, that not for the first time, the alienation of lands to foreign persons and foreign entities has been contentious. And it is contentious now, and if one is to be candid, it has been contentious before. So this is, it seems to be a cycle. This is something that comes up from time to time. And one will deal with that argument. Now, I would want to correct, while I applaud the Honourable Member for having read his history and his politics, certainly in relation to this matter, I would want to introduce a legal perspective which the Honourable Member may wish to consider. He was very generous to tell the Chamber that it is not the first time that lands are vesting free of charge. I think that's the language the Honourable Member used, and that language reflects the language of the resolution itself. Yes, free of cost, the free of cost, free of cost. The document says free of cost, the Honourable Member says free of charge, but I think, I don't think he intends to depart from the text, and I would think that he's using the terms synonymously, free of charge, free of cost. Makes no difference now. That is to be trivial, so we're not going to be trivial on that. But legally, The honorable member noted that in July 1983, July 28th, actually, birthday of Sir Garfield Sobers, birthday, 2 parcels of land were vested to Caribbean Development Bank. And in November 2009, 1.4 hectares of land were vested to the Caribbean Development Bank, so that the 2 precedents to which the honorable member refers relate to the Caribbean Development Bank. And we all know that the Caribbean Development Bank is a bank owned by various countries across CARICOM. In fact, Barbados was a founder member of that bank, and those lands vested, the first one, I believe, lands at Wilde, that was done for the headquarters. So there's a sense in which the Barbados government was investing, and the vesting of land free of cost certainly is an investment, so that the Barbados government would have been making an investment in something that belonged to the Barbados government, a bank of which it was a member. And that bank has functioned with much credibility and nobility over the years. As the term says, it's a development bank. It is there to lend money for the purposes of development across these countries. I think it had much involvement in the Caribbean Court of Justice, for example, so that it pursues projects that certainly would count as being developmental. Now, the bank here, the African Export-Import Bank, I have not seen the articles of association. I haven't seen the memorandum. So I don't know if the Barbados government is a member of that bank. So that if it is a member of that bank, if it is a shareholder, part owner, whichever term you use, all I use synonymously in this event, if the Barbados government is a member of the African Export-Import Bank, known as a Frexim Bank, then the precedent is complete. If it is not a member of the bank, the precedent loses its validity. What it means is that in the case of the Caribbean Development Bank, there's a sense in which those lands were not being alienated, and that constitutes a good pun. The lands were not being alienated when they were vested in the Caribbean Development Bank because the Barbados government was a member of that bank. In this event, if the Barbados government is not a member of the bank, those lands are, in fact, and in law, being alienated to a foreign entity. And that is the fundamental difference between the transactions. And so, the precedent which the honorable member for St. George South referred to loses its validity when one considers the question of membership. I repeat, the government certainly is a member of the Caribbean Development Bank, and more so, the government is a founder member of the Caribbean Development Bank. Unless the honorable member can come and tell this country that the Barbados government is a member of the Frexim Bank, then I repeat, and one has to emphasize the point, that this becomes a case of alienation of lands to a foreign entity. Now, the honorable member may want to retrieve his argument by saying that we don't have alien land holdings legislation, as I think Trinidad has it, and I believe at some point St. Lucia may have had it. And since we don't have that legislation, foreign entities and foreign persons can own land in Barbados. And in fact, they do own land in Barbados. So that if the honourable member wishes to retrieve the argument, if he thinks that he loses that argument in terms of Barbados's non-membership of the entity, he may seek to retrieve that by saying, look, there are several parcels of land across Barbados that are owned by foreign entities. And certainly one would have discovered in recent times that the majority of the large hotels, for example, are owned by foreign entities, if not foreign individuals. So that there's give and take, to use that loose expression. To speak colloquially, there is give and take. But this is a juncture that is, these are times that are rather different. And there's a lot of protests across Barbados as to not only the ownership of lands. I don't think people really are protesting the ownership of lands, because you can't really be protesting, you can't say they're protesting the ownership of lands if it is accepted that many of those lands have been owned for a long time. What the public is now concerned about is the use of those lands. And the public is further concerned about the use of those lands when it appears as if the proposed use of those lands are contrary to custom. And that custom is rooted in law, the land law, the right to pass and repass, as we say. And so Barbadians are protesting against the infringement of custom. Custom. And so that is the problem area. Now, as far as I understand, these lands are not beachfront lands, so that I don't think there's any question of lack of access to the beach. So we're trying to zero in on what could be the kernel, what could be the core issue here. And having considered all dimensions of the argument, what is the core issue here? The core issue here must be that you are giving precious lands to a foreigner, to a foreign entity, whatever is the nationality of that entity, whether it is North America, Europe, China, or Africa. There are those who will argue legally and tell you, look, whatever is the nationality, you're giving it to a foreign entity. Again, the honourable member argues very interestingly, and he will want to argue then, he wants to retrieve his argument again and says, look, if you say that we are giving this land away to a foreign entity, the argument then reverts to the cultural and the historical. We are giving it to an African. And there is that compelling cultural argument again. Now, will the public be satisfied with that argument? We look on the other side of the coin. It is a bank. The member will be met with the counter-argument that this is a bank and that it is not a charitable organization. It is a bank, and there's no other entity within commerce that attaches profit to its motive more than a bank. Indeed, there will be a saying that all money, people don't put a cultural value on money. Money has only, well, financial value. And so there are several arguments to and fro. But I think the honorable member may be upset. I think he thinks that he is upset for another reason, but what he is upset about, he is anticipating public protests. And that's why he was able to be so amused. He is anticipating public protests. I think he may feel that there is something with this transaction that is not quite right. And if the honorable member feels that there's something that's not quite right, the honorable member feels that with some justification, because he is going to meet a public that will ask him, in spite of the cultural argument, why are you giving lands free to a bank? And on the past 2 occasions that lands were given free to a bank, it was the Caribbean Development Bank, of which Barbados, I repeat, is a founding member and continues its membership of that bank. And that bank has functioned around here for a long, long time. Now, this is a new appearance. This African bank is a new appearance. And one should not, or let me put it the other way, one should ask the public not to be distracted by the nationality of the bank. But one should be more attracted to the fact that it is a bank concerned about profit, making money. And if it is in the business of making money, in spite of its origins, the public will ask, why are you giving lands to a bank in spite of nationality? Now, have lands ever been given? And this is private. This is a private entity. The Caribbean Development Bank, within this context, is a public entity. It's a public corporation. It is owned by the governments. So that when the argument settles, I am not sure that the honorable member for St. George South is going to win this argument, in spite of the compelling cultural argument. Very compelling. But it's a bank. It's concerned with profit. And so I say to the honorable member for St. George South that he will confront a public that will ask him many questions. And I hope that he will be able to answer those questions. I came here tonight, as he said he saw me walking, so when I walked in, he assumed that I was coming to oppose it. I came here to ask, before I saw the actual resolution, what was going to be the consideration. And when lawyers say consideration, we mean the price, what was going to be the price. The public now hears that the government of Barbados is giving these precious lands to a bank, free. They're not paying anything. And if there's any price, the price is that of investment. I read the document and I saw, or I did some research, and I saw that a hotel is going to be placed on these lands that used to house government buildings involved in service. And so we're now balancing, this is a policy decision, we're balancing one use of that land against the contemplated use. One, a bank which will pursue business for profit for that entity. And as I've said, I have not heard that the government is an investor in the project, so that one will assume that the government has no direct profit to make from the enterprise except the collection of taxes. So that what is the value? The question then becomes, what is the value, the monetary value, the financial value of this project to Barbados? Is it the presence of a large building on lands that used to house public service departments? Is it just this appearance? Is it something that augments the coastline? Well, it is not on the coast, but it's near enough to the coastline. What is government's gain here? As I said, and I repeat, it is a bank. So you now have to convince the public of Barbados as to the gain that Barbados makes. Is it just to have a building there? Is it just to have a hotel there? I think I saw somewhere that it will house the headquarters of the bank. Is it just to have the headquarters of the bank there? So that I therefore come to the public with my interpretation of these events. I beg your pardon, sir. My interpretation of these events, therefore, having considered all the arguments and trying to be as objective as one possibly can, the minister has a difficult job. And the government taking collective responsibility for this one, the government will have a very difficult job in convincing Barbadians that this is a project that is ultimately, operative word, ultimately, in the best interests of this country. If someone speaks after me and says that the government is a shareholder, the position may be amended, because if the government is a shareholder, it means that the government is entitled to profits. If the government is not a shareholder, and I haven't heard that they are, if the government is not a shareholder, I would ask the government to prepare for the public inquiry as to what value does this bring to the taxpayers of this country? What value does this bring to the citizens of Barbados? As I've said, if you're just trying to attract investment to look pretty so that burnt-out buildings can become new buildings, if that is the reason, I don't know that there's much gain to the revenue. As I say, the gain to the revenue may be the collection of taxes, but overall, do we part with lands in Bridgetown? Because this is Bridgetown, and not only is it Bridgetown, but it is coastal Bridgetown, on one of the most beautiful beaches in Barbados. And the public is now told that a bank is getting lands free along the coastline. Put a value on that land along there. I'm instructed that you're talking about $700 per square foot. That's part of the going rate along that area. $700 per square foot. So that I am not here to help the honorable member for St. George, and after the way he spoke, he would be surprised if I made that offer. I'm definitely not here to help him. But I want to help the people of Barbados to understand precisely what is going on here. That some of the most valuable lands in this country, and I repeat, subject to correction, $700 per square foot is being given away to a foreign entity. And if we, for the time being, ignore the cultural origins of that entity, the land is being given away to a foreign entity. As I've said before, the honorable member quite cleverly and interestingly tries to retrieve the argument by invoking the cultural argument. As to whether Barbadians will accept that, as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. But we go back to the times that we're in. There's the East Coast, the protests on the East Coast, and our government has a moral obligation to pay attention to public protests. There's the East Coast protests, there's the West Coast protests, whole town. There is the promise of the Garrison protests, the heritage area. There are plans for Oistins as well. So these planned developments are not going to be smooth. They are going to meet with protests. They are meeting with protests. And I want to say to the government that these protests are legitimate, that you must not see a protester as a nuisance. people protest based on many moral and legal rights that they have. In this case, they're moral. People have a moral right. There's a moral entitlement among the local population to preserve the lands in a manner that meets their approval. Because ultimately, the government is the trustee of the interests of the people. And if there's protest, I would warn the government not to be surprised. But my forewarning to this government is that this transaction may meet much protest. And if this transaction meets protest, the government cannot say that it is illegitimate protest. As I have said, and I repeat, we have a responsibility to tell the people of Barbados, the government has the responsibility to do it. I have the responsibility to do it as leader of the opposition, to say to them that these very expensive lands are being alienated for free. It is my responsibility to say that. I cannot conceal that information from the public. How the public deals with it, we shall see. And if the public protests against the alienation of highly valued lands along Bay Street and Gemmont's Lane, the government cannot say that it has not been warned. As to my own position, sir, I have difficulty with the transaction. As I said, if it were a charity, if it were a church, and the modern term these days is NGO, if it were an NGO, if it were an organization, for example, building a school for children or a place for disabled people, there would be no protest. There would be no protest. There was certainly no protest when the CDB got the lands free. So if the lands are going to a charity, to an NGO, to a church, I would have no difficulty. So in spite of the compelling cultural argument, I still think that a private entity motivated by profit, unless the people of this country can now be told that the government is going to get some very substantial financial return, I myself would have to join the protests against the alienation of lands gratuitously, free. I cannot support that. I cannot support that. And that is not to be betraying cultural ties. It's not. It is not a betrayal of cultural ties. It is a statement in support of business efficacy. If this is about business, it is a bad transaction. If this is about culture, it is not a good transaction because the entity is not charitable. It is not an NGO. It is not a church. And so the government's argument now weakens considerably. As I said, and I repeat, commercially, it's going to be very difficult to defend this. Culturally, less difficult to defend, but you can't defend it because it is not a charity. And less difficult to defend because the entity is concerned in business. Look at what they're building. And one must not be afraid of these truths. They're building a hotel. They're building headquarters, not for a church, they're building headquarters for a bank. Is the presence of another hotel and a bank's headquarters such a precious commodity for Barbadians that we must alienate a vast stretch of land just for that? But the other side may come and tell me that there's some financial arrangement to come. I haven't heard that. And if it were so, I expect that the Honourable Member for St. George South would have told us. So since the Honourable Member for St. George South has been unable to tell us that there is some generous financial stake, this one is very difficult to defend. Permit me to repeat the last time, sir. The cultural argument is defeated. And the cultural argument is defeated by the commercial argument. It is defeated. I mean, I cannot find that the cultural argument constitutes a sufficient foundation to justify the transaction. Cannot. It cannot. So, Your Honor, I must register my opposition to it, and I am not afraid to register my opposition to it at the risk, well, not at risk. I've heard the argument before that there's some anti-black stance that I'm taking. It is not an anti-black stance, but that's not even worthy of any discussion. Sometimes that is a convenient fallback position. I repeat, this is about business. And if it is about business, it is bad business for the government of Barbados. And the government of Barbados must not be allowed to pursue bad business in relation to this transaction. I am not going to speculate as to the places that the countries in which this bank operates. Not interested in that. Not interested in that. But we are hearing, sir, that it is a bank. And so, having said that, it would seem that this project now joins the other projects that are causing discomfort and protests, certainly promoting protests among Barbadians. This one joins it. And it is not because of what I say, but it is because of how people feel and how people will feel that we are losing another highly valued asset, a piece of Bridgetown, and that we are giving it to a bank. We are not giving it to a church. And I need to repeat that. We are giving it to a bank. We are not giving it to a church. The commercial argument against this project defeats the cultural argument that favors this project. In other words, the commercial argument against it outweighs the cultural argument that favors it. And that is language with which you are very familiar, sir. And so, I will join if there is local protests. My views must now join with that local protest. One doesn't expect to hear a politician say that he associates with issues not for popularity, but this is one in which I would say the issue of popularity does not arise here. There are times when principle must outweigh the pursuit of popularity. And there's a large principle at stake here, and I can't tell Bajans how to think. I believe it has been my duty to explain it to Barbadians. And having explained it to Barbadians, Barbadians will now decide if they feel as strongly about this transaction as they feel about the whole town transaction and as they feel about the East Coast work, because the East Coast is more about works than it is about a transaction. Whole town is about a transaction. This Bridgetown one is about a transaction. The Garrison one will be about a transaction as well. And so the government is now going to meet a public resistance. My role here has been educative, and not only educative, but my role is that of representing the interests of those who may find opposition to this. And I repeat, Your Honor, I must have sufficient courage to oppose it, and I do. I do. And I repeat, for absolute clarity, the commercial argument against the project defeats the cultural argument which favors the project. I don't know that I can say much more on it. it's set to say, to wish the government well, and if there's protests, be prepared to meet the protests. I think I have done my duty. Your Honor, I want to thank you for the opportunity and to let the record reflect that my views are in opposition to this resolution that has come here tonight. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I really thought that our pain and torture would have ended when the Speaker last spoke in this chamber. But unfortunately, he has chosen to come back again and ramble and reiterate and confuse the issue so much, demonstrating only that, as always, he doesn't prepare, he doesn't pay attention to anything. There are some facts that, had he only paid attention to even the slightest of media reports in relation to Afreximbank, that he would not have come in here and treated us to, I'm not going to call it any bad words, treated us to what he just did, sir. Mr. Speaker, there is a partnership agreement between CARICOM and the Afreximbank. It was widely publicized that Afreximbank wanted to make significant investments in the region, but also wanted to bring significant investments in the region and business opportunities. So there are not a lot of people who've been willing to come to us and say, we want to bring business your way. Many people come to say we want to do business, but they never come to put in any of their own money. Afreximbank, when it started, was worth $30 million. And now it is worth many, many billions of dollars, representing the collective purchasing power, sir, of a region that we should, of a continent that we should be proud of. So that is the first pillar on which this resolution rides. We have a CARICOM partnership agreement with Afreximbank. The second pillar, Mr. Speaker, is that Barbados, the state, has a headquarters agreement with Afreximbank. All of these things have been splattered all over the press, but obviously the opposition has been in dreamland. So we not only have a CARICOM partnership agreement, we have a headquarters agreement between Barbados and Afreximbank. Let me remind, because you gotta know something about something. Let me remind the Honourable Leader of the Opposition of this. Barbados has headquartered here numerous regional and international organizations. We have PAHO, we have the United Nations, we have CARDI, we have CXC. Mr. Speaker, in most, if not all of those cases, whenever there is a headquarters agreement, it is the responsibility of the host state to provide the headquarters. So we had to build PAHO's headquarters. We had to build CXC's headquarters, sir. Not only do we have to build it, we have to maintain it. Remember, the Minister of Foreign Affairs could tell you that. So what is the difference, Mr. Speaker? In our headquarters agreements, we spend the money, we provide the land, we build the buildings, and then we maintain them forever and ever, amen. In this instance, Mr. Speaker, we have a headquarters agreement with Afreximbank, but we're not being required to build the headquarters, sir. This land, I think, is valued at around $17 million by the Land Tax Department. There is no way that we could build any headquarters for any multinational bank for $17 million. We can't even build a school for $17 million, sir. So by giving Afreximbank this land, we are benefiting because we don't have to go to do the rest. If we had to do the rest, it would cost us tens of millions of dollars. In this instance, all we're saying is, look, we have the Accords Agreement, but we're going to give you the land, you do the rest. Now, to me, that makes perfect sense. But let me tell the honorable member, you know, one of the reasons why you host international organizations in your homeland is because you get tremendous dollar value added. You get the staff who come here to work. You have the conferences that are held here. They rent houses. They buy food. And on top of that, the Afrexim Bank is planning to spend in the region of $150 million US on that site. $150 million US, 300 million Barbados dollars. Yesterday we spoke, when the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke about the hotels. He talked about how much money was being spent in the hotel sector. The objection that came from the opposition is, well, I like it by being built by foreigners. Kind of nonsense we get treated to here. Absolute rubbish. These people are coming, we are only putting the land on the table, and they're going to spend $150 million on it. That's going to employ Barbadians. We need business hotels, and they're going to build one. Now, what could be wrong with that? The member can't understand what it is that we'd be getting, and he talks about what value is there in that for us, and that we're selling it to a bank. What's the relevance of that? We are making an investment by giving this bank $17 million in value, and in return, we're getting a long-term commercial relationship with them that will benefit Barbados for many years to come. But, Mr. Speaker, I sometimes think the honourable member operates in dreamland. The honourable member argues that that land is valued at $700 a square foot. $700 a square foot. Now, Mr. Speaker, that land is not on the beach. Not on the beach. But it is valued at $700 a square foot. You know, the honourable member has to own the things that he inherits. He got to own what he inherits, sir. So he says that land is worth $70 million, $700 a square foot. So I did some maths, and I'm not very good at it, so one of y'all can help me out here. Sir, we are giving the Afrexim Bank 2.037 hectares. 2.037 hectares. That is 219,000 square feet. 216? 219,000 square feet of land. Multiply that by $700 a square foot, and tell me if you don't get $147 million. $147 million Barbados dollars is what he's saying that site is valued at. $147 million. Well, good Lord, I do not know of any place in Barbados where you could get land that is not on the beach for $147 million. I wish that we had land values that we could get $147 million for it. But to show you how absurd that assertion is, the valuers of the land tax department, people who know about valuing, because he don't know nothing about valuing. He don't even value relationships. Because he done this one. He done with me. And he put out people out of the party when he joined, so he don't know no relationships. The land tax value was valued by RBRA. It's only $17 million. So, I mean, he's saying a horrible thing about our professional valuers. He's saying that they're so bad that they can't see that this land is worth $143 million. $143 million. But let me say this, you see. He has to own what he's inherited. He has to eat what he has killed. And the reason I say that is as follows. In 2016, his administration, remember, said this land is not on the beach. This land is on the other side of the road. In 2016, his administration signed an agreement to sell beachfront land just across the street. Guess for how much, sir? $30 a square foot. $30 a square foot?
No.
Beachfront land.
No.
His administration.
No.
Less than 10 years ago.
Shame.
Where was the $700 a square
Shame.
foot? And that is on the beach.
No. Shame. No.
I can tell you the math, sir.
Oh, no.
We are giving Afrexim Bank just over 2 hectares. His administration sold to that particular person 0.6626 hectares for $2.2 million. That's what we did. They sold over 0.6 of a hectare of land, sir. We selling we giving away 2 hectares and getting a return on it. They sell 0.6 hectares for $2.2 million. $2.2 million. That is the kind of arrangement that he likes, you see. But he could come in here with this calculation that we should be selling it for $700 million, sir. It is absurd. And he has to own it. He has to explain if it is valued so much, land that isn't even on the beach, if it is valued so much, how come his people, the people that he loves, and the people in whose bosom he now lays, can sell actual beachfront land for $30 a square foot? Explain that to us. Explain that to the people of Barbados, sir. Mr. Speaker, this is a legitimate arrangement. It is an arrangement that will bring much credit to Barbados. It is an arrangement, sir, that will clean up a site I think Polisaris last occupied that building probably over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago. I remember when it was at Cave Hill, and it was going for my enabling grant, a little $1,000 at the end to help with law school. That is the building I intended to get it. That is the building, sir. So, I would like the honourable member to reflect on a few things. One, the value that we attribute to it is not a value that we came up with. It is a value that has been determined by the Barbados Revenue Authority. It is their value. If your member could bring a valuation for $143 million, that would be such a miracle. But as usual, this is hot air. Secondly, we are getting a tremendous bang for our buck here. For $17 million, because that is what we are putting into this project. We're not claiming any part of it, but we're giving them the land. For $17 million, we are, what's the percentage return on that? Huh? We are getting $150 million in the ground. We're getting people landing at Grantley Adams. We're getting people coming here for meetings and staying in hotels and renting houses and renting cars and eating in our restaurants and hiring our people as maids and cleaners, and they're going to our dentists, our doctors, and even our lawyers. All of those things are added to it, sir. I support this. I'm not surprised our member does not support it, because just 2 days ago when he spoke about it in this chamber, he behaved as though it was something filthy, something nasty and underhanded. But before he left the chamber that day, or as soon as he left the chamber really, because he never came back, we were able to lay this resolution. There's nothing sinister about this. There's nothing underhanded about this. There's a CARICOM agreement and there's a headquarters agreement. And the headquarters agreement says that we have to make arrangements for their accommodation in Barbados. They're also entitled to all of the immunities and privileges under the legislation. It is all transparent, Mr. Speaker. But the honourable member is steeped in folly, and at this time of the night, he chooses to visit us with it some more. And we're blessed to.
Honourable St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, I am very grateful for the opportunity to share perspective on this matter. And the matter, Mr. Speaker, sir, arises in the most unfortunate of circumstances when the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, I noted how he laughed and rejoiced. He rocked back in his chair and chuckled, and to the point where he had to pull out a washcloth to wipe his brow. When the Honourable Member for St. George quite rightly pointed out that in a previous contribution in this place during this week, the Honourable Member attacked the idea of the African Exim Bank making this transaction and the government being party to this transaction. And all that the Honourable Member for St. George South said, Mr. Speaker, is true. To the point where I turned to my friend, the member for Christchurch East Central, and said, you know, I not only understand the anger on the part of the Honourable Member for St. George South, but I asked him if he remembered the movie John Wick, when the owner of the hotel, I can't remember what they call it now, asked the question, oh, John, what have you done? And tonight I say to the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, or I would say if I was not here, oh, Ralph, what have you done? Because he has opened up the ire of all right-thinking black people, Mr. Speaker, on a matter about which there can be no legal basis, no moral basis, no cultural basis for a divide. I'm going to deal with them, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the Honourable Attorney General, the learned Attorney General of Barbados is absolutely right. As of December 2024, the Afro-Exim Bank had 53 participating African member states and 12 CARICOM member states, among which Barbados is numbered. So to his first question, and I note that, you know, there's this constant facade or veneer of using the word law. Well, as a lawyer, I would ask the question. Well, I am not going to get into quality, experience, none of that. I'm just going to say that's what I hear. And the question is asked, but it is never, Mr. Speaker, sir, supported by the rigor that the profession of which I too am a part requires. The profession requires rigor in the use of language. You don't come to the People's Parliament, Mr. Speaker, or to the court, magistrate court, high court, or court of appeal. You don't come to these formal institutions and use language the same way you would use it in a market. So if the Honourable Member asks who are the members of the African Exim Bank, the Foreign Affairs Minister of Barbados tells you there are 53 African member states and 12 CARICOM members as of December 2024, pursuant, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the partnership agreement with the CARICOM community that was ratified, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, if you want to hear about prospective members, because there are more than 12 in CARICOM, and I'm going to come to the significance of that too, then there will be the government of Jamaica and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, who are at a prospective member point, but they are not members. No, Mr. Speaker, sir. The absence of rigor. The Honourable Member comes here in a speech, give me a chance, Pedro, in a speech, and without any evidence whatsoever, and I'm going to pause, Mr. Speaker, to make the point because I know why it was done. This was done, and you know what gives it away? Again, the veneer, the facade which says, oh, well, you know, I really come here to educate. I'm in an educative mood, an educative tone. Educate my eye. The Honourable Member is seeking to perpetrate a political mischief. He is seeking to perpetrate a political mischief. And the political mischief is to put it out there in the public domain without a shred of evidence that the land in question that has been lying idle since I was a little boy, and I'm over 50 now, I never seen anything upon it, except for some old buildings, sir, and one or two old vehicles that I remember in the last administration when they brought out the three-wheel ambulances that I had to excoriate them all about in the floor of this house, that the clerks at the table never let me forget how I lambasted them because they came out here with three-wheel ambulances. And two or three of those three-wheel ambulances they were used to use in Ramadan in Pakistan, sir, to put the lamp on and run it down the road. I gave it to us as an ambulance. And if you go in there in that long grass and thing in the back of the same thing, you will see on the same compound, you will see, Mr. Speaker, sir, a few of those abandoned vehicles. A three-wheel hearse. No, Mr. Speaker, sir, no, I didn't come, no, I'm very serious about this now. That was to digress. But the absence of rigor, the honourable member, without a shred of evidence, introduces into the debate for the purposes of the press, for the purpose of political mischief, for them to publish abroad, to noise the mischief in the public, that land worth $700 a square foot, which, as he said, we're alienating. In other words, we gave away something that precious to the public, the government, the people of Barbados, the heritage, all of that. As we come in with, $700 a square foot. Where is the evidence of that? On the other hand, the Attorney General of Barbados has, and the member for St. George South, have together a BRA land tax valuation. What valuations again? Yeah. $17 million. But if it was $700 a square foot, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us do the arithmetic, because the honourable member does not submit to the requirements of intellectual rigor. And I will hold his feet to the fire on it, because he's doing grave justice to Mr. Barr's party and to himself in the process. Grave injustice. Mr. Speaker, there was 700 square feet, if it was $700 a square foot, we are talking about 219,000 square feet, sir. By $700, which according to my calculation comes to $153 million. That is what, if we were to sell the land at the price the honourable member is suggesting it is worth, $153 million for that land. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, what is not in dispute in this House between any side, and what cannot be disputed because it is a matter of record, is that the Afro-Exim Bank wants to make an investment which is worth $300 million. No, Mr. Speaker, I don't come a grandstand. I may have gone to Brumley. It's quite tight. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, I know that if you're going to sell something for $153 million, and then a man come and build $300 million worth on it, Mr. Speaker, sir, why still good? I got $150 million. So, however, if you do it his way, or if you do it our way, Mr. Speaker, sir, $150 million, what is it that he is quarreling about? Or is he saying to the country as a whole, no, that which he said to the people in Ostins? They are not worth $5 million, and the country is not worth $150 million. That is the absence of rigor to which I refer, Mr. Speaker. It is a shameful thing. No, I said in the House, in the budget, that financial literacy is necessary. I was speaking to a different category of Barbadian society, and perhaps it is not limited. It perhaps needs to be extended. Mr. Speaker, sir, I go further. I now start trespassing on matters of great public importance. What has not been said in this debate, sir, but what was, again, I said to the honourable member for Christchurch, is, sometimes it only takes one sentence for you to realize that another game is being played. Oh, well, if they could show me the benefits. Because if you looked at the posture and listened to what was said by the honourable member, you know, Mr. Speaker, so he had literally to be dragged to the point where he took a position. He was a bit of this, he was a bit of that. On the other hand, this, on the other hand, that. Perhaps this, perhaps that. The word waffle came to my mind, and here was reduced to being a pancake house. Waffle upon waffle upon waffle. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, the absence of rigor. He asked, well, if I could hear about any benefits, perhaps. Well, let's talk for a little bit about the benefits. It is no secret to the people of the Caribbean. Professor Benedict Orama, who at the time of us entering into the partnership was the man in charge of the Afro-Exim Bank, came here and publicly proclaimed that the bank was committing itself to this region to the tune of 1.5 billion United States dollars, billion with a B, Mr. Speaker, sir, as a point of departure in terms of the economic partnership for this region. And Mr. Speaker, upon the completion of all the members of CARICOM ratifying, and you will remember I began by pointing out that 12 members ratified up to December, upon the others coming on board, sir, that which the Afro-Exim Bank commits to this region is 3 billion United States dollars. I invite the leader of the Democratic Labour Party to tell me anywhere in the world where there is an entity, howsoever described, that is prepared to place at the disposal of this region 3 billion United States dollars in development financing. And in spite of himself, instinctively just now he started to tap the table because he agreed with me too. There's nowhere in the world, Mr. Speaker. So if his argument is that if he could see the benefit, that's the first benefit. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other benefits. A serious political entity sitting in the chair of leadership of opposition in the country, which essentially is a man at first slip, would do a little homework before he come in here. It isn't hard, Mr. Speaker, sir, to discover. And if he did not know, yes, there's some political tensions around the budget, but he could have picked up the phone and said, Kerry, are there any other entities, any other benefits that could be derived from this thing? But he did not want to know. He wouldn't submit himself to ask a question of anybody. Lord know it all. Lord know it all. Going to the Democratic Labour Party, know nothing about the institution since you left it for the second time. When last you left it for the second time, and you back up everything. Lord know it all. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it then comes to pass, or it must now come to pass, that I have to let the House know that in addition to this, the Afro-Exim Bank brings to the Caribbean and brings to Barbados in particular a number of subsidiaries. There is a group called, there's an entity called Afrex Insure, which is a pan-African insurance entity working as a subsidiary to the Afro-Exim Bank. And what is it doing, Mr. Speaker, sir? Cargo insurance, construction insurance, energy sector insurance, commercial insurance, Mr. Speaker. So that which we are trying to build out, that network between CARICOM and Africa for the business development of this region, Mr. Speaker, can be done in the very real setting of financial insurance. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the honourable member asked about benefits. You know, sir, that the African Union has identified CARICOM and the diaspora down here as the sixth dimension of the African continent. It is no longer, the African Union is no longer defined as West Africa, East Africa, South Africa, North Africa, and Central Africa. There is also CARICOM. We are the sixth dimension. And it was in that capacity that the Prime Minister and I would have gone to Ethiopia for the African Union heads meeting, because she is chair of CARICOM. So that for the first time a few weeks ago Barbados was, CARICOM was part of the African Union meeting. You all remember now he can't deal with the thing, so he gone along home. Yet again, does not want to be educated, does not want to understand, commit his political mischief and go along home. And don't have the courage or capacity to sit down and take a few lashes, but can give enough. Anyhow, the point is, Mr. Speaker, sir. So the other subsidiary, the other benefit, Mr. Speaker, is the Pan-African payment system. I made the point about the sixth dimension because of the fact that the bank is now a partner with us in trying to pull this region together. When I say the region, sir, CARICOM and Africa together as one region. That's why you first begin by saying it is the sixth dimension. But you can't just pull it together. There are some fundamentals that we know exist. First of all, the people must be able to do business. And if it is that you're doing business, then you have to be able to have a payment settlement system that allows for, at this point, e-commerce to take place. Part of that which is we are benefiting from as a subsidiary of the Africa Exim Bank, sir, is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. The Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is about ensuring that there's no intermediary that we got to go through, but that the African purchaser can say that by way of e-commerce transaction, he or she wants to get the clothing that is being made by my constituents in Fitz Village that want to be able to sell not only in the Caribbean, but across into Africa as well. And I ain't got to worry about whether the US or anybody else is going to facilitate the transaction. Mr. Speaker, sir, and they have put $10 billion towards the support of the participation in that Pan-African settlement system. No, sir, in the end of the day, the last benefit really is this country, and if the honourable member could take off his blinkers for a little while and just think of Barbados' well-being. This country is now poised to be able to set itself up as the financial capital of the Caribbean. We have here the Inter-American Development Bank. We have here the Caribbean Development Bank. We host here the Caribbean Development Fund. There are discussions ongoing with my friend, the Finance Minister, and the Prime Minister also for a World Bank office to be here, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have the headquarters. CAF is CAF is here, the Latin American Bank. And then, Mr. Speaker, sir, Africa Exim Bank has its headquarters for this region here. And they are only seeking now to flesh it out further by building out around it the trade center, the hotel, and whatever else it is that is supposed, and the Africa Exim Bank offices that will service this country and the rest of the region. Mr. Speaker, sir, these are good things. And if you are going to say that by way of alienation of the land, that these are the benefits that come to us, sir, I think that the benefits far outweigh any burden. And Mr. Speaker, if it is that the honourable member was to, or anybody else was to insist on sale, we would be holding feet to fire in order to get $150 million. But I don't know how you look a gift horse in the mouth. I was not trained that way, because when we were on bended knee in COVID, the same African platform came to our assistance, Mr. Speaker, sir, when others were saying that we could wait, that our children could wait, And if they died from COVID, then let them die. The African procurement platform was made available to us for equipment, medical supplies, Mr. Speaker, sir, and most of all, vaccines. At the same price. You're talking a continent of 2 billion people. A continent of 2 billion people. And because we small, sir, we can't put in a big order, but so therefore it will cost more for us to get it. We got it at the same price that they pay for it with 2 billion people. And are you saying then, sir, that as black people from the South now, man, this is the second chapter now, tonight. I get the first one when it was in the budget. And this country has to start getting real about this. I defy anybody in Barbados to tell me that there's a shred of decency in the thought that when the African continent came to our assistance, when others that did not look like us told us that you can stop one side and dead. The African continent comes to your assistance, ensures that you live, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is an existential matter, that you continue to exist on God's green earth. And you're going to insist, sir, you're going to insist that you must get the pound of flesh. He likes Shakespeare. I must get my pound of flesh. Huh? No, there's something vulgar about it. There's something vulgar about it. That the African continent says, as they say in the book of Matthew, even do unto the least of these. They looked at us in the Caribbean. We were naked, they clothed us. We were sick, they sought to visit upon us, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we must now look to extract everything we can out of them. When nobody was looking for us, and I'm going to hear it here in the Parliament of Barbados, what are the benefits? But there's no ordinary transaction with the commercial banks like Royal and Scotia and them there. There's a bank that has come here, sir, to offer that which nobody else has offered to the Caribbean in the context of 1.5 billion United States dollars. And another 1.5 billion when the rest of the region is fully finished ratifying this here. The only thing that stands between us and that is bureaucracy and political will. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, we got to get real now. And if this has to be the line in the sand drawn between those who will hold back Barbados from getting the benefits that we could get, and I don't only mean the other hotel, I don't only mean, and the hotel is vital because employing people to build is Bajans who can build it. Employing people, Mr. Speaker, after it is open to keep Barbadians in a form of business. A trade center, Mr. Speaker, sir, that will bring people here to do business. And when they come here, Mr. Speaker, sir, are they not going to eat? So therefore, Barbadian people in the food and beverage sector get money. When they come here, Mr. Speaker, sir, are they not going to sleep somewhere? And therefore, Barbadian people in the accommodation sector get money. When they come here, Mr. Speaker, sir, are they not going to recreate themselves in places, sir, around the coastline of this country, preferably on the west coast of St. James, but some will go up on Oysters in Christchurch too? No, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a very serious matter. Because what we are seeing unfold here is a developmental vision. I want you, Mr. Speaker, sir, to recognize that. We are seeing here an opportunistic politics of the Democratic Labour Party, that you whip up false frenzy in the hope of getting a vote. And what does it profit a man to win a vote if in the process he loses his soul and destroys a country, Mr. Speaker? Because what we are seeing on the other side of the argument is a political party in government which is saying to this country, let us get real. We can no longer continue with this nonsense of believing that the sun sets and rises for us by gazing to the north of the world, because a Napoleonic figure has arisen in the north. And the north itself can't even agree on what it used to agree on. all the alliances that they thought they had since World War II have now been dismantled or strained. 200% this morning's news. If you're going to sell liquor from Europe into the United States, 200% tariff, Mr. Speaker. Canada and the United States that were one can't even agree if electricity is to be sold to New York City. Do you understand, Mr. Speaker, that New York itself was told they can't get electricity without a tariff? That's the world we now live in. And while those great powers fight with one another and can afford to do so, when elephants fight in the jungle, a wise ant hides in the grass and looks for other ants to partner with, which is what we do. So the people of the South are speaking with one voice. And when for years, Michael Manley, Trinidad, Eric Williams, all of those illustrious predecessors were talking about South-South cooperation, I heard the mealy-mouthed waffling in here, trying to put together two words in response to the very excellent piloting of this bill by the Honourable Member for St. George South, sir. There's no philosophical anchor over there. Mr. Speaker, sir, I know it is late in the night and I perhaps should not go on, but let me say this. This is fundamental, and this is about a divide. I've seen it clearly about where one party wants to go and how they want to mamagai and use people in Barbados for their own narrow ends, and how there's a development agenda for this country that can employ people, that can keep the Barbados economy growing and buoyant and give us opportunities in this is the largest market anywhere in the world that we talk about when we talk about Africa, and growing at a rapid rate. And all of them young. The greatest cadre of young people to be found anywhere. Black people in Africa. Natural fit for us. And we have this antediluvian nonsense taking place. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wholeheartedly support this. And if it is that this now got to become a national noise, I stand on the side of the government and I am ready to bear them in Denmark or anywhere else.
Yeah.
Honourable for grace.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to join this debate on a most fundamental matter. Because you will recall, sir, I made a point in the budget presentation that we presented the Covenant of Hope to Barbados, sir, on the 5th of May of 2016. And the first principle that we established, sir, was that we want to create a new national consciousness, sir, for how Bajans saw themselves in a world that is increasingly becoming more turbulent, and that we must make sure that we proceed with confidence, sir. Fast forward, sir, to 2018, we won the election, sir, and as a cabinet and as a government, we agreed that we will engage aggressively, sir, with the African continent. Fast forward to 2019, sir, the Prime Minister, I believe she would have met the President of Ghana at the UN General Assembly in 2018, as well as the President of Kenya. And both of those gentlemen, sir, visited Barbados in 2019. Receptions were held right here in this Parliament, sir, for the Prime Minister, the President of Ghana, sorry, and the President of Kenya, sir, at this parliamentary location. I do not remember, sir, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, at any of those two receptions. I am prepared to be wrong, but if any member in here could recall seeing him at any of those two receptions for any of the presidents of those countries, let me know, sir. I will come back here and I will humbly apologize, sir. I will humbly apologize. No, sir. We also opened the mission in Ghana, sir, and the mission in Kenya. Further evidence, sir, of our commitment of creating a new national consciousness so that Bajans don't feel as if, sir, that you only got to look north to exist in this world. And as the Honourable Member for St. James Central just indicated, sir, when we were on our knees, sir, during COVID, who came to our assistance, sir? It's the same thing with the Cubans, you know, sir? He asked a question about the Cubans, and he got the answer. He just got the answer in terms of who helped Barbados and the region, sir. We, the 6th region of the African Union, sir, has adopted. And so this is extremely fundamental, sir, to how this government versus the Democratic Labour Party, sir. This is fundamental. This is a fissure, sir, in this relationship. But I go further, sir. The Honourable Member spoke to, the professor came here. We had the first Afro-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum, sir. In 2022, I believe it was, sir, right here at LESC. We just come out of COVID, sir. Right here. Professor Benedict Orama, I remember, sir, the Prime Minister said the President is coming, and I am to go to the airport to meet him, sir. And when I met the President, sir, I thought it was Marcus Garvey, sir, alive in the flesh, sir. And the President of the African Exim Bank, if anybody go on Google now, sir, Benedict Orama. Google search Benedict Orama. Google search Marcus Garvey, sir. And when you look at the two, sir, you would swear that Benedict Orama has to be some grandson, grandchild, something of Marcus Garvey, sir. And therefore, when we determine, sir, that this is how we are going to chart our future, sir, that we will do so. I met the President, sir. I welcome him to Barbados. And we set, and to be honest, sir, today, as the Honourable Member for St. James Central indicated, we met with the Finance Minister from Nigeria in this Parliament today, sir, as well as the President of Sierra Leone in this Parliament today, sir. But you know, the Honourable Member was nowhere to be found on the premises of Parliament, sir. There's a history, sir, of the absence of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition from the premises of Parliament whenever anybody from Africa, sir, visits this place, sir. A King's Council does not want to associate with anybody, sir, from Africa. But this Barbados Labour Party, sir, we follow on because this is how we're going to change the future, sir. He spoke about Holtown, and I swear to God, sir, I swear to God, I am sorry that it is the resolution here for Gemmas Lane. It should be the resolution that we're taking for Holtown, sir, to give to the African Exim Bank, because the Honourable Member needs to understand, sir, he needs to understand that investment in Barbados, sir, is not only for white foreigners, sir. It's not only for white foreigners. He's ashamed, sir, of himself. Of himself. No, sir, I feel really strongly about this here because every time, sir, he gets up in here utters nonsense, sir. We as a party, sir, we agreed that we are going to chart a new future for our country and to show our young people, sir, that we must disavow ourselves of this idea of the colonial master and this superior race and all this type of thing, sir, and that you must cut out the disinformation, sir, about Africa. And that is why we set about making sure that we talk with one another directly, sir. And we will continue as a government, sir, to do that. But I go further, sir. I go further. I can be brief, sir. Last year, no. Last year, sir. Last year, sir. Notice was given in this Parliament of the African Export-Export Bank Bill 2024, sir. Notice was given on the 23rd of January 2024. I want the public to understand this here. The 23rd of January 2004, sir. 2024, sir. The bill will provide for the implementation of the agreement of the establishment of a partnership between member states of the community and the African Export-Import Bank, sir. And B, agreement between the government of Barbados and the African Export-Import Bank concerning the location, sir, of the Caribbean Community Office of the African Export-Import Bank. That was led in this Parliament, sir. Notice was given on the 23rd. A week later, sir, I stood down there and led a debate in this Parliament, sir. Members contributed. When I checked the minutes, sir, if you check the minutes of the 30th of January 2024, sir, and you see who was present, and you see when it was absent, sir, lo and behold, sir, as I said, he wasn't here when the president of Kenya was here, sir. He wasn't here when the president of Ghana was here, sir. He wasn't here today when the finance minister from Nigeria was here. No, he wasn't here today, sir, when the president of Sierra Leone was here. We debated a bill in here as part of the government's commitment as to how we will change the national consciousness, sir, and he wasn't here. He was not here. The minutes of the House said so. It's not me, it's the minutes of the House, sir. But here's the thing, sir. It went to the Senate. It passed the Senate, sir, the 7th of February, 2024. Now, all of us trying to figure out, well, what happened? What happened? You know, 5 days later, sir, you know what happened? The honourable member crossed the floor and decided that he can become the leader of the opposition. I submit to this Parliament, sir, that the honourable leader of the opposition, he cares nothing about Africans, black people, or anything. Because I swear to God, sir, I swear to God, he has a fundamental problem, sir. A fundamental problem with the government seeking to restore a relationship, sir, that was severed right out there, sir, by the careenage. When we took down Nelson and replaced it with that monument out there, sir, to represent the fact that the separated families right out there, sir. And this Parliament, as the Prime Minister would tell us all the time, in 1661 passed the Slave Code that became the template for how slaves were treated right across the Americas, sir. I know that he would have supported that as a King's Counsel, sir. Because today, he does not want us to associate with that which we came from, sir. And I'm ashamed that he would come in this chamber and question the government for wanting to work closer with people that we have partnered with, sir. And we want Bajans, sir, young boys and girls to grow up in this country knowing, sir, that people of African descent must be respected globally, sir. And this government will not stop until that happens, sir. Now, Mr. Speaker, I said it was going to be short, and I promised not to think. But this, I swear to the people of Barbados, this is not a debate just about land and investment, because when the geriatric hospital is finished in Waterford, sir, the same African Export Bank is going to build a conference center at the existing site of the geriatric hospital, sir. Nobody else, sir, the African Export Bank is going to do that. You understand? And therefore, I am saying to Barbadians, when this Barbados, they've already sets the tone, let us appreciate it. We can talk, sir. We can talk. The same thing's gonna the same thing's gonna happen with St. Anne's and these other sites, sir. We're gonna have a conversation. By the end of the day, sir, we have to move forward with confidence as black people, sir, quite frankly, to ensure, sir, that our young people understand that they're not worth any less than anybody else in the world, sir, and that any Bajan, sir, boy or girl could go any part of the world and make things happen and change for the better, sir. And that is what this Barbados Labour Party is talking about a new national consciousness, sir. So I don't mind the leader of the opposition. I don't mind the leader of the opposition. we are going to do the work, sir, in the trenches to make sure that we serve good examples for what is possible for the future of this country. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, let me be brief because the hour is late. And I want to thank my colleagues, member for St. Joseph, St. James Central, and member for Christ Church East Central, who supported, on behalf of the entire team, this very important resolution. Mr. Speaker, I will end by saying, historically, Barbados has been separated from our African nations only by colonialism. And Mr. Speaker, investment and trade is a way, or one of the ways to rebuild economic unity. I will end with a quote with the first president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, and he said, "We face neither east nor west, we face forward." Barbados continues to go forward with its future growth with Africa, rather than relying solely on past relationships with Western nations. While we will never ever say to the world that we will not recognize the importance of the Western nations to our growth, the road to our Atlantic destiny and regaining our Atlantic destiny was demonstrated tonight by our members and with this resolution. Mr. Speaker, this is the way forward. We face neither west nor east. We face forward. And with those words, Mr. Speaker, I beg that this resolution now pass.
The question is that this resolution do now pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Honourable member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, speaking on the adjournment, we've had, I think, probably 4 weeks, 4 solid weeks of parliamentary exercise. All of the nights have not been long, but certainly this has been a challenge, I think, for all of us. We have been away from our ministries for the most part, our families, our constituencies as well. But I think that the public of Barbados has seen what governance is firsthand and has seen the administration of the Barbados Labour Party operating at its finest. We have to thank, Mr. Speaker, all of the individuals who have serviced these sittings, including these more recent marathon sittings. We often do not reflect, other than at Christmas, about the many individuals and their contributions to keeping the machinery of Parliament flowing. That includes an entire raft of people, some clerical, some administrative, some are not, our caterers, the very thoughtful ladies and gentlemen who serve us our meals and take care of us on a daily basis, all of the staff of Parliament, and of equal importance, Mr. Speaker, are those individuals who stand vigilant on these premises. And I'm referring specifically to the members of the Barbados Police Service. Just thinking about the opposition when I said royal. The members of the Barbados Police Service, all of them have allowed us the opportunity to be here and to serve our country at this level. So let me, on behalf of yourself, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of us, even on behalf of the opposition, let me thank them all for their hard work, their support, and their dedication and commitment to duty. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, that we adjourn Parliament until Monday, 31st of March at 10 in the morning.
The question is that this honourable chairman be adjourned until Monday, the 31st of March, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Monday, the 31st of March, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.